Chapter 616. Yang Kai shook his head lightly. Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage. In the Great Han Dynasty, such a cultivation was probably not bad, but after coming to Tongxian Realm and learning about the mysteries of the Transcendent Realm, Yang Kai didn't dare think so. In front of a Transcendent, such a cultivation was still somewhat weak. Yang Kai needed to improve his strength as soon as possible in order to survive in this vast world and find Su Yin and his little senior sister. Without strength, no matter where he went, it would not be safe. Have you found out where this place is? Yang Kai asked. While he was breaking through, Shui Ling had also been investigating the surrounding terrain, wanting to determine where they were now. Hearing this, Shui Ling shook her head sadly. Although this swamp is somewhat special, there are many swamps in Tongxian Realm. I don't know where exactly we are for the time being, but we should be in human territory. Human territory? Hearing her say this, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little confused. Oh, I forgot to tell you, in Tongxian Realm, there is not only the human race, but also the demon race and the monster race. These two races are both extremely powerful races and stand on equal footing with our human race. The human territory is called the human territory. In addition, the demon race resides in the demon land, the monster race resides in the monster race, and in the middle there is a neutral zone. In addition to these three races, there are many other strange races. You will slowly learn more about them in the future. Shui Ling explained casually, not wanting to go into too much detail. After all, this was just common sense. As long as Yang Kai continued to live here, he would gradually figure it out. Yang Kai was stunned. Shui Ling smiled and explained, "Don't you have a 7th order monster beast, the Spider Mother? If it can take human form, it will be a part of the monster race. But that requires the power of the beast transformation pond, which is the monster race's supreme treasure. Don't make a fuss. You will see many things here that you would never have thought possible before." Yang Kai nodded slightly. It's me who is making a fuss. Suddenly remembering something, he quickly asked, "Demon General Mengu. Have you heard of him?" Hearing this, Shui Ling's expression changed greatly. You know him? Is there really such a person? Yang Kai was surprised. He had just asked casually, but looking at Shui Ling's reaction, this person should be a very powerful character. When Yang Kai had gone to the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land's Evil Cavern for life experience, a strange change had occurred inside the Evil Cavern. The four masters under the profound Een Ghost King's command, Qi Mei, Wang, and Qi, had entered the Evil Cavern to investigate the truth, but a powerful existence had emerged from the Evil Spirit Spring, instantly killing two of them and severely injuring the other two. In the end, Yang Kai had used the demon sealing chain to destroy that powerful existence. Before he died, he had said that he was a strand of the demon General Mungo's divine clone. He had also warned Yang Kai to be careful because he had remembered Yang Kai's aura. Yang Kai had never been able to figure out what the demon general's identity was, but now that he heard Shui Ling mention the demon race, he suddenly remembered. He's not a human. He's a master from the demon race. Shui Ling stared at Yang Kai, a look of horror appearing on her face, smiling bitterly. You're really strange. You've obviously been in that world all this time. So how did you come to know the demon General Mungo? Yang Kai briefly explained what had happened inside the evil cavern. Shui Ling's face went pale as she directed a sympathetic look towards Yang Kai. You actually injured a strand of his divine clone. If you ever hear his name in the future, avoid him at all costs. This master from the demon race is not someone you can afford to provoke. How powerful is he? Yang Kai asked. According to what you said, his divine clone has the cultivation of a transcendent realm master, while his true body is a peak saint realm master. I don't know exactly how strong he is, but many masters in the human territory fear him. Yang Kai took a deep breath, never having expected that the one he had offended in the past would actually be such a master, gently nodding, I understand. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became cold, and he quickly stood up and glanced to the side. Shui Ling also frowned and followed his gaze. In that direction, the auras of some immortal ascension boundary cultivators were rapidly approaching, and although they were doing their best to conceal themselves, they couldn't escape Yang Kai's perception. Moreover, from the direction they were moving, it was obvious they were targeting the two of them. Looks like we'll have a chance to figure out where we are. Yang Kai winked at Shui Ling. Shui Ling smiled knowingly, her expression calm. She found that following Yang Kai, her courage seemed to have grown a lot. In this situation, if it had been before, she would have definitely left this place quickly to avoid getting into trouble. A moment later, the figures of 7 or 8 people appeared in front of Yang Kai. The one leading them was a woman with a mature figure, full and slender, wearing a light blue slit robe that accentuated her wonderful figure. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as a playful expression appeared on his face. After arriving in Tongxian realm, the first thing he saw was actually a beautiful woman. This was quite a pleasant surprise. The gloomy expression on her face made her seem somewhat unhappy. The 6 or 7 people behind her also wore menacing expressions, but after seeing Yang Kai and Shui Ling, they immediately released their anger. The bad attitude of this group of people made Yang Kai somewhat puzzled, wondering just how he had offended them. However, with great skill and courage, Yang Kai simply stood there quietly. The woman leading the group quickly arrived a few dozen meters in front of him and coldly glared at him and Shui Ling, her face filled with annoyance. "Who are you and why are you here?" Not allowing any explanation, she coldly asked. "We're just passing through." Yang Kai replied casually, "We accidentally strayed into this swamp and lost our way. May I ask where we are?" "You're asking me where we are?" The woman became even angrier. "You dare ask me where we are?" Because we really can't find our way out." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. When he and Shui Ling came from the Tianlang dynasty, they had suffered a lot in the abandoned earth, and when they fell into this swamp, they had also rolled around in the mud. So now they both looked extremely sloppy and travel-worn, as if they had lost their way. "If it's convenient, can you tell us where we are?" Yang Kai smiled pleasantly and continued to ask, flashing his white teeth, looking completely harmless to humans and animals. "Convenient? Why wouldn't it be convenient?" Sneering, she waved her hand and said, "Ji Hong, capture these 2. If we can't obtain the scarlet blood orchid, we'll take them back." "Yes, young lady." The big bearded man heard this and immediately led the others to take action. "Wait." Yang Kai raised his hand. Although he could see the hostility of this group of people, after all, he had only just come out. So Yang Kai didn't want to easily provoke trouble. This group of people all had immortal ascension boundary cultivations, and acting together, it seemed like they were all from the same force. It wouldn't be difficult to kill them, but if he got into trouble because of this, the gains would not be worth the losses. What's more, those few words had left Kai Yang extremely confused. Being targeted like this for no reason, Yang Kai felt wronged. "What's scarlet blood orchid?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. "A world spirit treasure?" Shui Ling was quite knowledgeable and immediately pointed out the mystery. "That's right. It's a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. Furthermore, it's a 1,000-year-old 7-leaved scarlet blood orchid. What does it have to do with us? We didn't see this world spirit treasure." Yang Kai defended himself, thinking that these people wouldn't think he had snatched their treasure, right? "I didn't say you saw it." "Haha." Yang Kai chuckled, suddenly feeling that it wasn't right to capture these 2 people without any explanation. So he patiently asked, "Let me ask you, just now you 2 broke through your bottleneck and broke through, right? And what's wrong?" Kai Yang was a little impatient. She looked beautiful, but her words were all over the place, without any focus, making him more and more confused. The commotion caused by his breakthrough had been too obvious, so Yang Kai didn't try to hide it, naturally admitting to it. "That's right, because of the commotion caused by your breakthrough, the scarlet blood orchid was scared away, wasting our efforts over the past month. Tell me, isn't that your fault?" "Ah." Yang Kai was stunned, exchanging a glance with Shui Ling, both of them somewhat helpless. Connecting the dots, Yang Kai quickly realized what was going on. He had seen world spirit treasures before. The Yin Yang monster ginseng and the 9 Yin Yuan condensing dew were all world spirit treasures with their own consciousness, capable of avoiding danger, seeking fortune, and avoiding disaster. If the commotion caused by his breakthrough had indeed alarmed the scarlet blood orchid, it was possible. Originally, Yang Kai was quite annoyed, but after understanding the situation, he suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. "I'm sorry, we didn't know you were interested in that world spirit treasure. If we had known," Yang Kai said helplessly. Even if they had known, breaking through wasn't something he could suppress. Although it was an unintentional mistake, he was still responsible for it. It could only be said that these people's luck was really bad. Apologizing is useless. Sneering, "That scarlet blood orchid is of great use to us," it's not something that can be solved with just a few words. Then what do you want? The apologetic look on Yang Kai's face quickly disappeared, replaced by a somewhat cynical one as he sneered at them. If this group of people had been polite, Yang Kai might have been willing to compensate them for their losses, but their aggressive attitude made Yang Kai feel very disgusted, so there was no need for him to show weakness. If they really wanted to fight, Yang Kai was confident he could kill these people within 10 breaths. It was just a matter of whether they were tactful or not. Yang Kai's sudden change in attitude caused Shui Ling's expression to become cold. "What's wrong? In my bold independent union's territory, you want to start a fight?" "Bold independent union?" Shui Ling suddenly laughed. "So you're from Bold Independent Union. So this place should be Western Jersey Swamp?" And, nodding, Yang Kai stared suspiciously at Shui Ling. "Your eyesight seems to be quite good. Who are you?" Shui Ling smiled. "I'm from Water Spirit Temple." Hearing this, all the other 6 or 7 people's expressions changed as they stared at Shui Ling in shock. Yang Kai carefully observed the situation and secretly felt that Water Spirit Temple's influence here wasn't as weak as he thought. Chapter 617. Shui Ling had revealed a lot of information to Yang Kai before and even bluntly admitted that if one were to compare the forces of the Great Han Dynasty, Water Spirit Temple could barely be considered a first-class force because it had a Saint Realm Master. Her modesty had caused Yang Kai to mistakenly think that Water Spirit Temple wasn't anything special. But now, seeing the expressions of these people from Bold Independent Union change, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the force Shui Ling came from wasn't too bad after all. At the very least, when the leader of this group heard the words Water Spirit Temple, his expression became dignified, the hostility in their eyes diminishing significantly, replaced by a trace of dread. Glancing over at Shui Ling hesitantly, the leader of this group stepped back a few steps and began whispering to each other. Not knowing what they were talking about, Yang Kai didn't intend to pry into their conversation and simply waited quietly. Shui Ling's expression relaxed. She hadn't figured out where she was before, so she didn't dare reveal her identity, but after hearing these people say she was from Bold Independent Union, she no longer had any scruples. Because Water Spirit Temple wasn't too far from Bold Independent Union, a round trip would only take half a month. On top of that, the two sides would occasionally trade with one another, so they could be considered friends. The people from Bold Independent Union whispered to each other while glancing over at Yang Kai and Shui Ling, seemingly trying to determine the authenticity of Shui Ling's words. After a while, one of them let out a sigh of relief and called out to Shui Ling, "Girl, you say you're from Water Spirit Temple. Do you have any proof?" "I do," Shui Ling smiled, taking out a blue jade token and tossing it over to Yang Kai. Catching it, Shui Ling examined it carefully, her expression becoming more and more dignified as she nodded. "This jade token does contain a trace of water attribute, so it should have been carved by a water attribute master. Unfortunately, we have never seen such a jade token, so we can't be certain you are a disciple of Water Spirit Temple." Saying so, she tossed the jade token back, the hostility on her face converging greatly, but she was still somewhat vigilant. After pondering for a moment, she said, "How about this, if it's convenient? Can you two come to my Bold Independent Union for a few days? If we can find out that this young lady is indeed a disciple of the Water God Temple, then today's matter will be treated as if it never happened. If not, you know." She used both the carrot and the stick in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. It also displayed her meticulous thinking and ability to adapt on the spot. "Good," Shui Ling giggled, not refusing. In any case, her identity wasn't fake. As long as these people from Bold Independent Union inquired about it, they would definitely understand. "Yang Kai, what do you think?" Shui Ling also consulted Yang Kai's opinion. After all, Yang Kai's personality was one that was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Now that the two of them were obviously under house arrest, if they provoked Yang Kai into a fit of rage, they might end up fighting. Yang Kai shrugged. "It doesn't matter. I don't know where to go anyway." Shui Ling couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Gungwen nodded, "Please." Saying so, she led the way while Yang Kai and Shui Ling followed behind. The other 6 or 7 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters followed behind Yang Kai and Shui Ling, forming a circle around them. This action was enough to show just how cautious they were. Walking through the swamp, they were intentionally or unintentionally asking Shui Ling for information. Shui Ling wasn't afraid and naturally didn't try to hide anything. The more they talked, the more they felt that Shui Ling wasn't lying. "By the way, what was that scarlet blood orchid you mentioned?" Shui Ling asked casually. Smiling bitterly, Shui Ling didn't try to hide anything and immediately explained what had just happened. After listening, Shui Ling turned her head and stuck out her tongue at Yang Kai. Yang Kai wore an innocent expression, not knowing that the others were at a critical juncture. Once it escapes, it won't appear for at least half a year. It's very likely that it will leave this swamp, making it difficult to find it again, Gungwen sighed. "Is the scarlet blood orchid very important to you?" "It's not very important to us, but it is essential to the young master of Langya Blessed Land. We promised to hand over the scarlet blood orchid to Langya Blessed Land after half a month, but now that we've lost a world spirit treasure, we don't know how to explain it. Langya Blessed Land's young master, Mu Hui, is he injured?" Shui Ling was surprised. "Does young lady know young master Mu?" I do." Shui Ling nodded. Her eyes flashed and she suddenly smiled, her attitude becoming much more amiable. "It seems that young lady really is from Water Spirit Temple. Of course, our Water Spirit Temple has a good relationship with Langya Blessed Land. Since Mu Hui needs it, I can help you." "HM?" Pausing, Shui Ling stared at her curiously. "That scarlet blood orchid disappeared into the swamp, right?" Take me to where it disappeared. I'll see if I can find it again." The group from Bold Independent Union stared blankly at Shui Ling for a moment before shaking their heads and smiling wryly. "Young lady, we appreciate your kindness, but the bottom of this swamp is muddy water several thousand meters deep. Even a water attribute master wouldn't be able to find it. I know that all of you from Water Spirit Temple specialize in water attribute secret arts and martial skills, but I'm not only proficient in water attribute secret arts." Shui Ling smiled confidently. Shui Ling possessed the water spirit body, a special physique that allowed her to display 10 to 20% of her full strength wherever there was water. After hesitating for a moment, Shui Ling nodded and turned in a different direction. "Then come with me." With things having gotten to this point, she decided to let Shui Ling give it a try. Even if she didn't succeed, it didn't matter. If she succeeded, then Bold Independent Union would be able to give Langya Blessed Land an explanation half a month later. A short time later, the group arrived at the place where the scarlet blood orchid had escaped. In this swamp, Yang Kai felt some barriers and traps and immediately understood that these people weren't lying. They really had been trying to capture the scarlet blood orchid, but had failed at the last moment. "It's here." Yang Kai pointed to the swamp in front of him and said. Yang Kai released his divine sense slightly and probed the ground nearby, but didn't find much. "I'll go down and take a look," Shui Ling said, her figure flickering as she dove into the swamp and disappeared. The group from Bold Independent Union glanced over at Yang Kai but didn't pay him any attention, simply waiting anxiously. After about a stick of incense worth of time, the swamp in front of them suddenly began to bubble, causing everyone's spirits to rise as they secretly looked forward to it. Qua. Shui Ling rushed out of the swamp, her clothes not wet, but her face was pale and her lips were blue. She was constantly shivering from the cold, clearly having been frozen to the point where she couldn't breathe. The group from Bold Independent Union quickly turned to look at her. Shui Ling simply shook her head. These people immediately showed a look of disappointment. "What's wrong with you?" Yang Kai couldn't help sighing in amazement. He found that Shui Ling looked as if she had just stepped out of an iceberg, her body so cold that it was almost impossible for her to bear. There were even faint traces of frost chi visible to the naked eye from her tender body. "I'll tell you later." Shui Ling quickly circulated her secret art to dispel the chill in her body. After a while, Shui Ling finally calmed down and took a deep breath before standing up and saying, "Although I wasn't able to bring it back, I found it." "You found it?" Shui Ling's eyes lit up in surprise. But by myself, I couldn't do anything to it. Why? She asked anxiously. Because there's a layer of ice flame star sand underneath it. Ice flame star sand? The group from Bold Independent Union exclaimed, each of them showing a look of greed on their faces. What's that? Yang Kai immediately understood that this ice flame star sand was a very precious treasure. It's a spirit-grade top-rank artifact refining material with an extremely low temperature. Many Transcendent Realm Masters dream of obtaining it. Even Saint Realm Masters need it when refining artifacts, Shui Ling explained lightly. The expressions of the people from Bold Independent Union became excited. So it's ice flame star sand. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Although I know that a place with world spirit treasures is bound to have some kind of treasure, I didn't expect it to be this. It should be this ice flame star sand that facilitated the birth of the scarlet blood orchid, Shui Ling smiled. But the ice below is very thick. I can't break it. I'll help you. A chubby man from Bold Independent Union immediately stepped forward and walked over to Shui Ling, waving his hand and summoning a ball of hot flame, proudly declaring, I cultivate the fire attribute. It just so happens to be the nemesis of ice. Shui Ling shook her head. You can't. Your strength is too low. I'm an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master. The chubby man was not convinced. Shui Ling still shook her head. I already have helpers. There's no need for you. Yang Kai, come down with me. I'm afraid only you can break this ice. The chubby man glanced over at Yang Kai and suddenly became angry. If I can't, how can an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage cultivator like him? If I say he can, naturally he can. Do you still want the scarlet blood orchid? I'm helping you now for free. The chubby man immediately shut up. Quickly smiling, he said, Don't be angry. We'll do as you say. Although the ice flame star sand was precious, what Bold Independent Union needed the most right now was the scarlet blood orchid. Naturally, they didn't want to provoke Shui Ling. Shui Ling nodded and pulled Yang Kai back into the swamp. After they disappeared, the bearded man from Bold Independent Union, Ji Hong, suddenly recovered and slapped his thigh. Damn, young lady, those two shouldn't have taken advantage of this opportunity to escape, right? Hearing this, her beautiful face couldn't help going pale, suddenly feeling that this was a possibility. There was no reason for others to help her for no reason. Faced with the temptation of a world spirit treasure and a spirit-grade top-rank material, they really might not be able to return after taking those two treasures. That's unlikely. Ji Hong was also dumbfounded. Then why did she only ask that man to help her? She was clearly taking advantage of this opportunity to meet up with him, so she could leave after obtaining those treasures. These words were quite reasonable, causing the people from Bold Independent Union to be filled with righteous indignation, each of them cursing loudly. Ji Hong's expression became uglier and uglier, wanting to chase after them to see what was going on. But without a water attribute master, it was quite dangerous to move around in the depths of the swamp. Ji Hong spread out his divine sense, but was unable to detect any aura. His heart instantly turned cold. Chapter 6:18. His cold was getting worse, and his daughter had also caught a cold, causing him to feel depressed. Under the swamp, the sky was dark and there was no light at all. Yang Kai followed Shui Ling all the way down. Wrapped in the bubble created by Shui Ling, Yang Kai didn't feel bored and his breathing was smooth. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai was able to clearly see his surroundings. As they fell, it seemed that his words weren't necessary. The bottom of this swamp was indeed several thousand meters deep. Only someone like Shui Ling, who possessed the water spirit body, could move freely in this place. If it were anyone else, even if they were proficient in water attribute strength, they would likely be unable to move freely. As they fell, Yang Kai gradually began to feel a slight chill, one that became more and more intense as time passed. After a long time, Shui Ling was unable to bear the cold and her teeth began to chatter. Yang Kai quickly released his Yuan Qi and the water bubble immediately produced a very comfortable temperature, dispelling all the cold. Bringing you down here was the right decision, Shui Ling giggled. Shui Ling giggled. Yang Kai's control over his own strength had already reached a transcendent level. Just now, if he had brought that young man from Bold Independent Union here, Shui Ling even suspected that the fire attribute energy he released would have conflicted with her water bubble. Yang Kai was different. He could disperse the cold without damaging the water bubble she created. Gradually, a ray of light appeared from below, and looking down, it seemed like there was a white flame burning in the air. However, it was a bit far away, and there was a thick layer of ice in the middle, making it difficult for Yang Kai to see what it was. Those flickering flames are the ice flame star sand. The scarlet blood orchid is inside that sand, Shui Ling explained. Shui Ling explained, the ice at the bottom is about a few dozen meters thick. Can you break it open quietly? Yang Kai nodded gently. I'll try. Saying so, he jumped out of the water bubble. Suddenly, Kai Yang felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his body. He couldn't help but stiffen, and his bones began to creak. Without the protection of Shui Ling's water bubble, Yang Kai felt the pressure of the water around him. If you really can't, don't force yourself, Shui Ling said. Yang Kai responded and waited for a while. After he got used to the huge water pressure, he started to move. A scorching hot true Yang Yuan Qi burst out from the center of his palm. Like an indestructible sharp blade, it melted a large hole in the ice in front of him, enough for a person to pass through. The Yuan Qi fiercely spewed out, and Yang Kai's movements were like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. This ordinary layer of ice simply could not withstand the burning of the true Yang Yuan Qi. Shui Ling wrapped herself in the bubble and followed behind Yang Kai, quickly diving down. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yang Kai broke through the ice layer that was dozens of feet high. The two of them quickly arrived in front of the jumping and burning ice flame star sand. You collect the star sand. I'll go deal with that scarlet blood orchid. Shui Ling was very excited and immediately rushed towards the scarlet blood orchid. From the water below, a mysterious force quickly appeared and bound the surrounding space, trapping the scarlet blood orchid in a small area. Yang Kai glanced over but didn't pay much attention to it, simply collecting the jumping flames into his black book space. These lumps of jumping and burning flame-like things were actually grains of star sand, but they looked different from ordinary sand. They were very beautiful, and they were bone-piercingly cold to the touch. They were full of spiritual energy. Yang Kai also knew he had picked up a treasure. Coming across such an opportunity as soon as he arrived in Tongxian realm was a good sign. There weren't many star sand grains, only about 100 of them. When Yang Kai finished collecting them, Shui Ling also rushed over with a happy expression, holding a 7-leaf world spirit plant in her hand and beckoning to Yang Kai. She could control the power of the water flow, so under the water, the scarlet blood orchid couldn't escape from her grasp. Yang Kai smiled lightly and jumped into her water bubble. Let's go up. That group of people should be anxious, Shui Ling smiled, guessing the thoughts of the group from Bold Independent Union. Above the swamp, the group from Bold Independent Union wore ugly expressions as they waited quietly. The big bearded man suddenly cursed. It's been almost an hour yet those two still haven't come up. They must have run away. Don't let me see them again. If I see them, I'll tear them into 10,000 pieces. Shui Ling shouted. Don't speak nonsense. That girl should really be a disciple of Water Spirit Temple, and her status isn't low either. Young lady, how do you know? She's a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Having such a cultivation at such a young age, how could she not have some status in Water Spirit Temple? A person with such an identity shouldn't lie to us. As she spoke, her voice lowered, as if she was trying to comfort herself and convince herself to trust Shui Ling even if she has some status. So what? The scarlet blood orchid and ice flame star sand are both extraordinary treasures. It's hard to say they won't be tempted by them. If that's the case, then we can only admit defeat. Yu sighed. We can only blame ourselves for not having the ability to take these two treasures for ourselves. Huh. Sighs rang out. In this world, those with ability could obtain good things, while those without ability could only look on enviously. This kind of situation was not uncommon. Often, some treasures would be discovered by others and obtained by the strong, while the weak could only look on with envy. Hey, there's movement. Suddenly, the bearded man exclaimed, his eyes flashing as he stared down at the swamp below. From down below, the aura of energy was rapidly rising. The group from Bold Independent Union immediately relaxed, feeling as if a big stone had been lifted from their hearts. A moment later, a bubble wrapped around Yang Kai, and Shui Ling emerged. Landing on the ground, Shui Ling hurriedly asked, "You should have brought special containers to store world spirit treasures, right?" "Yes, we did." Nodding quickly, Yang Kai opened a small bag at his waist and took out a jade basin carved from white jade, engraved with a number of spirit array patterns. Yang Kai secretly observed and found that this was actually a universe bag. Shui Ling nodded lightly. "You're well prepared." Saying so, she handed the scarlet blood orchid over. Hesitating for a moment, Shui Ling happily reached out and accepted it. "Thank you." His attitude was sincere, without the slightest trace of falsehood. Placing the scarlet blood orchid into the jade basin, Shui Ling formed a few seals and the spirit array on the jade basin quickly activated, imprisoning this world spirit treasure inside. "What about the ice flame star sand?" The bearded man glanced around and couldn't help asking. "Jihong." Yang Kai's expression became cold as he shouted, "Hehe, I was just asking." Jihong scratched his head awkwardly before turning to Yang Kai and smiling, "Brother, don't mind me. I'm a very curious person. It doesn't matter if you don't say anything. I know you must have obtained it." Yang Kai smiled lightly, suddenly realizing that this big man was actually quite interesting. Although he said he was just asking, he was actually trying to find out the whereabouts of the ice flame star sand. "And we've obtained it," Yang Kai nodded. "Good luck, brother. I'm so envious." Jihong smacked his lips, not bothering to hide his thoughts. Helplessly shaking his head, Jihong turned to Shui Ling and said, "Young lady, you've helped us so much this time. Bold Independent Union is extremely grateful. According to the rules of the Union, each of us can receive 20 crystal stones as a reward. As the team leader, I can receive 50, so I'll give you 80% of the reward as a token of my gratitude. How about it?" There were a total of 8 people, 7 of them receiving 20 crystal stones, 50 crystal stones, a total of 190 crystal stones. 80% would be 152 crystal stones. This kind of generosity immediately caused her team members to feel quite distressed. However, thinking about it carefully, if it weren't for Shui Ling and Yang Kai, they wouldn't have received even that 20% and would have even been punished, so their mood was much better. Shui Ling smiled and pointed to Yang Kai. "Give it to him. I don't need these crystal stones." Yang Kai's expression changed, but he didn't ask any more questions. Although he didn't know what crystal stones were or how much value they represented, looking at the expressions of these people, he realized that crystal stones should be quite valuable. "Very well." Jihong smiled. "In addition, if the two of you are willing to sell the ice flame star sand, we can discuss it in detail. I guarantee you will be satisfied with the price." "Hee hee." Shui Ling giggled. "We don't intend to sell this spirit-grade top-rank artifact refining material. We'll keep it for our own use." "So that's how it is." A little disappointed, Jihong didn't insist, instead saying, "Let's not talk about this for now. The two of you should think about it carefully. Once you've made up your mind, feel free to tell me. This place is only 3 days away from our Bold Independent Union's headquarters, Bold Independent City. Would the two of you be willing to return with us so we can properly entertain you?" After this incident, there was no longer any hostility between them. Instead, there was now some intent to make friends. Shui Ling glanced over at Yang Kai, to which Yang Kai gently nodded, indicating that he would accept. Shui Ling then nodded. "Good. I was just about to find a place to rest." "Please." Saying so, Shui Ling glanced over at Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to re-examine him. The exchange of glances between Shui Ling and Yang Kai just now had not escaped Shui Ling's notice. She couldn't help feeling a little puzzled. Shui Ling seemed to have a very high status in Water Spirit Temple, so why did she seem to follow this young man's lead? Why did she always ask for his opinion on everything? What kind of background did this young man have that even a high-ranking disciple of Water Spirit Temple would care so much about him? Puzzled, Shui Ling couldn't help feeling a little interested in Yang Kai. Along the way, the atmosphere was harmonious. Shui Ling intended to inquire about Yang Kai's identity, so naturally she asked him a few questions, but Yang Kai's answers were watertight, leaving Shui Ling at a loss for what to do. After a brief conversation, Yang Kai and Shui Ling learned that this young woman was called Yun Xian and was the captain of one of Bold Independent Union's teams. The 6 or 7 people before them were members of this team. Bold Independent Union was somewhat different from other great forces in that it was formed by a number of teams. Its main purpose was to sell various cultivation materials and finished products. These teams were constantly on the move all year round, searching for a variety of business opportunities and materials for Bold Independent Union, bringing them profits while Bold Independent Union provided these cultivators with a comfortable and safe cultivation environment. Chapter 619. As a result, Bold Independent Union was very prestigious among the cultivators who did not belong to any sect. Many people hoped to join Bold Independent Union in order to seek some benefits. It was also for this reason that although Bold Independent Union had a large number of disciples, it didn't have many true masters. Compared to other great forces, it was always a bit weak. When Yun Xian heard that Shui Ling was a disciple of Water Spirit Temple, her expression became dignified because of this concern. She didn't dare offend Water Spirit Temple easily. However, now that the Scarlet Blood Orchid had been obtained by this group of people and could successfully complete their mission, it didn't matter whether Shui Ling was a disciple of Water Spirit Temple or not. 2 days later, the group left the swamp. Another day later, a huge city located in the middle of the wilderness entered Yang Kai's eyes. This was Bold Independent City, the headquarters of Bold Independent Union. These 3 days of walking allowed Yang Kai to truly appreciate the richness of Tongxian Realm's world energy aura. From the conversations of these people, he also learned about the richness of this land. There were many things here that he wouldn't have dared to dream of in his original world, as well as many famous masters. Yang Kai's horizons had been broadened greatly, and even his state of mind seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. At the gate of Bold Independent City, there were a few people dressed as guards who were inspecting the passers-by. They just watched vigilantly without any intention of stopping them. Under the leadership of Yun Xian, the group easily entered the city. The bustling atmosphere was overwhelming. Countless cultivators were passing by, like a school of carps crossing the river, flowing in an endless stream. Yun Xian smiled and explained, "Because our Bold Independent Union mainly deals in materials for cultivation, our headquarters is very lively. Many people like to come here to buy some alchemy and artifact refining materials. In this world, besides the Merchant Union's headquarters, our Bold Independent City's goods flow the most frequently. However, the Merchant Union does business with 3 parties. Haha, this is something we can't compare to." 3 parties? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. That's right. The Merchant Union's shopping center is located in the neutral territory. Their business deals with both the demon race and the monster race, didn't you know? Yun Xian's beautiful eyes flashed as she stared at Yang Kai in confusion. I don't go out much, so I don't know much about the outside world. Yang Kai answered casually, looking calm. Yun Xian simply nodded and didn't ask any more questions, lest she upset Yang Kai. After being together for 3 days, she could see that Yang Kai was relatively taciturn, showing a strong curiosity and interest in things that were common to them. This was clearly a sign of inexperience. However, his mind was very heavy and he wasn't shallow, so if there was something he didn't understand, he wouldn't ask too many questions and would simply observe with his own eyes. This made Yun Xian a little confused, wondering whether this young man was just a fledgling or a seasoned veteran. All in all, whenever Yun Xian faced him, she felt an inexplicable sense of pressure. If it's convenient for the 2 of you, please come to our team's house. We've purchased a house in the city and the environment is quite good. Yun Xian extended an invitation. Good. Shui Ling readily agreed. She couldn't wait to find a place to wash her body. During this time, she had been in such a hurry that she was covered in dirt. Jihong, take them there, Yun Xian ordered. The big bearded man nodded. Leave it to me. Please go ahead first. We still have to go to the Union to hand over our tasks. We'll return once we're done. Yang Kai nodded and followed behind the big bearded man with Shui Ling, heading towards a certain direction in the city. After walking for a short time, the pair arrived in front of a large house. Jihong enthusiastically led the 2 of them inside before calling for a servant to prepare a bath for Yang Kai and Shui Ling, arranging for them to rest and bathe in, showing great enthusiasm. The environment of the house was quite sloppy, and although it was located in the downtown area, it was protected by a barrier so there wasn't much noise. Since he was already here, Kai Young didn't feel the slightest discomfort. When it was time for dinner, a servant came to inform them that dinner had been prepared. Young Kai went out and was surprised to find that Shui Ling had returned to her usual appearance and was waiting for him outside. The two of them smiled at each other and left together. At the banquet, Yun Xin's team was very hospitable and came forward to offer a toast. Shui Ling said she didn't want to drink while Yang Kai didn't refuse, enjoying the wine and delicacies of this foreign territory. Yun Xin handed Yang Kai the 152 crystal stones she had previously agreed upon and smiled. Use them sparingly, don't go out and indulge yourself in wine and debauchery. There are too many temptations in bold independent city that you can't resist, especially for a little brat like you, hee. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes sparkled, probably because she had drunk a bit of wine. Her tone had become much more presumptuous, her cheeks flushed red and her breath sweet, making her look extremely attractive. When the bearded man and the others saw Yun Xin's appearance, they all abandoned Yang Kai and began trying to get her drunk with ulterior motives. Yun Xin didn't refuse either of them, causing Yang Kai to be dumbfounded. After half the night had passed, Yang Kai and Shui Ling left one after another. The people from Bold Independent Union still persisted, but only Ji Hong was left. Everyone else had been cleanly defeated by Yun Xin. Returning to his room, Yang Kai took out the crystal stones from the black book space and carefully examined them, his eyes lighting up. He found that these crystal stones contained a huge amount of pure energy that could be absorbed by any cultivator to supplement their yuan qi. Although he had quietly asked Shui Ling about the mysteries of these crystal stones before, Yang Kai hadn't realized how precious they were until now. If they had these things, the cultivator in the other world could also rapidly improve their cultivation, but unfortunately, they didn't have such convenient conditions. Crystal stones were a hard currency in Tongxian realm. They could be used for cultivation, alchemy, artifact refining, and were the standard for measuring the value of goods. Yang Kai couldn't help marveling, never having imagined that such a thing existed in this world. Since arriving in Tongxian realm, it was as if he had stepped into a completely new world. Everything felt so strange and novel to him. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai released his divine sense slightly, and after confirming the identity of the visitor, he waved his hand and opened the door, allowing Shui Ling to walk in under the moonlight. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked. "Nothing, I just couldn't sleep so I came to talk to you." Shui Ling sat down on a chair and poured herself a cup of tea. "I saw you go out during the day. Was it to report to your family that you were safe? You noticed?" Shui Ling looked at him in surprise. Yang Kai smiled lightly. It was to report to my family. Bold Independent Union has a branch of our water spirit temple, so I went to report to them. After all, I've been missing for more than 2 years. In about half a month, someone will come to pick me up. Who are you in Water Spirit Temple? It seems your status isn't low. Haha, my father is Water Spirit Temple's temple master. Yang Kai raised his brow. So you're Water Spirit Temple's little princess. Shui Ling spat disdainfully. So what if I'm the little princess? When I was in your house, you could bully me however you wanted. You could bully me however you wanted. Yang Kai smiled. You wouldn't want to take revenge now, would you? I'm not that bored, Shui Ling disdained. Shui Ling simply disdained these words. Yang Kai bringing her back was already enough for her to be grateful, so how could she still think about revenge? But speaking of which, I have a request I hope you'll listen to. Shui Ling's expression suddenly became serious. Oh, can you join our water spirit temple? Shui Ling went straight to the point. Yang Kai looked at her strangely and frowned. Why do you want me to join? Because I've seen many miracles in you, and I believe that with your ability, you will definitely achieve great things in Tongxian realm in the future, so I hope you can join our water spirit temple. As long as you agree, I can provide you with the best cultivation environment and help you quickly improve your strength. Right, the main reason you came here is to find those friends of yours, right? With my water spirit temple's help, it will be much more convenient. Your conditions are quite generous. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a playful smile. You are worthy of such conditions, and I have the ability to fulfill them. I believe, Yang Kai nodded. Shui Ling was the little princess of Water Spirit Temple, so she did have this ability. Then do you agree or not? Shui Ling asked expectantly. Yang Kai shook his head and said seriously, thank you for thinking so highly of me, but you've lived in the central capital for so long. You should understand what kind of person I am. Of course I understand. I won't restrict you in any way. As long as you join Water Spirit Temple, everything else is up to you. Joining Water Spirit Temple is the biggest restriction, Yang Kai smiled. Sure enough. Shui Ling sighed faintly. Although she knew that there was an 80% chance that her proposal would be impossible to achieve, she still couldn't help but try to persuade him, hoping that after drinking so much wine this evening, Yang Kai would suddenly agree. Now it seemed that he was more sober than ever. Forget it, I won't force you. But if one day you are willing to come to Water Spirit Temple, you must let me know. Yang Kai didn't comment. The night passed silently, and the next day, Yun Xian came over and offered to take Yang Kai and Shui Ling to see the sights of bold independent city. Yang Kai just happened to want to experience the customs of this foreign territory, so naturally he didn't refuse. Looking at her nonchalant expression, Yang Kai suddenly had a striking understanding of this woman's forthright drinking capacity. According to the servants in the house, all of the men in Yun Xian's group had been knocked out last night, and Yun Xian had drunk a few jars of wine by herself before giving up. This kind of drinking capacity surprised Yang Kai, and he couldn't help giving her a sidelong glance. Bold independent city wasn't small, and although it wasn't as large as the central capital in terms of area, it was still a behemoth compared to the cities of that world. From time to time, some strange monster beasts would fly through the sky, each of these monster beasts carrying a cultivator on their back. In addition to using these monster beasts as mounts, there were also some artifacts specifically used to carry people in flight, each of them in a different shape, but all of them were beautifully decorated, swaggering through the streets. Yun Xian had said that those who dared to fly over bold independent city were all people of a certain status, while people like them could only obediently walk below. Chapter 620. Today, I need to rest. Differences in social class and status existed in every place. Bold independent city was indeed lively and prosperous. Yang Kai observed as he walked, noticing the cultivation levels and numbers of cultivator passing by, a slight shock in his heart. It seemed that in Tongxian realm, immortal ascension boundary cultivators were a very common group. 60% of the cultivators he encountered in bold independent city were immortal ascension boundary cultivators, and occasionally he would encounter a few transcendent realm masters. In the other world, immortal ascension boundary was already considered a high-level cultivator. In some places, even Yuan Qi boundary cultivators could dominate, but here, immortal ascension boundary cultivators were nothing. Following Yun Xian into a large hall, Yang Kai found that there were many cultivator entering and exiting this hall. Most of the people who entered had nervous and expectant expressions, while those who left were either happy or annoyed. This made Yang Kai very confused, wondering what this place was all about. Inside the hall, there were many rooms, and outside each of these rooms, there were many cultivator waiting in line. Yun Xian led Yang Kai and Shui Ling to one of the innermost rooms of the building. Inside this room, the floor was covered with a thick, soft blanket, and the surrounding walls were carved with many lifelike patterns. In the middle of the room was an incense burner lit with precious incense, giving the room a warm feeling. A fat old man sat in an armchair with an arrogant expression on his face, staring coldly at a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator in front of him, his expression somewhat impatient. When Yang Kai followed Yun Xian to the door, he happened to hear the old man faintly say to the cultivator, "Without the blue sky poison feather, this old master can't repair this artifact for you. What's more, you're not a disciple of my bold independent union, so the reward should be increased by 20%. Not only do you not have the materials, but you also don't have enough reward. So how can this old master help? Who do you think this old master is?" Saying so, the old man gently waved his hand. "Go, find the materials, collect the reward, then come find this old master. Or you can go find another artifact refiner. The reward they ask won't be as high as this old master's." "Master." The cultivator still wanted to beg, but the old man glared at him. He immediately swallowed the rest of his words. With a dejected expression, he shook his head helplessly and turned to leave. After passing through the door, Yang Kai let out a heavy sigh. Looking at the artifact in his hand and thinking about what the old man had said, he suddenly understood where he was. The old man sitting inside also noticed Yun Xian outside at this moment and couldn't help smiling as he beckoned to her. "Miss Yun, come in." Yun Xian smiled and walked in. "Grandmaster Ma." The old man smiled wholeheartedly, without the slightest trace of impatience and arrogance he had when facing the cultivator, instead becoming extremely amiable. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering what kind of charm Yun Xian had that could make this old man's attitude change so much. Even if she was a member of Bold Independent Union, she probably wouldn't act like this. Moreover, the way this old man looked at her was quite kind, like an elder looking at a junior, without the slightest obscenity. "Did you break some kind of artifact?" Grandmaster Ma smiled bitterly and shook his head, reaching out his hand. "Take it out and let me see." Yun Xian stuck out her tongue playfully, and with a wave of her hand, a flash of light appeared in her palm. Yang Kai looked closely and found that it was a spear-shaped artifact with arcs of lightning flashing across its surface. The grade of this artifact was obviously not low. However, there were some cracks on this spear at the moment, and the body of the spear was also speckled, as if it had been corroded by something. "The battle you encountered was not simple." Grandmaster Ma's face sank as he stared at Yun Xian thoughtfully, sighing, "Ha, you're just a little girl. Why do you have to work so hard?" Yun Xian giggled. "I was careless and ended up like this. This old master doesn't know what to say about you." "Then please don't scold me," Yun Xian said coquettishly, taking out some materials and crystal stones and handing them to Grandmaster Ma. "These are the materials and compensation for repairing this artifact." "There's no need for compensation." Grandmaster Ma shook his head. "I'm just an ordinary disciple of the Union. How could I break the rules of the Union? If I say there's no need, then there's no need. This old master still has the right to do so." "What's wrong? Are you looking down on me?" Grandmaster Ma pretended to be annoyed as he put on a serious face. Yun Xian stuck out her tongue and helplessly took back the crystal stones. "Come back in 3 days to collect them. This time this old master will refine them to a level where they can't be damaged," Grandmaster Ma said confidently. "Many thanks, Grandmaster Ma." Yun Xian was extremely happy. "Can this Grandmaster repair artifacts?" Yang Kai, who had been observing from the side, finally asked at this moment. The clothes Grandmaster Ma was wearing were quite tasteful, and there was a special symbol engraved on his chest. Although Yang Kai didn't know what this symbol represented, he guessed it was the symbol of an artifact refiner. It was the same as the symbol on an alchemist's chest. Grandmaster Ma heard this and glanced over at Yang Kai, laughing involuntarily. "This old master is in this line of work. Naturally, I can repair artifacts. Are you a new member of Yun Xian's team?" Yang Kai shook his head. Yun Xian also said, "Grandmaster, this is one of my friend. He's not a member of my team." Grandmaster Ma smiled. "Your friend is a bit ignorant. After entering the Union's artifact hall, he doesn't even know what this place is. He just came out of this remote place not long ago, so he's a bit ignorant." Yun Xian said while quietly glancing over at Yang Kai, explaining to him, "This is the artifact hall of our Bold Independent Union. There are many skilled artifact refiners here, and Grandmaster Ma is the most skilled of them all. No matter what kind of artifact falls into his hands, he can refine and repair it." Saying so, she suddenly realized something. "Do you have an artifact that needs to be repaired?" Yang Kai nodded and took out the bone shield. This bone shield had been damaged since it had blocked a lot of damage for Yang Kai back in the central capital, and then after the explosion in the abandoned Earth, it had been damaged even more severely. Yang Kai had been looking for an opportunity to repair it, but he hadn't expected Yun Xian to bring him to this place. It really was a case of someone delivering a pillow to him when he was feeling sleepy, saving him the trouble of looking for one himself. Grandmaster Ma reached out and took the bone shield, gently stroking it while releasing his yuan qi to feel its internal structure. Suddenly, his face went black as he shouted in annoyance. "Which bastard refined this artifact?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know. Incompetent, too incompetent." Although the materials used in this artifact aren't expensive, it shouldn't have been refined into such a low-grade artifact. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Mysterious grade low rank, in the other world, was already a grade that would make anyone jealous, but after being evaluated by Grandmaster Ma, it was completely worthless. This technique is also extremely clumsy. The artifact refiner who refined this artifact should be dragged out and killed, Grandmaster Ma said with an annoyed look. Yun Xin whispered, Grandmaster Ma has very strict requirements for artifact refining. Yang Kai nodded gently. He could also see that this Grandmaster Ma was obsessed with the art of artifact refining. Not only was he strict with himself, but he was also quite strict with other artifact refiners. Grandmaster Ma looked up at Yang Kai again and said suspiciously, Yun Xin said you came from a remote place, and it seems you were right. Only a remote corner would use this outdated method to refine artifacts. This method has thousands of years of history and has long since been phased out. Can Grandmaster Ma repair this artifact? Yang Kai asked. As long as you have the materials, I can repair it. Grandmaster Ma smiled confidently. What materials do you have? Yang Kai thought for a moment and remembered that he only had the ice flame star sand he had obtained a few days ago, quickly taking it out and asking, will this do? Spirit grade top rank ice flame star sand? Grandmaster Ma's expression suddenly became excited as he stared at the ice blue flame dancing on Yang Kai's hand. After this grain of star sand was taken out, the temperature in the room suddenly dropped, and both Yun Xian and Shui Ling couldn't help shivering. Perceiving their abnormalities, Yang Kai quickly circulated his yuan qi to wrap the ice flame star sand in order to prevent its chill from leaking out. Grandmaster Ma's eyes lit up as he secretly nodded, thinking that this little brat's yuan qi was quite pure and his control of yuan qi was quite good. Although his knowledge wasn't deep, he still had some means. The ice flame star sand can indeed be used to repair this artifact of yours. Grandmaster Ma restrained his excited expression and nodded lightly. Although spirit-grade top-rank materials were very precious, as a top artifact refiner in Artifact Hall, he had seen countless precious materials, so naturally he wouldn't lose his composure. But it's a bit overkill. This is a spirit-grade top-rank material while this artifact of yours is only mysterious-grade low-rank. You should be able to see the difference between the two, but using this ice flame star sand on this bone shield. Grandmaster Ma's mouth twitched slightly. What a waste. As long as it can repair the bone shield, Yang Kai insisted. Do you really want to do this? Yang Kai nodded. Grandmaster Ma frowned, but no longer tried to persuade him. In any case, the artifact and materials belonged to Yang Kai, so he could use them however he wanted. Letting out a sigh of relief, Grandmaster Ma said, Good, since you say so, this old master will do it. But if you want to repair this artifact, the ice flame star sand alone won't be enough. You also need another material. What kind of material? Yang Kai asked. Profound mist iron or sky cicada jade, either of these materials will do. If you find the former, I can help you refine this bone shield into a mysterious grade mid-rank artifact. If you find the latter, I can refine it into a mysterious grade top rank or even a spirit grade artifact. It all depends on your own ability, Grandmaster Ma said proudly. Profound mist iron, sky cicada jade? Yang Kai was stunned. One is a mysterious grade material while the other is a spirit grade material, Shui Ling explained softly. Where can I find these two materials? You'll have to find a way yourself, Grandmaster Ma snorted lightly. It seemed that Yang Kai's wasteful use of heaven's treasures had made him a little unhappy, however. As long as you have enough crystal stones, you can buy anything in Bold Independent City. Profound mist iron and sky cicada jade aren't rare treasures, so you should be able to find them in stock. If that's the case, then how many crystal stones would these two materials cost? Yang Kai asked Shui Ling. Shui Ling smiled lightly. With your current wealth, you probably can't afford them. Chapter 621. Yang Kai scratched his head awkwardly. He had thought that 150 crystal stones was already a decent amount of wealth, but when it came time to use it, he found that it was still far too little. Don't look at me like that. I don't have any crystal stones on me, Shui Ling helplessly said. She had lived in the central capital for more than 2 years and had long since consumed all the crystal stones she had brought with her. Yun Xian, who had been listening from the side, grit her teeth and said, "I have a piece of sky cicada jade here." Yang Kai stared at her blankly. "In any case, I don't have much use for it, so I'll just give it to you." Saying so, Yun Xian reached into the universe bag at her waist and took out a piece of pure white jade the size of a fist. Yang Kai frowned, hesitated for a moment, then reached out and took it. "I'll just lend it to you." "No need," Yun Xian smiled lightly. Grandmaster Ma looked at Yang Kai and then at Yun Xian, not quite understanding why Yun Xian seemed to treat this young man so well, even generously giving away such a precious material like the sky cicada jade. Was there any value in investing in a young man who came from a remote corner? Grandmaster Ma pondered. Handing over the sky cicada jade and the ice flame star sand to Grandmaster Ma took them and lightly coughed. "You're not a disciple of my bold independent union, so it stands to reason that the cost of refining and repairing an artifact is increased by 20%. Saying so, he glanced over at Yun Xian and smiled, but out of respect for Yun Xian, "This old master will accept 100 crystal stones from you. You should have enough crystal stones, right?" This young man was obviously very poor, so Grandmaster Ma didn't dare ask for too much, lest Yun Xian lose face. Yang Kai nodded, took out 100 crystal stones, and handed them over. Grandmaster Ma showed a satisfied expression and said, "Come back in 10 days and I'll give you a brand new artifact. I promise you it won't disappoint you." "Then we'll take our leave first." Yun Xian nodded lightly before leading Yang Kai and Shui Ling back the way they had come. After leaving the artifact hall, Yang Kai asked, "That piece of sky cicada jade, how many crystal stones is it worth?" Yun Xian smiled but didn't say anything while Shui Ling quietly gestured to him. Yang Kai's face darkened. Yang Kai didn't have many valuable things on him that he could give to Yun Xian as compensation. He wasn't prepared to reveal the myriad drug liquid and had even handed over the ice flame star sand to Grandmaster Ma. Originally, he had wanted to share some with Shui Ling, but now he could only give up. In any case, Shui Ling was the little princess of Water Spirit Temple, so she probably wouldn't care about these gains and losses. "I will pay you back," Yang Kai reiterated. He didn't like owing people favors, especially those he wasn't familiar with. Yun Xian showing such goodwill was obviously because of Shui Ling. Yang Kai was well aware of his own shortcomings. Yun Xian wouldn't give him such a precious material just to establish a friendship with him. "I already said there's no need, Yun Xian grinned and shook her head. "Good. If there's nothing else, let's go back." "I still want to buy something," Yang Kai said. "Oh? What do you want to buy?" "I'll show you the way." Yun Xian looked at him with interest. "Buy some medicinal herbs." "Why do you want to buy medicinal herbs?" Yun Xian asked, her beautiful eyes suddenly lighting up. "Are you an alchemist?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I'm just interested in alchemy and want to study it." "Really?" Shui Ling was also dumbfounded. The time she had spent with Yang Kai wasn't short, but she had never seen him perform alchemy. She knew that Yang Kai and Xianing Chong had a very close relationship. Xianing Chong had profound attainments in alchemy, but for someone who had never been exposed to alchemy before to say such words at this moment, Shui Ling couldn't quite understand. "I'm just playing around," Yang Kai smiled. In any case, there was nothing to do right now, and Grandmaster Ma had also said that he wouldn't be able to pick up the bone shield until 10 days later, so Yang Kai naturally wanted to use this time to do some serious business. Alchemy was something he had always wanted to do, but had never had the time to do. Before reaching the immortal ascension boundary, one couldn't perform alchemy. This was the teachings of Medicine King's Valley's hidden cloud peaks, Xiao Fu Sheng. Yang Kai had broken through to the immortal ascension boundary long ago and met this condition. In the past, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about the pills he used to cultivate. With his little senior sister here, he could refine any kind of pill he wanted. But now, he had come to Tongxian realm alone, and Treasurer Ming and the others were nowhere to be found. So Yang Kai had to make plans for his future. Having a skill was always better than having no skill at all. "I don't understand you," Shui Ling shook her head. "Then come with me. I'll take you to buy the herbs you need." "What kind of herbs do you want?" "The lower the grade, the better," Yang Kai said seriously. Yun Xian was stunned. "The lower the better? Have you never performed alchemy before?" Only some apprentices who had just entered the alchemic Tao would choose to practice with low-grade herbs. "He's never done alchemy before." Shui Ling smiled. So you're really just playing around? Yunxian laughed and didn't try to stop him, leading Yang Kai and Shui Ling towards a certain direction in the city. The further they walked, the more remote the city became. The grade of the things they saw along the way also became lower and lower. Even the level of the cultivator entering and exiting this place wasn't as high-end as it had been before. Yang Kai knew that this place should be the lowest level cultivator and material trading area in Bold Independent City. A short time later, the group of 3 arrived at a medicine shop filled with a variety of low-grade materials. Many alchemist and artifact refiner apprentices were here looking for materials to practice their craft. The grade of materials was low and the price was cheap, but because the quantity was so high, business here was booming. Under Yunxian's guidance, Yang Kai spent 50 crystal stones to purchase a large number of low-grade herbs before leaving with satisfaction. After returning to Yunxian's team house, Yang Kai closed the door to his room, arranged a barrier around it, and began his alchemy journey in high spirits. The essence and mysteries of alchemy were something he was well versed in. Over the years, the information he had gleaned from the true alchemic way had allowed him to grasp more alchemy knowledge than even Xiaoning Chong. The structure of various spirit arrays, the selection of herbs, the control of flames, the experience of various alchemy grandmasters, and so on were all things that no one could compare to. What Yang Kai lacked was practical experience. Moreover, the attributes of his Yuan Qi and divine sense were also quite suitable for alchemy. The burning hot true Yang Yuan Qi made it easier for the medicinal efficacies of herbs to be condensed. It could be said that in terms of alchemy, Yang Kai possessed a unique set of conditions that many people couldn't compare to. Although he couldn't compare to Xiaoning Chang's sacred spirit medicine body compared to other alchemists, his conditions were much better. Pouring out all the low-grade materials he had purchased from the Black Book space, Yang Kai took out the small incense burner. This incense burner was a treasure that had appeared on the 3rd page of the Black Book when it was unsealed, but since peeking into the mysteries of the true alchemic way, Yang Kai knew that it wasn't just an ordinary incense burner. It was also a pill furnace that could be used for alchemy. This incense burner and the true alchemic way should have existed side by side, complementing each other, but for some reason, the true alchemic way had been hidden in the Pill Saint's portrait in Medicine King's Valley. If it weren't for an accident, Yang Kai might have missed the mysteries of the true alchemic way. The original owner of the Black Book seemed to have intended to prevent Yang Kai from embarking on the alchemic way and had no intention of passing down the true alchemic way. However, it turned out that his plan had failed. Reaching out and stroking the small incense burner, Yang Kai poured his Yuan Qi into it and let the Yuan Qi flow through the incense burner according to a certain route. Soon, the incense burner flashed with a bright light, and with the appearance of this light, the small incense burner suddenly expanded to the size of a water tank. Yang Kai withdrew his hand and nodded with satisfaction. The size of a pill furnace, to some extent, directly reflected the skill of an alchemist. The larger the pill furnace required, the lower the level of the alchemist. This was because when performing alchemy, an alchemist needed to use Yuan Qi to inscribe different spirit arrays inside the pill furnace, allowing the spirit arrays to play a role and fuse the medicinal efficacies, allowing the medicinal herbs to clash inside the pill furnace and finally condense the pill. A skilled alchemist, no matter how small the pill furnace, would be able to accurately inscribe the spirit arrays without any deviation, allowing them to control the temperature of the flames. A pill furnace the size of a water tank was suitable for Yang Kai to practice with. With such a large pill furnace, the margin for error was slightly higher, so it didn't matter if he poured more Yuan Qi into it. Recalling the configuration of a pill, Yang Kai found the corresponding medicinal herbs from the pile of low-level materials, placed them aside, and then constantly formed seals with his hands, pouring Yuan Qi into the pill furnace. Soon, a simple spirit array took shape inside the pill furnace. Because he wanted to practice, Yang Kai chose a spirit array that increased the success rate of alchemy. This spirit array was a basic spirit array, so it wasn't too complicated. Yang Kai had the ability to control the formation and stability of this spirit array. After inspecting the spirit array inside the pill furnace, Yang Kai was extremely satisfied. Placing the selected low-level materials into the pill furnace in an orderly manner, Yang Kai poured Yuan Qi into it. using the hot true yang yuan qi to condense the medicinal efficacies. During this process, the precious insights and experiences of the alchemy grandmasters in the true alchemic way slowly emerged in Yang Kai's mind, allowing him to compare them with the situation in front of him. These alchemy grandmasters also knew nothing about the Tao of alchemy, and they knew nothing about the mysteries of alchemy. But through their own efforts and talent, step by step, they had reached a height that was respected by others. Yang Kai was very careful with his control, because the amount of yuan qi he poured was directly related to the condensation of the medicinal efficacies. If he poured too much, it may burn the herbs. If he poured too little, the medicinal efficacies would not be fully developed, and the pill would not be able to form. Alchemy was an extremely delicate work, and it had very strict requirements for the control of one's own yuan qi. Under the influence of Yang Kai's yuan qi, the herbs melted and fused together, producing a delightful change. However, just as Yang Kai thought that he was about to succeed this time, a black smoke suddenly emerged from the pill furnace, and a burnt smell quickly filled the room. Yang Kai stopped pouring yuan qi and frowned. He knew that this time's alchemy was a complete failure. There seemed to be some problems with the amount of yuan qi he poured in. He had used a little too much strength, resulting in all the herbs being burned. Taking out the burned waste from the pill furnace, Yang Kai was not in a hurry to continue. Instead, he calmed down and recalled what he had felt just now, verifying it with the correct method. Chapter 622. After a long time, Yang Kai began his second attempt. Because of his previous failure, the spirit array inside the pill furnace had been completely burned away, so this time he had to start all over again. Meticulously, Yang Kai used his yuan qi to carve the required spirit array inside the pill furnace. But this attempt was even worse than the previous one. Because of this oversight, there was a slight deviation in the true essence when inscribing the spirit array. The moment the lines were formed, the spirit array suddenly exploded. Inside the pill furnace, chaotic energy fluctuations quickly burst out, like a wild horse that was difficult to tame. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. Only now did he understand that understanding alchemy was one thing, but actually refining it was another. Looking at it this way, his little senior sister's talent was truly enviable. With the sacred spirit medicine body, she could refine pills as she pleased, and any herbs that reached her hands would obediently fuse to the degree she wanted. After failing 3 times in a row, the spirit array finally stabilized inside the pill furnace. This was because during the process of carving the spirit array, one needed to be completely focused and could not relax in the slightest. Moreover, the entire spirit array had to be completed in one go, so if there were any mistakes or discrepancies during the process, the spirit array would collapse. This kind of thing consumed a lot of energy and yuan qi. Only when everything was completed accurately could the spirit array take shape and play its role. It was easy to say, but when it came to actually doing it, one would find that there were many difficulties, making one feel like they were going crazy. Fortunately, Yang Kai's temperament could be considered firm, so he would not be discouraged by 1 or 2 failures. Every time he failed, it would only increase his experience of success. After the spirit array stabilized, Yang Kai once again placed the herbs into the pill furnace in an orderly manner. The yuan qi in his hand quickly melted the herbs into a liquid and fused them together. Various medicinal efficacies appeared, condensing into a clump, conflicting with each other, resulting in subtle changes. This time, he was more careful with his control, but he still failed. When he wanted to get rid of the impurities in the herbs and purify the liquid, an explosion suddenly came from the pill furnace, and a burnt smell filled the air once again. Sitting in the room, Yang Kai quietly pondered, slowly recovering his spirit. After adjusting his breathing, when his essence, energy, and spirit were restored to their peak, he began to work again. Failure, failure, failure after failure would make anyone feel a deep sense of powerlessness, but Yang Kai's expression was calm and unruffled. He poured out the discarded materials from the pill furnace again and again, repeating the various actions before his failure. Because he knew that every time he failed, he would make some progress. Practice makes perfect. This was not just empty talk. Wanting to refine a good medicinal pill was not something that could be done overnight. He had only just begun. More and more discarded materials were piled up in the room, and the smell of burnt flesh filled the air. Yang Kai's spirit never relaxed. Time slowly passed. No one knew how much time had passed. 80% of the low-grade materials that he had spent 50 crystal stones on had already been consumed, but Yang Kai still hadn't been able to refine a single pill. However, it was as if he had become the demon race. His expression was still so meticulous and focused. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai didn't know how many times he had tried. However, this time was different from the past. He had a feeling of confidence. He had a premonition that he would definitely succeed this time. The carving of the spirit array was already very familiar. Yang Kai only needed 10 breaths of time to firmly carve the spirit array into the pill furnace. Stalk after stalk of low-grade herbs were thrown into the pill furnace. Under the effect of Yang Kai's yuan qi, they melted and converged into a medicinal liquid. The yuan qi shuttled back and forth in the medicinal liquid, burning the impurities in the medicinal liquid and driving out unnecessary components. There was not the slightest mistake in the entire process. Yang Kai was like a skilled veteran, gradually forming the medicinal pill. Soon, a faint fragrance filled the air from the pill furnace. Yang Kai's spirit was shaken. He didn't dare to be careless. He controlled the intensity of the yuan qi's output and controlled the temperature of the pill. After a long time, when the medicinal liquid had been condensed to its limit, Yang Kai suddenly withdrew all of his yuan qi. The spirit array in the pill furnace also fiercely contracted at this moment. Like a large net, it tied up all of the medicinal liquid and condensed it into a round, rolling pill. Asterisk ding dong. Asterisk a crisp sound came from within the pill furnace. Yang Kai was sweating profusely, but he couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. He quickly took the pill out of the pill furnace. An attractive fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. This small pill contained almost all of Yang Kai's painstaking efforts. It was only the size of a thumbnail, but it contained almost all of the medicinal efficacies of the herbs he had used. After carefully examining the pill, Kai Yang discovered that the first pill he had ever refined in his life was actually only a common grade pill. The materials he used were all earth-grade materials because in Tongxian realm, common-grade herbs were basically unplucked. They were like wildflowers on the roadside, completely worthless. Earth-grade materials were somewhat useful, using earth-grade materials to refine a common-grade pill. This result was not up to standard, but Yang Kai was satisfied because this was the first pill he had ever refined himself. Holding this pill, Yang Kai fell into deep thought, recalling the feeling he had during the refining process. He thought to himself that if he could condense the medicinal efficacies a bit more, drive out the impurities a bit more, and control the heat better, the quality of the pill would definitely rise again. Moreover, after this success, he also deeply realized the breadth and profoundness of alchemy and gained a certain understanding of the various mysteries of alchemy. If one wanted to become a qualified alchemist, mastering a huge amount of knowledge was far from enough. One must go through thousands of trials and experience. His first success allowed him to accumulate a lot of precious experience. After resting for a while, Yang Kai continued to work hard. Time flew by and 10 days passed. The herbs Yang Kai had spent 50 crystal stones to buy had been completely consumed, leaving not even a drop behind. Just as he was about to leave his retreat, the sound of light footsteps came from outside. Through the sound of these footsteps, Yang Kai understood the identity of the person who had come. Smiling slightly, Yang Kai waved his hand and dispersed the barrier around his room before opening the door. Shui Ling stood outside, her expression slightly complicated. After smelling the smell coming from the room, she couldn't help waving her hand to the tip of her nose, frowning slightly as she asked, "What's that smell?" Yang Kai scratched his face awkwardly. Not far away, Yun Xian, the big bearded man, and the others also came over. Seemingly knowing that Yang Kai had been performing alchemy these days, the big bearded man stepped forward and winked at Yang Kai. "Brother, how are the results? Did you refine any good pills? Would you like to share them with us?" "Ji Hong." Yun Xian glared at him. Yang Kai was someone who had never performed alchemy before and had only bought some herbs on a whim to try out. With no one to teach him, it would be strange if he could refine pills. If pills were so easy to refine, the status of an alchemist wouldn't be so noble. From the burnt smell wafting out of the room and the piles of discarded materials, Yuan Xian understood what kind of setbacks Yang Kai had encountered these past 10 days. Heh, tell me. The big bearded man grinned meaningfully, clearly not harboring any malicious intentions. Yuan Xian glanced at Yang Kai apologetically and hesitated for a moment before saying, "If you really want to practice alchemy, I can introduce you to the Union's Pill Union as an apprentice. Finding a master to teach you there will be much better than fumbling around on your own." "No need. I'm really just playing around." Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. Yuan Xian gently nodded and didn't say anything more, only thinking that this young man was quite interesting. He was obviously interested in alchemy, but didn't want to be taught, preferring to lock himself up in his room and fumble around on his own. Secretly sighing, Yuan Xian knew that if this continued, he would never be able to refine any alchemy pills in his lifetime. But in the end, this was someone else's business, so as an outsider she couldn't interfere. "Yang Kai, someone from the sect has come to pick me up," Shui Ling said. "Oh, congratulations." Yang Kai smiled. "I was waiting for you to come out so I could say goodbye," Shui Ling said. The people from Water Spirit Temple had arrived in Bold Independent City 2 days ago, but Yang Kai had been in retreat in his room all this time, so Shui Ling couldn't just leave. After all, it was Yang Kai who had brought her back. Although they were about to part ways, Shui Ling didn't feel much sadness, instead feeling quite happy as she chatted and laughed with Yang Kai and the others as they walked out. Outside Yuan Xian's team's mansion, there was a luxuriously decorated limousine waiting for them. Pulling the limousine were several strange beasts, and under the feet of these strange beasts, there was a faint surge of wind. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little surprised when he saw this. "Young lady." Outside the carriage, a transcendent realm master was waiting, and when he saw Shui Ling come out, he quickly called out, his expression cold. Shui Ling nodded gently before turning to Yang Kai and saying, "Regardless, I still want to thank you. Take this blue jade pendant. If you need it one day, you can come to Water Spirit Temple to find me. In addition, I will help pay attention to the whereabouts of your friends. If there is any news, I will find a way to inform you." "Many thanks." Yang Kai reached out and took the blue jade pendant, sincerely thanking the old man. The Transcendent Realm Master stared at Yang Kai with some surprise, seemingly unable to understand why such a young man would be so important to his young lady, even giving him a blue jade pendant. Yuan Xian's beautiful eyes also flashed as she stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. Although Shui Ling had lived in their house for more than 10 days and had gotten along quite well with them, Yuan Xian still hadn't figured out what the relationship between Yang Kai and Shui Ling was. "That's all. I'll be going now." Shui Ling smiled, turned around, and stepped onto the carriage. The Transcendent Realm Master's expression remained cold, not even sparing Yang Kai's group a single glance as he walked over to the coachman's position and pushed his true chi fiercely. The several strange beasts on the chariot flashed brightly as it shot up into the air and flew off like a bolt of lightning. Worthy of Water Spirit Temple's little princess, her carriage is truly awe-inspiring. The bearded man and the others couldn't help feeling envious. At a glance, it was obvious that this carriage was an artifact specifically designed to carry people. Its grade was not low and was not easy to refine. Only a great force like Water Spirit Temple could possess one. Chapter 623. Watching Shui Ling leave, Yuan Xian smiled and said, "Good. I'll take you to the artifact hall to retrieve the bone shield. Grandmaster Ma should have already repaired and refined it." Yang Kai's spirits shook as he couldn't help secretly looking forward to it. Of all the artifacts he possessed, besides the soul-type sword in his knowledge sea, the only other one he had was the bone shield. Moreover, in Tongxin realm, masters were everywhere and dangers were everywhere. Yang Kai felt that the bone shield would play a greater role, so he didn't hesitate to use the Ice Flame Star Sand and didn't refuse the Void Cicada Jade provided by Yuan Xian, allowing Grandmaster Ma to repair it. With the bone shield, his life would have an additional layer of protection. Now that 10 days had passed, it was naturally time to retrieve the bone shield. When the bearded man and the others heard this, they all expressed their desire to follow and see what grade of artifact Yang Kai was using. Yuan Xian was helpless and could only let them follow behind. Returning to the artifact hall from last time, Yun Xian led Yang Kai inside and into the innermost room where Grandmaster Ma was waiting. Seeing Yang Kai, he didn't say anything and simply handed over the bone shield. The brilliance of the bone shield was quite restrained, and there was nothing special about it. But when Yang Kai held it in his hand, he felt that this bone shield was somewhat different from before. The pockmarks on its surface had been completely repaired, and the few broken bone spurs at the edges had also been reconnected. On top of that, the bone shield was cold to the touch, clearly having the characteristics of the ice flame star sand. The bone shield's grade was much higher than before. Yang Kai smiled happily. Mysterious grade top rank. It's a pity I wasn't able to refine it into a spirit grade artifact, but it's enough. With it, any cultivator below the transcendent realm won't be able to break through your defenses. Even facing a transcendent realm master, you'll have the strength to resist, Grandmaster Ma said lightly. Many thanks, Grandmaster. Yang Kai nodded heavily. No need, it's just business. This is what this old master does. This time I'm giving face to Yun Xian. Next time you ask this old master to repair an artifact, this old master won't be so kind to you. Yang Kai gently nodded and Yun Xian smiled. Then we'll take our leave. Master Ma nodded and suddenly said, Miss Yun, be careful. You don't have to risk your life. I know. Thank you for your concern, Master. Leaving the artifact hall, the bearded man and the others immediately clamored to see Yang Kai's artifact. Yang Kai didn't refuse and took out the bone shield for them to examine, causing the bearded man and the others to wear envious expressions. Because although the artifacts used by these people were mysterious grade, most of them were mysterious grade low rank, and there was still a gap between them and the mysterious grade high rank bone shield. Moreover, the bone shield was obviously a defensive artifact. With this thing, it was tantamount to ensuring one's safety. For the bearded man and the others, this was a treasure that they yearned for even in their dreams. Yang Kai, we can't accompany you anymore. Yun Xian looked at him a little apologetically. The Union has issued a mission for us to leave here immediately. If you don't mind, you can continue to live in our mansion for a while, but we don't know when we'll be able to return. Yang Kai frowned and hesitated for a moment before saying, I'll go with you. Go with us? Yun Xian's expression became strange, suddenly pursing her lips into a smile. Do you want to join our bold independent union? Yang Kai shook his head. I owe you a piece of sky cicada jade. I'll go with you and see if I can find any opportunities. Don't worry, I won't split the reward for your mission. Yun Xian's brow furrowed slightly, seemingly a little uneasy. After all, she wasn't familiar with Yang Kai. The only reason she had treated him well these past few days was because of Shui Ling's face. Now that Shui Ling was gone, there was no need for her to deal with Yang Kai anymore. That piece of sky cicada jade was the price she had to pay to establish a relationship with Water Spirit Temple, a price she could afford. Now that Yang Kai suddenly said he wanted to go with them, Yun Xian found it somewhat difficult to decide. An Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Cultivator, this wasn't bad. However, he was still too young and his true combat strength was unknown. If she were to panic at a critical moment, it was very likely he would bring trouble to her team and cause unnecessary losses. Yun Xian, as the team leader, had to consider many things. If you take me with you, there may be some pleasant surprises. Yang Kai looked at her indifferently. I'll follow your orders. Pleasant surprises? Yun Xian smiled, hesitating for a moment before nodding seriously. Good. Since you want to return this favor so badly, I won't refuse. But remember, when you go out, you must obey my orders. If because of you my team members' lives are in danger, I'll make you pay the price. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and nodded in agreement. He really didn't want to owe anyone anything. As long as he could find an opportunity to return the value of the sky cicada jade to Yun Xian, he could part ways with her and go find Su Yin and the others. Then let's go. Yun Xian waved her hand. There was no need to prepare anything. The members of Yun Xian's team were all seasoned veterans, so they had already prepared everything beforehand. Following Yun Xian out of Bold Independent City, the bearded man and Yang Kai put their arms around each other's shoulders and asked, Brother, what's the pleasant surprise? Why would there be a pleasant surprise if we took you with us? Yang Kai already had a deep understanding of this man's shamelessness and didn't say anything. Silence was golden. Along the way, Yang Kai used his powerful divine sense to scan his surroundings, trying to see if he could find anything of value. Unfortunately, nothing came of it. From the chatter of Yun Xian's team, Yang Kai gradually figured out what their mission was this time. About 7 or 8 days away from Bold Independent City, in the Thousand Leaves Forest, a group of unknown monster beasts had suddenly appeared. Many of the Cultivator and Bold Independent Union's disciples who had passed by had been killed. The Thousand Leaves Forest was of great value to Bold Independent Union, not only because there were many rare herbs growing in this forest, but also because there was a Sun Tin Lode located in the middle of the forest. Sun Tin Lode wasn't a high-grade ore, but if an artifact refiner refined it, it could be used for many purposes. This was also why the Thousand Leaves Forest was so valuable to Bold Independent Union. According to the people who managed to escape, the monster beast's grade wasn't very high, basically only 6th order, but there were quite a few of them. A group of people had already gone to inquire about the situation. Yun Xian's team of cultivators was going to join up with the previous group and eliminate the monster beast. The monster beast's monster core and body parts, as well as its blood, were all materials for alchemy and artifact refining, so Bold Independent Union had no reason to let go of such a big piece of meat that had been delivered to them. Galloping along the way, with only a few breaks along the way, after 7 or 8 days, a vast forest appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. On the outskirts of the forest, a young man was waiting. Seeing Yun Xian's team arrive, he couldn't help smiling and quickly stepped forward. "Yun Xian, you've come?" This young man's smile was sincere, and there was a hint of adoration on his face, as if he cared a lot about Yun Xian. When he spoke, his eyes were also fixed on Yun Xian, his expression filled with excitement. Yun Xian looked at him in surprise. "Zhou Luo, why are you here? Shouldn't you be performing another mission?" The young man named Zhou Luo smiled and replied without hiding anything, "I heard you were coming here, so I took the initiative to come help." Yun Xian couldn't help frowning, her expression suddenly becoming cold as she asked, "What's the situation here now?" "Xi and Yu's team has already been here for more than 10 days. We've already scouted out everything. There aren't any monster beasts that are too powerful. We're just waiting for you guys, then we can begin," Zhou Luo replied gently. "Then lead the way," Yun Xian nodded lightly. Zhou Luo smiled amiably and courteously led the way at the front. "Damn it, we've run into that little brat again." The bearded man suddenly muttered to Yang Kai with some dissatisfaction, his eyes blazing as he stared at the back of this young man named Zhou Luo, grinding his teeth for a moment. "Do you have a grudge?" Yang Kai smiled. "No grudge, I just don't like him," Jihong snorted. "That little brat's mouth is filled with honey, but his heart is filled with swords. All day long, all he thinks about is women. Many of the women in the Union have been harmed by him, and half a year ago he even set his sights on our captain, but unfortunately she never gave him a chance. Don't be fooled by his dignified appearance. In fact, he's full of evil tricks. He's constantly trying to find ways to carry out missions with our captain, so I can't even count how many times we've run into him." Yang Kai responded faintly, not expressing any intention to comment. For him, the grievances of these Bold Independent Union members had nothing to do with him, so naturally he didn't want to provoke any trouble. Jihong's voice seemed to be a little too loud, causing Zhou Luo to suddenly turn around and grin towards Jihong. The bearded man couldn't help curling his lips in disdain. After following Zhou Luo into the forest for about half a day or so, Yang Kai suddenly felt the auras of many people waiting in front of them. Roughly counting, there were at least a dozen or so people. Bold Independent Union carried out missions in small teams, each consisting of about 5 to 8 people. For example, Yun Xian's team had 8 people. Zhou Luo had brought a team of people to help. Xi and Yu, whom he had mentioned before, had come here to collect information ahead of time and was also the leader of this team. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that there was actually a transcendent realm master in front of them. Presumably, Bold Independent Union was afraid that some kind of accident would occur here, so they had sent a transcendent realm master to assume command. With such a master around, everyone would feel a sense of security. Arriving in front of this group of people, Zhou Luo waved his hand and shouted, "Yun Xian, they've arrived." The transcendent realm master in front of them nodded faintly, a man who didn't look too old. Beside him was a petite woman with an impressive figure. This woman had a full figure and graceful curves. As soon as the bearded man and the others arrived, they couldn't help looking her up and down, their eyes flashing a red light, as if they were greatly attracted to her. The woman coldly snorted, her expression becoming somewhat unfriendly as she stared at Yun Xian with eyes filled with hostility. Chapter 624. Yun Xian stepped forward and bowed to the Transcendent Realm Master. Uncle Sun, I've made you wait a long time. Sunning smiled and shook his head. I've only been here for a short time. Has Sister Yun been well? Everything has been well. Many thanks for Uncle Sun's concern. Sunning nodded lightly and whispered, if you have time, you should visit your father more often. Uncle Sun. Yun Xian frowned, not wanting him to continue. Good. I won't say anything else, Sunning said helplessly. Yang Kai observed from the sidelines and quickly realized something was wrong, but he remained silent and simply watched from the sidelines. Yun Xian then turned to the petite woman and nodded, little sister Ruan, I trust you've been well since we last met. Ruan Xinyu coldly snorted and unhappily said, if you had come here earlier, I would have been better off. I've been waiting for you here for several days now. If it weren't for the Union insisting on you obtaining some merits, my team would have already solved the problem here. Yun Xian smiled lightly. Little sister Ruan surely knows how to joke. Since the Union made such arrangements, it must be because we weren't there. Ruan Xinyu's pretty face went cold and was about to retort when Sunning clapped his hands and said, enough. You two little girls, as soon as you see each other you start quarreling. Both of you are disciples of the Union. What kind of deep hatred is there between you that can't be resolved? Facing Sun Ying's attempt to mediate, Ruan Xinyu still maintained an extremely cold expression while Yun Xian also put on a fake smile, causing this Transcendent Realm Master to feel a headache coming on. Suddenly, Sunning stared at Yang Kai suspiciously and asked, Sister Yun, how come there's an extra person in your team? Is he a disciple of the Union? As he spoke, Sunning swept Yang Kai with his divine sense. After perceiving his cultivation, Sunning nodded lightly, thinking that Yang Kai's strength wasn't too bad. However, Yang Kai didn't wear the insignia of a bold independent Union disciple, which made him somewhat puzzled. He's not a disciple of the Union, Yun Xian shook her head. Hearing this, even Ruan Xinyu and Zhou Luo were stunned. When the disciples of bold independent Union were on a mission, they would never bring in irrelevant people, so Yun Xian's actions obviously made them somewhat puzzled. He wants to join our bold independent Union. I brought him here this time mainly to see how he performs, Yun Xian explained with a smile, secretly winking towards Yang Kai. Kai Yang tacitly understood, but remained silent. I see. Sunning was relieved. That's a good thing. Then this time, let this old master see what his potential is like. But if he passes the test, which team should he be assigned to? Yun Xian, your team is already full. If you don't mind, why don't you join my team? Zhou Luo invited. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, not knowing how to answer, but Yun Xian quickly said, it's not certain yet. Maybe he doesn't meet the requirements of the Union. Let's wait until this task is completed. All right. Zhou Luo smiled and nodded. Brother, work hard. I believe Yun Xian's vision won't be too bad. Don't embarrass her this time. Ruan Xinyu also swept her eyes over Yang Kai and smiled contemptuously. Idiot. Yang Kai hadn't said a word so far, causing her to mistakenly think that this boy was a bit stupid. Coupled with the grievances between her and Yun Xian, she naturally found Yang Kai unpleasant to the eye. Xinyu, you came here early. The situation here is also being investigated by your team, so why don't you tell everyone about it? Although Sunning had already used his divine sense to investigate the situation, he didn't want to waste his breath and simply asked Ruan Xinyu to explain. When it came to business, Ruan Xinyu's expression became cold and she said, the situation here is basically the same as the information we received before. The monster beasts that suddenly appeared here are all metal-devouring beasts. They mainly eat ores, and our bold independent Union's Sun Tin Mine is the source of their attraction. There are quite a few of them, at least 40 to 50 of them. Most of them are 6th order. There are also some 5th order ones, but there are no traces of 7th order ones. Metal-devouring beasts? Yun Xian heard this and her beautiful eyes lit up. They are metal-devouring beasts. You should have heard of this monster beast and know what its value is. Zhou Luo suddenly became excited. Of course we know. If we can capture all 40 to 50 metal-devouring beasts, we won't have to worry about finding an artifact refiner. As long as we can capture these monster beasts, we can refine the Sun Tin Mine as we please, which will be a great contribution to the Union. Sunning smiled lightly. The strength of your 3 teams isn't weak, so you should have no problem dealing with the 6th Order monster beast as long as you don't get besieged by them. Our goal is to capture these monster beasts alive, not to kill them. You must keep this in mind. The death of any one of them is a loss to us, understood? Everyone nodded in unison, looking very motivated, as if these metal-devouring beasts were of great value to them. Yang Kai wore a puzzled expression. Yun Xian, Zhou Luo, Xianyu, each of you take half of your team and follow this old master to arrange a barrier to prevent these metal-devouring beasts from escaping. It's almost dark now, so everyone else rest where you are. Once we finish arranging the barrier, we'll move out tomorrow, Sunning commanded. A moment later, half of Bold Independent Union's members followed Sunning out to set up a barrier nearby. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and began to restore his strength. The bearded man walked over with a sullen look on his face and sat down across from Yang Kai, looking somewhat bored. Yun Xian not bringing him along made him very unhappy. Brother Ji, what kind of monster beast is this metal-devouring beast? Why are you all so excited when you hear its name? Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before asking the question in his heart. On the way here, Yang Kai had thought that this group of people was here to kill a monster beast and obtain its monster core and other materials, but after arriving here, the mission suddenly changed to capturing it. This made him realize that a live metal-devouring beast was much more valuable than a dead one. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Ji Hong's jaw dropped as he stared at him in amazement. You've never heard of a metal-devouring beast? Yang Kai shook his head. What kind of place did you come from? Ji Hong was speechless as he stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of country bumpkin. Haha, Yang Kai also felt a little embarrassed. I really have to hand it to you. Ji Hong shook his head and patiently explained, metal-devouring beast. Just hearing its name should make you think of something. This monster beast doesn't eat flesh, only minerals. Its physique is very special. After eating minerals, it will refine them inside its body and then excrete the refined minerals. Isn't that just excrement? Yang Kai's face went black. You could say that, but their excrement is very useful to us. The minerals refined from their bodies are much purer than those refined by many artifact refiners. Now you should understand why we want to capture them alive instead of killing them, right? Understood. Yang Kai nodded. You want to bring them back to the Alliance and use them to refine minerals and materials. Yes, with this batch of metal-devouring beasts, the Alliance can save a lot of manpower and the artifact refiners can find time to work on other things. Saying so, Ji Hong's face lit up with excitement. 40 to 50 metal-devouring beasts is a lot. The more our team catches, the better the rewards we'll get. Perhaps this time we'll be able to make a comeback and become a captain, standing on equal footing with Yun Xian, heh. Ji Hong's face glowed with excitement and enthusiasm. Yun Xian, what's the situation? Yang Kai suddenly asked. These days, he had observed a lot of things and faintly felt that Yun Xian's identity was somewhat different, but she had always insisted that she was an ordinary disciple of Bold Independent Union, making Yang Kai somewhat confused. Ji Hong's expression suddenly became solemn, hesitating for a moment before saying, It's not convenient for me to speak about Captain. If you want to know, you can ask her yourself, but I don't think she'll tell you. Yang Kai gently nodded and didn't say anything more. In the middle of the night, Sun Ying and the others returned and the barrier had been completely set up. All they needed to do was wait for dawn to arrive. In the latter half of the night, everyone sat down to rest, adjusting their state and looking forward to tomorrow's performance. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air and lingered at the tip of his nose. Yang Kai opened his eyes and saw that the sky was about to brighten, the darkest hour before dawn. Yun Xian stood in front of him, elegantly dressed. What's the matter? Yang Kai tilted his head. We're about to move out, so be careful. Follow behind me and listen to my orders. Make sure you don't make any mistakes. If you die, I won't be able to explain myself to Sister Shui. I know. Good. When I said earlier that you wanted to join Bold Independent Union, that was just a casual remark. Whether you want to join or not is up to you. Yun Xian brushed her hair back behind her ear, revealing her delicate earlobes, as mature as a peach. Looking up at the white light of dawn, Yun Xian suddenly asked, "How old are you this year?" 20. Yang Kai smiled. 20. Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage. Haha, time really flies. Yun Xian's beautiful eyes suddenly blurred as she stared at Yang Kai, seemingly lost in her own memories. After a long time, she pursed her lips and smiled. It's a very beautiful age. Don't die. If you do, you won't be able to see anything. Yang Kai's expression changed, feeling like there was a hidden meaning in her words. But just as he was about to ask, Sunning suddenly shouted, "Get ready to move." Everyone opened their eyes. Their eyes were shining brightly. Yun Xian's expression became solemn as she quickly gathered her team members. A moment later, everyone was ready to go, and under Sun Ying's leadership, they walked towards the Sun Tin Lode. Deep inside the mountain, there was a dark cave. This was the Sun Tin Lode that Bold Independent Union owned in Thousand Leaves Forest. Yang Kai probed his surroundings and faintly felt some kind of energy aura around him, presumably the barrier that Bold Independent Union had set up last night. Silently and mysteriously, Yang Kai sent his divine sense into the mine and soon detected the auras of some monster beasts. Just like the information he had received before, most of them were 6th-order monster beasts. "Activate!" Sunning shouted, his hands constantly sending out a stream of pure Yuan Qi. This Yuan Qi flew out in all directions and disappeared into the void. Chapter 625. Yang Kai quickly noticed that there was an additional barrier around them. He knew that Sunning should have activated the barrier he had set up last night to prevent any fish from escaping. Yang Kai frowned, faintly feeling something was wrong. "Enter." Sunning waved his hand and led the way, the others quickly following suit. The mine was very deep, and because of the many years of mining, the passages inside were winding and branching off into many forks. Along the way, there were some gnawing marks on both sides of the tunnel. The exposed sun tin or had all disappeared, most likely having been swallowed up by the metal-devouring beasts. These monster beasts fed on ores, so once it finished eating the surrounding ores, it would move deeper into the mine, about a few kilometers from the entrance. Moreover, they were relatively scattered, making it easy for Bold Independent Union to capture them one by one. After walking for a short time, a fork appeared in front of them. Sunning scanned the area and said, "Sister Yun, your team has the largest number of people. You should take this fork. With your strength, you should be able to handle it. Xi and Yu's team has fewer people, so I'll follow them. If anything unexpected happens or you encounter a situation you can't handle, be sure to warn me. I'll come to your aid immediately." Yun Xian nodded solemnly, leading her team and Yang Kai into the left tunnel. "Miss Yun, you have to be careful," Zhou Luo reminded her with a tender expression. However, Yun Xian didn't respond, as if she hadn't heard him. Ruan Xian Yu couldn't help sneering as she glared at Zhou Luo contemptuously. "Save your energy." "Good, let's go in too." Sunning was well aware of the emotional entanglements between these young men and women, so he didn't want to get involved, simply waving his hand and leading the others into the other tunnel. After following behind Yun Xian for a while, Yang Kai quickly caught up with her and asked softly, "That senior opened the barrier ahead of time. Won't there be a problem?" "What's the problem?" Yun Xian stared at him blankly. "If that's the case, without him opening the barrier, the metal-devouring beasts won't be able to escape, and you won't be able to leave either, right? We're here to capture the metal-devouring beasts. Why would we need to leave?" Yun Xian frowned, suddenly understanding. "Are you worried something might happen?" Yang Kai gently nodded. Yun Xian laughed dumbly. "You're worrying too much. Ruan Xi and you and the others have been here for more than 10 days now, and Uncle Sun has also personally investigated the situation here. Naturally, after determining there was no danger here, he opened the barrier in advance. If we really encounter trouble that we can't solve, Uncle Sun will come to help." Hearing her say this, Yang Kai couldn't express his opinion anymore. He nodded lightly and didn't say anything else. Yun Xian looked at him and whispered, "It's good to be careful, but as a man, you need to be bold in order to succeed." Because she was afraid that if she spoke too loudly, she would disturb the metal-devouring beast. So not only did Yun Xian lower her voice, she also brought her lips close to Yang Kai's ear. A wisp of intoxicating fragrance quietly entered his nose. Yang Kai's face stiffened. Yun Xian was surprised, her face suddenly becoming a little red as she breathed out, "Follow behind me. If I don't tell you to move, don't move." Yang Kai secretly smiled bitterly, thinking to himself, did this girl really think of him as a young boy? Although he didn't look very old, he had experienced countless things over the years. "Captain." At that moment, the bearded man suddenly called out. The 7 or 8 people in the team all paused, holding their breaths as they stared towards a corner in front of them. From that corner, the sound of chewing could be heard. Quietly releasing their divine senses, they clearly felt the aura of a life form. 1. Yun Xian smiled happily. "Our luck isn't bad." Heh. Ji Hong grinned wickedly, rubbing his palms together. The other team members also looked excited. Under everyone's gazes, Yun Xian quickly made a few hand gestures. The team members all nodded, and one by one they quietly moved out. Faintly, some subtle energy fluctuations were transmitted. Yang Kai saw 2 cultivators fiddling with something on the ground, obviously setting up a trap. The others also stood guard around them to avoid being detected by the metal-devouring beast. After a while, the other side finished. Ji Hong glanced back at Yun Xian. Yun Xian nodded firmly. Ji Hong's expression became fierce as he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Suddenly, a large 2-handed axe appeared in his hand, and as soon as it appeared, a cold, murderous intent and a bloody aura burst out. Ji Hong held the axe with both hands and leaped forward, making a show of bravado and flaunting his prowess. The chewing sound suddenly stopped, and Yang Kai clearly felt that the life aura around the corner had changed and was gradually becoming more dangerous. It was likely that Ji Hong's provocation had angered the metal-devouring beast. Dong, dong, dong. The ground began to tremble, and it became more and more violent. Very quickly, a head with 2 horns on its head suddenly appeared at the corner. Its silver horns emitted rays of golden light, and its power was extraordinary. The energy undulations were quite violent. A metal-devouring beast. This was also the first time Yang Kai had seen this kind of monster beast. Taking a closer look, he found that this monster beast was only about 2 meters long and as tall as a person. Its body was somewhat bloated, like a giant worm. Its fat belly swayed left and right as it ran. Although its body was large, its speed was not slow. What caught Yang Kai's attention the most was the crisscrossing scales covering its body. At a glance, it was clear that these scales were extremely tough and would not be easy to break through. These scales were like a turtle shell, covering its entire back and tail. Only its lower abdomen, which was close to the ground, had some weak spots. When the metal-devouring beast was less than 10 meters away, Ji Hong turned around and ran back. He had no intention of confronting this 6th-order monster beast head-on. "It's coming! It's coming!" Ji Hong shouted as he ran, his face filled with excitement. Everyone else was also very excited, secretly looking forward to what would happen. Arriving at the location where the trap had been set up, Ji Hong leapt over it, but the 6th-order metal-devouring beast did not know the mysteries of this trap and simply ran over it with its fat body. The well-prepared cultivator did not wait for Yun Xian's order and activated the artifact buried in the trap. A burst of light burst out from the ground and rope-like energy shot out, wrapping around the metal-devouring beast and tying it up. Its clumsy limbs were quickly tied up, and the metal-devouring beast's huge body flew forward several dozen meters under the force of inertia before it slowly came to a stop, plowing a deep gully in the ground. "Destroy its horns!" Yun Xian shouted, taking the lead, her delicate body erupting with a powerful force that could not be ignored as she quickly rushed to the metal-devouring beast's side. The other martial artists also stepped forward dauntlessly. The golden light between the metal-devouring beast's horns was like a serpent emerging from its lair, wreaking havoc in the mine. But the 6th-order monster beast was only equivalent to a human immortal ascension boundary cultivator, so its attacks did not cause any effective damage to Yun Xian and the others. After a dozen breaths of time, the metal-devouring beast's horns were cut off by Ji Hong's axe. Seemingly in unbearable pain, the metal-devouring beast let out a pitiful cry. Yun Xian's pretty face paled as she hurriedly bound its mouth shut. "Captain!" Ji Hong smiled and handed the cut-off horns to Yun Xian as if he was presenting a treasure. Yun Xian nodded slightly, accepting it and stuffing it into her universe bag. Because of the metal-devouring beast's physique and its diet of minerals, its horns and scales were excellent artifact refining materials. It was quite easy. Ji Hong shook his head proudly. The sixth-order monster beast's intelligence isn't very high, and we set up a trap, so naturally it was easy to capture it. If you had fought it head-on, you would have realized how difficult it was to deal with. Its scales are very hard, and the energy it releases from its horns isn't weak. Its collision force is even more frightening. An ordinary immortal ascension boundary cultivator is not its opponent. On top of that, in this mine, it's difficult for us to move freely, so it can display its full strength. So don't underestimate it, Yun Xian explained seriously, lest Ji Hong underestimate the enemy and suffer unnecessary losses. I know, Ji Hong nodded firmly. Yun Xian smiled. Good, let's continue forward. We'll leave this one here. When we return, we'll find a way to transport it back to Bold Independent City. Everyone was in high spirits and full of enthusiasm. After advancing for half a day, using the same method, Yun Xian's team easily captured 3 metal-devouring beasts. For half a day, Yang Kai hadn't made any moves. It wasn't because of Yun Xian's previous warning, but because Yun Xian's team was more than capable of capturing metal-devouring beasts, so there was no need for him to interfere. The main reason he had come here this time was to repay Yun Xian's favor. If he obtained a reward or opportunity here that he couldn't repay, he would simply find another way and wouldn't force it. However, Yang Kai had been secretly observing for a long time and knew that it was impossible for them to keep using this method to capture metal-devouring beasts. Firstly, there weren't many artifacts used to set up these traps, and secondly, not every metal-devouring beast was a solitary existence. In front of them, there were 2 metal-devouring beasts whose auras were very close to each other, so disturbing either of them would cause the other to become vigilant. Sure enough, after Ji Hong, who had gone to inquire about the situation, came back and explained the situation to Yun Xian, causing her brow to furrow. How many beast binding rings do we have left? Yun Xian asked one of the cultivators. 3. Arrange all of them. Yun Xian thought for a while and said. The cultivator nodded, and together with another cultivator arranged 3 beast binding rings in the passage. Once everything was ready, Ji Hong once again went to lure the snake out of its hole. After some provocation, the 2 metal-devouring beasts really took the bait and fiercely rushed towards them. When they passed through the first trap, the beast-binding rings burst with light, but they didn't have the same effect as before. The impact of the 2 metal-devouring beasts directly broke free of the beast-binding rings' restraints and their momentum soared. The second trap only slightly slowed their speed, and by the third trap, only one of them was successfully captured. The remaining one was still rushing towards Yun Xian. Attack! Yun Xian didn't show the slightest sign of panic, as if everything was within her expectations. Hearing her order, the cultivator hidden around her suddenly launched an attack, bursting forth with the brilliance of their martial skills and artifacts. Chapter 626. Yang Kai secretly nodded. The cultivation of this group of cultivators from Bold Independent Union wasn't low, and their methods weren't weak either. At a glance, it was obvious that they were all veterans, and under the leadership of Yun Xian, their cohesiveness was not to be underestimated. Even though they had an absolute advantage, a single 6th-order monster beast in front of 8 immortal ascension boundary cultivators was still not enough. Ji Hong's 2-handed axe struck the metal-devouring beast's back with a loud clang and a shower of sparks, but it only managed to leave a shallow mark on its back. So hard. Ji Hong was taken aback, his hands slightly numb from the force of the rebound, but he steeled his resolve and continued to use his axe artifact to strike down. Asterisk dang 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 dang. Asterisk, Ji Hong, retreat. Yun Xian shouted. The bearded man's actions had completely enraged the metal-devouring beast, its crimson eyes glaring at Ji Hong as the two silver horns on its forehead flashed brilliantly and a visible beam of energy shot towards Ji Hong. Ji Hong's expression changed as he raised his axe horizontally in front of him, blocking the incoming attack. Yun Xian had already rushed forward, holding the spear that had been repaired by Grandmaster Ma in her hand, her voluptuous figure appearing valiant and heroic. Arcs of lightning flashed across the surface of her spear, illuminating the entire mine. The phantom of a spirit snake suddenly appeared on the spear, twisting and twisting like a real spirit snake as an extremely powerful aura filled the air. Immediately, the spear transformed into a streak of light and shot towards the metal-devouring beast. Ignoring Ji Hong's attack, the metal-devouring beast seemed to feel a little uneasy and roared furiously, the dangerous aura around its body suddenly becoming several times more ferocious as its eyes filled with violent madness. The two horns on the metal-devouring beast's head suddenly flashed as it sent a barrage of attacks towards Yun Xian's spear. *Xiao. The energy fluctuations were rampant, and the world energy was in chaos. The strong impact caused the mine to tremble and tremble, as if it was on the verge of collapsing. Yun Xian's expression remained indifferent, not showing the slightest fear as she waved her hand, her spear colliding with the metal-devouring beast's attacks one after another. The other cultivator took this opportunity to rush forward and besiege the metal-devouring beast. A strange energy began to spread out from the ground. Pu. Sharp earthen spikes suddenly shot out from the ground. The metal-devouring beast's frenzied aura was like a punctured balloon, leaking out like a deflated balloon. It suddenly became much weaker. Blood gushed out, splattering all over the ground. The metal-devouring beast rushed forward a few dozen feet, letting out a series of sorrowful and helpless roars, then fell to the ground. From the side, it could be clearly seen that there were a few bloody holes in its soft abdomen, which were pierced by the earth spikes just now. The members of Yun Xian's team rushed forward, cutting off the horns on metal-devouring beast's forehead and tying it up. Then, they took out some medicine and applied it to metal-devouring beast's wounds. Everyone carried out their duties in an orderly manner, without the slightest hint of panic. Ji Hong ran back happily and winked at Yang Kai. "Brother, did you enjoy watching it?" "Not bad." Yang Kai nodded. Until now, he had not made a move and had been watching from the sidelines. "This is just a small show. When you really join Bold Independent Union, Big Brother will show you what a big show is." Yun Xian took back her spear and gripped it tightly in her hand, glancing over at Yang Kai and nodding slightly. She found that this taciturn young man's temperament was quite calm. Even in the face of such a sudden event, he didn't show the slightest sign of panic. This discovery made Yun Xian ponder, wondering if he simply didn't show his emotions, or if he really had seen the world before. Clapping her hands, Yun Xian said, "The beast binding rings have been used up. The next time we encounter a metal-devouring beast, everyone needs to be careful not to get injured." Everyone nodded, showing even more enthusiasm than before. "Let's continue." Yun Xian waved her hand and led the way forward. Because metal-devouring beasts needed to devour ores, they basically didn't gather together in large groups. Most of them were solitary existences. Occasionally, there would be 2 or 3, but with the strength of Yun Xian's team, they could easily capture them. The mine was very deep, so as they continued to advance, there were countless forks in the road. Some of the team members specifically recorded the direction they were going, so they wouldn't get lost on the way back. Yang Kai also took action, and under Yun Xian's guidance, he helped out a little. His calm and collected manner of attack immediately made the other cultivator look at him in a new light. Even Yun Xian couldn't help looking at Yang Kai in a new light. She had thought that this youth from a remote corner of the world would be flustered in the face of such a situation. It was because of this concern that Yun Xian had asked Yang Kai to follow behind her and not let him take action. However, it turned out that he actually had some use. At the very least, after summoning his bone shield, he was able to block the violent charge of a metal-devouring beast. That kind of powerful impact was something that even Ji Hong, the strongest person in the team, had to retreat, but Yang Kai was able to block. This played a very important role in helping the others attack. After observing this situation twice, Yun Xian was relieved to let Yang Kai hold the bone shield and act as a barrier while the others followed behind Yang Kai to attack. Their cooperation was seamless and their efficiency was greatly increased, causing everyone to smile happily. Half a day later, the team rested for a while. During this break, Yang Kai found Yun Xian and asked, "Sister Yun, there's something I don't quite understand." "What is it?" Yun Xian smiled lightly. Yang Kai's performance had won her approval. Now, she really wanted to win Yang Kai over to join Bold Independent Union. With such a person acting as a barrier, everyone would be much safer when carrying out missions in the future. Metal-devouring beasts eat minerals for a living, right? What's wrong? Brother G said that after they consume the ores, they will refine the ores in their bodies and excrete them. Furthermore, according to the information we received, this group of metal-eater beasts has been here for at least 2 to 3 months. Why haven't we seen any excretions along the way? Yun Xian was startled, but after thinking about it carefully, she found that what Yang Kai said was true. Along the way, they hadn't found any refined minerals. Yun Xian suddenly didn't know how to explain this, a trace of doubt appearing in her heart. The other cultivator were also confused. Along the way, all of them had been immersed in their success in capturing metal-devouring beasts, and none of them had noticed this. Could it be that they're looking for a place to hide, like a human going to the toilet? Ji Hong muttered. Yun Xian blushed and gently nodded. It's possible. Then if we can find that place, wouldn't we be able to harvest a large number of refined minerals? Ji Hong stroked the thick stubble on his chin thoughtfully. Yun Xian's eyes lit up. Capturing so many metal-devouring beasts this time was a great achievement. If they could find some refined minerals and sell them, it would also be a big gain. The other cultivator also became excited, each of their eyes glowing with a green light, all of the fatigue they had felt from fighting all this time seemingly disappearing, filling them with energy. Then let's look around and see if there is such a place. Yun Xian saw the expressions on their faces and knew they didn't want to rest, so she immediately said with a smile. Everyone was overjoyed and quickly set to work. Yang Kai frowned. Although he felt something was wrong, he knew too little about this place, so it wasn't convenient for him to say anything. Whatever Yun Xian said, he would do. As they continued forward, the number of metal-devouring beasts seemed to decrease. While everyone was catching metal-devouring beasts, they were also searching for the place where the refined minerals were hidden, but unfortunately they weren't able to find it. While searching, though, Yang Kai suddenly felt something strange. Focusing his divine sense, Yang Kai paled and shouted, "Yun Xian, something's wrong." A group of cultivator who were excitedly searching for refined minerals heard his shout and all stopped, turning their heads to look at him curiously. Yun Xian frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai's sudden shout had startled her, and she quickly released her divine sense, but didn't notice anything unusual, causing her to feel somewhat unhappy. When performing a mission outside, one of the most taboo things to say was to warn others for no reason. Otherwise, it would cause chaos among their own people. If a real danger were to appear at this time, no one would be able to react in time. Yang Kai didn't answer and continued to scan the surrounding area. Through the investigation of his divine sense, he noticed that there was an extremely strange and powerful energy coming from the depths of this mine. With his understanding of energy intensity, he could conclude that this energy came from a transcendent realm master. A transcendent realm enemy had been hiding for so long without anyone noticing. There was no need to describe how terrifying this enemy was. Sunning had investigated the situation in this mine in advance, but he didn't know there was a transcendent realm master here, so it was obvious that Sunning wasn't this enemy's opponent. Even Yang Kai himself hadn't noticed anything unusual when he had investigated this place before, so he didn't know what kind of method this enemy had used. "What the hell is going on?" Yun Xian shouted, clearly angry. "I'm afraid there's some kind of danger here," Yang Kai said calmly. "Speak clearly." Yun Xian's expression was also extremely ugly. "There's a very powerful master hiding here. If you don't want to die, hurry up and leave." "How do you know?" Yun Xian frowned. Ji Hong also stepped forward and said, "Brother, you can't joke about this kind of thing. How could there be any kind of danger here?" "I'm not joking." Yang Kai shook his head firmly, glancing around and discovering that everyone in Yun Xian's team was staring at him with distrust. Yang Kai's heart clenched as he realized that his words weren't convincing. He was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage cultivator, so his strength wasn't the strongest in this team. Yun Xian herself was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage cultivator, yet she hadn't noticed anything unusual, so naturally she wouldn't believe his words. Gently taking a deep breath, Yang Kai turned to Yun Xian and said, "I followed you here because I wanted to return a favor to you. If you believe me now, then quickly take them away from here. If you don't, then there's nothing I can do." Chapter 627. How do you expect me to believe you? Yun Xian stared at Yang Kai coldly, a look of disappointment appearing on her face. "I originally wanted you to join Bold Independent Union, but now it seems there's no need for that. My team's actions will be under my command. I don't need anyone else to tell me what to do, especially those unwarranted alarmist words." "I'm not an alarmist. Show me evidence, or don't say anything else," Yun Xian said coldly. Yang Kai helplessly shook his head, staring at Yun Xian indifferently. "Then I won't accompany you." Saying so, he turned around and quickly rushed out. He didn't. His feelings were only his side of the story. "Hey, brother." Jihong was shocked and quickly called out. "Let him go." Yun Xian coldly shouted, staring at Yang Kai's disappearing back, shaking her head. Yang Kai's performance at this moment was completely different from his previous calm self. Yun Xian felt that if this kind of person really joined Bold Independent Union, it would be harmful to the Union, so her thoughts of trying to win him over faded. "Huh?" Jihong sighed, turning to Yun Xian and asking, "Young lady," he spoke so confidently, did he really discover something? Yun Xian's beautiful eyes flashed, hesitating for a moment before replying. Uncle Sun said there was no danger here. What could he have discovered? "I didn't notice anything unusual either. Probably he was just making a fuss over nothing." "That's right." Jihong nodded. He naturally believed Sun Ying's words in his heart. Kai Yang's figure quickly ran through the mine. With every step he took, a deep hole would appear in the ground, leaving behind a long afterimage. He had already raised his speed to the limit. He had already memorized the path he had taken to get here, so it was as if he had a map of this labyrinth in his mind, so naturally he wouldn't lose his way. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai could feel the fluctuations of that strange energy getting stronger and stronger. Obviously, it had begun to move. Yang Kai was well aware of his current strength. With his Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage cultivation and his ability to become the demon race, he was invincible among Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivators. Facing a transcendent, Yang Kai wasn't afraid, but he wasn't confident he could win. Previously, when Yang Kai killed the Spider Mother, he had relied on the power of the solitary golden eye in his knowledge sea, and when he killed San Luo Temple Xing Zong, he had relied on the void force absorbed by the bone shield. There was a huge gap between the transcendent realm and the astral projection realm. In particular, the terrain here was not suitable for a fierce battle. Once the mine collapsed, everyone would be buried underground. Therefore, when Yang Kai detected the hidden enemy, his first thought was to leave this place as soon as possible and make plans later. Unfortunately, Yun Xian didn't trust him, which made Yang Kai feel very helpless. Staying to argue would only be a waste of time, so Yang Kai decisively chose to leave. Hopefully they'll be fine, Yang Kai thought to himself. Moreover, Bold Independent Union also had a transcendent realm master. Sun Ying's strength wasn't weak, so he might not necessarily lose to the enemy hidden here. At this moment, another powerful energy fluctuation came from Sun Ying. Judging from the slight buzzing around the mine and the slight trembling of the earth, Sun Ying should be fighting with the hidden enemy at this moment. Yang Kai's expression sank as he increased his speed. At the same time, the fluctuations of this battle were also noticed by Yun Xian and the others. Everyone's expression changed greatly. What happened? Yun Xian was stunned. Sun Ying had actually taken action. As a transcendent realm master of Bold Independent Union, he had followed everyone on this mission. If there was no accident, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to take action. He was only responsible for ensuring the safety of these people and arranging the surrounding barriers to prevent the metal-devouring beasts from escaping. But now that he had taken action, it meant that there was a danger that Ruan Xianyu's team or Zhou Luo's team couldn't handle. What kind of danger would cause him to take action? Yunxian didn't know, but she knew that something extremely terrible must have happened. Thinking so, she suddenly remembered Yang Kai's warning just now, and her expression suddenly became complicated. Only now did she understand that he wasn't being an alarmist and had actually noticed something unusual. The ground began to tremble violently, and the surrounding walls of the mine began to creak. It seemed that because of the battle taking place, the entire mine was unable to withstand the pressure. A battle between two transcendent realm masters could cause a great deal of damage. "Young lady," Jihong exclaimed. "Run." Yunxian didn't dare remain here, her heart filled with regret. If she had known earlier, she would have listened to Yang Kai's advice and taken everyone to escape. If she had left at that time, it would have been much less dangerous. Saying so, her tender body transformed into a streak of blue light and shot off in the direction Yang Kai had disappeared. Jihong and the others followed closely behind. But after only a few dozen meters, a loud bang rang out from the depths of the mine, and in the next instant, the entire mine suddenly collapsed. Countless huge boulders fell from the sky, completely sealing off the path ahead. Yun Xian's face went pale, and she didn't dare hesitate, erupting with all her strength, condensing her yuan qi and blasting it upwards in an attempt to open a path of escape. The rumbling sounds continued, and in the distance, Yang Kai's face was extremely pale, knowing that his extravagant hopes had been dashed. Sure enough, Sun Ying wasn't the opponent of the hidden enemy. In the collision just now, Kai Yang had clearly felt the enemy's aura stagnate. Furthermore, the destructive power that erupted from the collision had affected the entire mine. Secretly cursing, Yang Kai quickly summoned his bone shield and placed it above his head. The next moment, he felt rocks fall like raindrops. Ding ding dang dang sounds rang out incessantly, and the weight pressing down on his arms grew heavier and heavier. The collapse of the mine lasted for about half a cup of tea's worth of time. When everything stabilized, Yang Kai raised his bone shield and grit his teeth, his face flushed red, his muscles bulging and blue veins popping out all over his body. He didn't know how many stones and mud had fallen on top of him, but the weight was almost too much for him to bear. Fortunately, with the protection of his bone shield, Yang Kai was unscathed. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai pushed his strength and leapt upwards. A straight passage to the top was quickly cleared. A moment later, the pressure he was under suddenly disappeared, and Yang Kai leapt out of the ground, the sun shining down from above and fresh air lingering around his nose and mouth. In his ears, the sound of birds fluttering in the distance could be heard. The collapse of the mine had also disturbed the rest of these birds. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that the ground below was in ruins, and everything within a radius of nearly 100 kilometers had sunk in. It was quiet all around, and occasionally there would be some unstable places that continued to collapse. Not a single person could be seen. Sun Ying's aura had disappeared. Yun Xian, Ruan Xinyu, Zhou Luo, and the others were also nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai released his divine sense and carefully probed around, soon detecting the aura of life about a kilometer away from him. Xiaochen quickly rushed over and arrived at the top of the mine. His quintessence surged out and sent large rocks flying. "Yun Xian?" Yang Kai called out, immediately receiving a surprised response from below. "In." Yang Kai grinned as he followed the direction of the arc of lightning with his fist, completely opening up the passage and lifting Yun Xian, who had just revealed her face, out from inside. Immediately afterwards, Jihong and the others also appeared one after another. Many of them had bruised noses and swollen faces, most of them having broken bones. Even if they were immortal Ascension boundary masters, such a large-scale mine collapse was not something they could easily withstand. Fortunately, under the leadership of Yun Xian, they had barely managed to open a path to the top and had not been buried alive. Once injured and buried alive, even an immortal Ascension boundary master's chances of survival were slim. After coming out, everyone's faces were filled with a sense of lingering fear, the feeling of having survived a disaster, causing them to gasp for breath, feeling the beauty and preciousness of life. "Where's Pang Qi?" Yun Xian turned her head and looked around, her pretty face suddenly going pale. Jihong and the others also looked gloomy, not daring to answer. Where is he? Yun Xian asked. Ji Hong hesitated for a moment, his eyes turning red. Yun Xian's tender body trembled slightly. There was no need to ask again. She knew what had happened to Pang Qi. Now isn't the time to talk about this. We need to leave quickly. Yang Kai said calmly. Can you crack the barrier Sunning laid down? Yun Xian fell into a daze for a moment before nodding gently. That's good. Yang Kai also breathed a sigh of relief. The barrier laid down by a transcendent. If one didn't know how to break it, it would waste a lot of time. But since Yun Xian knew how to crack it, there was no need to waste so much effort. But Yun Xian hesitated. No buts, Sunning is dead. Yang Kai shook his head. Just now he could still feel some of Sun Ying's weak aura, but now he couldn't feel anything. Yun Xian's beautiful eyes couldn't help widening as she stared at Yang Kai in shock, seemingly unable to accept what Yang Kai had just said. A rustling sound came from below. Everyone's expression changed as they stared down. A moment later, about 2 or 3 kilometers away from the group, a few people rushed out from below. It was Zhou Luo, Ruan Xianyu, and the others. Yun Xian was overjoyed and hurriedly called out. Zhou Luo, Ruan Xianyu, and the others heard her voice and also hurriedly flew over. But when they arrived, everyone found that all of them had panicked looks on their faces, as if they had just seen something terrible. Where's Uncle Sun? Yun Xian asked. He's dead. Ruan Xianyu muttered. What happened? Yun Xian's tender body trembled. She had been leading her team to capture metal-devouring beasts and had reaped a huge harvest. Everyone had been overjoyed when such a sudden change occurred. Moreover, Sunning had actually died in such a short time. It was difficult for her to accept. We don't know either. Ruan Xianyu said with a confused expression. We don't know what came out of the shadows, but Uncle Sun fought with it, and then this happened. It was obvious that she had also suffered a great deal of shock. Sunning had died tragically right under her nose, while her and Zhou Luo's subordinates had also suffered heavy casualties due to the shockwaves from the battle between the 2 transcendent realm masters. Only a few of them had survived. The unknown enemy made her extremely fearful. Let's hurry up and leave. Zhou Luo's face was pale, no longer having the confidence he had before. A transcendent had died just like that, so if they, as immortal ascension boundary masters, stayed behind, they would be doomed. Now, all he wanted to do was escape from this place. Chapter 628. There were originally more than 20 people in the 3 teams, but now less than half of them had survived. The life of an immortal ascension boundary cultivator seemed so fragile at this moment. Everyone's expressions were filled with panic and grief. There was no time to mourn for the dead. All they wanted to do was escape. Yang Kai followed behind the team, not daring to release his divine sense too recklessly because the enemy who had killed Sun Ying still hadn't shown up, but his keen senses told him that a pair of eyes were closely watching their movements. It seemed to be enjoying the scene of its prey, fleeing with a calm and playful gaze, enjoying the pleasure of its prey being panicked. Yang Kai's expression became gloomy as he realized that the trouble they had encountered this time was quite big. Unable to judge the true strength of the enemy, unable to see their true body, he could only take one step at a time. Every one of Bold Independent Union's survivors was filled with anxiety. ****. A sharp sound suddenly rang out, causing everyone's expression to change, all of them pausing their steps, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, secretly condensing their strength. There was nothing. However, Ji Hong suddenly called out, "Young lady, Zheng Wu." Hearing this, everyone turned to look at the cultivator named Zheng Wu, only to see that his expression was dull. His eyes had lost their light, and he was standing in place like a wooden stake, the vitality in his body rapidly fading. Zheng Wu, a person who had a good relationship with him, called out softly, but received no response. This person reached out and pushed Zheng Wu, causing him to fall straight to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Ah!" Ruan Xianyu screamed, covering her red lips with her small hands as her face became extremely pale. Zheng Wu is dead. Ji Hong's eyes widened, a look of disbelief on his face. Yun Xian also seemed to be greatly frightened, her pretty face pale as she turned her head and looked around, but she couldn't find any trace of the enemy. Zhou Luo couldn't help trembling. This cultivator named Zhang Wu was a member of his team, and his strength was at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th stage, but in front of so many people, he had been quietly killed without any trace of injury. Such a turn of events made Zhou Luo feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar, and a chill ran down his spine. If the hidden enemy could kill Zhang Wu with such a method, then they could kill any one of them. After realizing this situation, no one knew what to do. "Keep going," Yang Kai shouted with a gloomy face. Just now, he had sensed a strange and tyrannical divine sense attack him for a fleeting moment. The power of that divine sense was so strong that even he couldn't help but feel uneasy. It was precisely because of the invisible and formless divine sense that the hidden enemy was able to kill a Heaven's Wander State cultivator without leaving a trace. In fact, if that person wanted to, he could take everyone's lives at any time. But he did not do so. Yang Kai could only think of one possibility. This person's personality was somewhat twisted, and he enjoyed watching others struggle in desperate situations. Such an enemy was very difficult to deal with. Yang Kai had to find his weakness. Even if he couldn't kill him, at least he had to find a way to escape. Hearing Yang Kai's reminder, Yun Xin finally recovered her composure and calmed down a little, waving her hand, "Let's go." The group of more than a dozen people continued forward and soon arrived at the barrier Sun Ing had set up before. Because Sun Ing had activated this barrier before they entered the mine to prevent the metal-devouring beasts from escaping. But now, this barrier had become a barrier that prevented them from escaping. If they wanted to leave, they would have to crack Sun Ying's barrier first. Yun Xin, Ruan Xinyu, Zhou Luo, and the others quickly worked together to crack it. But just as they began to move, another soft sound rang out. Asterisk Pong. Asterisk another Heaven's Wander State cultivator fell straight to the ground, instantly dying just like the previous cultivator named Zhang Wu. With their knowledge sea destroyed, no one could survive. Yun Xin and the others trembled, not daring to move again for fear that this person would find them. In this dangerous environment, they couldn't find any reliable safety. After waiting for a long time, there was still no abnormality. Yun Xin and the others gasped for breath, glanced at each other, and began cracking the barrier again. Asterisk Xiao. Asterisk a third person fell. Ruan Xinyu suddenly burst into tears, tears rolling down her cheeks like raindrops, her shoulders trembling as she cried out, "What the hell is going on? Who is secretly killing us?" Yun Xin took a deep breath, and although her face was filled with fear, she still tried to remain calm, trembling as she called out, "Which great master is here? Please show yourself. We are disciples of Bold Independent Union and are here to carry out a mission. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us." Hee hee. A string of laughter that was as pleasant as silver bells suddenly entered everyone's ears, and it contained a charm that could not be ignored. When this voice rang out, no matter who it was, their hearts couldn't help but tremble, and their bodies became much hotter. "You dared to capture my monster beast, so you must pay the price for it." The voice was erratic, making it impossible to determine where it was coming from, as if it was right next to one's ear but also seemed to be everywhere at the same time. Yun Xin's expression sank as she forced a smile. "We didn't know those monster beasts had a master. If we had known, there's no need to explain. Right now I just want to kill you for fun. Struggle hard." Hee hee. The voice was soft and gentle, causing one's blood to boil and a strange feeling to rise from the bottom of one's heart, making one want to turn into a wild beast and find the owner of this voice to ruthlessly ravage her, stirring up the most primitive instincts and impulses in every man's heart. Yang Kai silently circulated his joyous unification art, dispelling the turmoil in his heart, a faint smile appearing on his face. He found that this hidden enemy, as he had guessed, had a twisted and strange personality. Such a person was very dangerous, but at the same time, she was also very arrogant. As long as he continued to wait, she would definitely reveal a flaw. What Yang Kai was most worried about now was that she would attack him. Once she attacked him, he wouldn't be able to hide his true combat strength and would definitely be targeted by her. Hearing this, Yun Xin's expression also became gloomy, hurriedly calling out a few words, but that person no longer responded. Instead, The fourth cultivator from Bold Independent Union was killed right in front of everyone's eyes. A huge panic filled the air as Yun Xian and the others hurriedly continued to break the barrier. One cultivator after another fell one after another. The murderous intent of that person surged, seemingly no longer satisfied with just killing them one by one, every now and then killing 2 or 3 cultivators. The number of Bold Independent Union disciples rapidly decreased, and the members of Yun Xian's team also fell one after another. Seeing the companion she had been with for so many years die a violent death, not even being able to see the appearance of the enemy before they died, Yun Xian couldn't help crying as her heart ached. Ji Hong also went crazy, gripping his giant axe with both hands as he roared, "Damn whore! Get out here for this, uncle! Hiding your head but showing your tail. Are you too ugly to show yourself?" As soon as these words left his mouth, Ji Hong's body trembled violently as he froze in place. Although he still stood in front of everyone with his giant axe in hand, as reliable as an iron wall, those who were still alive clearly noticed that Ji Hong's life force was slowly fading away. "Ji Hong," Yun Xian called out in a trembling voice. Yang Kai shook his head, his expression also gloomy, his heart filled with annoyance. Although this bearded man looked simple, honest, and somewhat lecherous, he was actually quite a good person, so Yang Kai didn't have a bad impression of him. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai saw that on Bold Independent Union's side, only 3 people had survived. He didn't know if the enemy had done this intentionally or not, but the 3 people who survived were the captains of the 3 teams. Adding Yang Kai, there were now 4 people. Yang Kai was somewhat relieved that he was safe, but now that there were only 4 people left, if she acted again, there was a good chance he would be targeted by her. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai shouted, "Girl, isn't it time to come out and meet me? Even if you die, you have to let me see who killed me." "Are you crazy?" Zhou Luo shouted angrily, glaring at Yang Kai with a fierce expression. This hidden enemy was cruel, had a strange personality, and killed people like flies. Now that the barrier was about to be broken, they could escape. But Yang Kai had unexpectedly said such a thing. Wasn't this just adding fuel to the fire? If she really showed up, thinking so, Zhou Luo's eyes trembled. Because in the void in front of him, a vague figure suddenly appeared and gradually solidified. Seeing this figure, Zhou Luo's furious mood suddenly calmed down and his eyes filled with a dazed light, a look of tender affection overflowing from them. Not only Zhou Luo, but even Kai Yang's eyes lit up, his heart inexplicably giving birth to a strange feeling. The woman in the sky was extremely beautiful. She had an oval face, a head of soft black hair that reached her waist and buttocks. She had beautiful eyes, thin red lips, and a slender figure. She looked a little weak and delicate, making people want to take good care of her, especially her pair of pure and innocent eyes, which were enough to move the hearts of any man in the world. Her skin was as white as snow. Although she looked weak, her waist was white and tender, her buttocks were perky, and the twin peaks on her chest were just right. She was wearing an exquisite leather armor, and her flat stomach and delicate navel were exposed. She was barefooted, and her small feet were as delicate as porcelain. No one could bear to touch them. Zhou Luo's eyes burned and his breathing became heavy as he stared at this woman, his expression quickly softening. Yang Kai's heart clenched as he secretly became vigilant. He had never seen such a woman before. Even though her Shan Luo was enchanting, it was impossible for anyone who laid eyes on her to dispel all hostility. But this woman could. When she revealed her face, Yang Kai suddenly found that all hostility in his heart disappeared, replaced by an impulse to protect her. Such a delicate woman, if no one protected her, would quickly be destroyed. "A charm monster," Yun Xian exclaimed, her face suddenly turning pale. Ruan Xian Yu also seemed to realize the true identity of this woman, and her tender body trembled, a feeling of inferiority filling her heart. Chapter 629. Charm Monster. Yun Xian's title for this woman stunned Yang Kai, and he suddenly realized that this woman was not an ordinary person. "What is a charm monster?" Yang Kai lowered his voice and asked suspiciously. Although his words were spoken softly, they did not escape the ears of the delicate woman. Hearing this question, she couldn't help glancing over at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes pure and without the slightest impurity, as if she had just smiled and softly asked, "You've never heard of the Charm Monster clan?" Yang Kai grinned, "No. I came from a very remote corner of the world and don't know much about the outside world." Hee hee. The Charm Monster giggled, "Interesting. There is actually someone who hasn't heard of our name. And, let me think." As she spoke, she tapped her red lips with her slender fingers. Her expression was tender and innocent, making others want to love her tenderly. After a while, she said, "Young man, you're quite brave. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. That little sister seems to know a lot about us charm demons. Why don't you ask her?" "Young man?" Yang Kai was surprised. "How old are you, miss?" "A woman's age is a secret," the charm monster giggled. The combination of seductiveness and innocence was so perfect that Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little dazed. Such a woman's lethality to men was even stronger than Shanqing Luo. Zhou Luo had completely lost himself as he stared at the charm monster with a look of adoration, his face filled with infatuation. The charm monster glanced over at him and snorted softly, apparently looking down on him. "Yun Xian, what exactly is a charm monster?" Yang Kai turned to look at Yun Xian and asked, "What time is it?" Yun Xian frowned, feeling a little annoyed. At this critical moment of life and death, this man still had the heart to inquire about the mysteries of a charm monster. He was really obsessed with her and couldn't be saved. "We're going to die anyway, just tell me. I don't want to be a confused ghost." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Yun Xian stared up at the charm monster in the sky and smiled bitterly. "Fine. I'm going to die anyway." Charm demons are a branch of the demon race, and they are also a high-end existence. Every one of them is naturally beautiful and has a different temperament. They can be cold, charming, delicate, or hot. In short, charm demons are the nemesis of all men in the world. Whether you are a human or a member of the demon race, there is no man who can resist the charm of a charm demon. They are born to charm people. The succubus's body is different from other demons. Their bodies are more delicate, so there are very few of them. It is very difficult for them to survive, but once they grow up, they become very troublesome existences. This was because their strength did not lie in their bodies, but in their consciousness. Among the cultivator of the same level, the succubus's spiritual sense was stronger than anyone else's. Uncle Sun and the others were probably killed by her divine sense. Saying so, Yun Xian ground her teeth as she glared towards the delicate young girl in the sky, her eyes filled with hatred. The charm monster simply smiled and didn't try to prevent Yun Xian from revealing her secret, as if victory was already in her grasp. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he suddenly saw a glimmer of opportunity. The strength of this charm monster's spiritual energy had completely surpassed his own. If he couldn't lure her soul avatar into his knowledge sea, his only option was to improve his physical strength. Yun Xian had just said that the charm monster's body was very delicate, and from her appearance, this was indeed the case. Hiding the restlessness in his heart, Yang Kai continued to listen to Yun Xian's introduction. "I heard that charm monsters like to suck human blood essence." When Yun Xian said this, a faint blush suddenly appeared on her cheeks. Even Ruan Xian Yu's expression became somewhat unnatural, a faint blush creeping up her pink neck as her eyes became slightly watery. "Her appetite is quite good." Yang Kai smiled lightly, but suddenly became confused. Then why did she kill all the people from Bold Independent Union? If she wanted to suck someone's blood essence, naturally she would capture them alive, but she had mercilessly killed them one by one. Something Yang Kai didn't quite understand. "I don't just suck anyone's blood essence." The charm monster pursed her lips and said meaningfully. Yun Xian's face became even redder. She was already mature and full of charm, so this kind of bashful appearance only made her more attractive. What she wants to suck is the blood essence of men and women who are in love. Yun Xian's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, hesitating for a moment before asking, "What do you mean?" Yun Xian stomped her foot. "Don't you know what I mean?" Saying so, she glared at him. "What?" Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange as he stared up at the charm monster in the sky. "Your interests are too vile." The charm monster giggled, not taking his words seriously. Yang Kai's expression became playful as he grinned. Doesn't that mean that before I die, I can still enjoy myself? The charm monster gently nodded as she stared at Yang Kai with interest. What's wrong? Aren't you afraid? Of course I am. Yang Kai nodded seriously, quickly saying, but there is a saying among humans that if one dies under a peony flower, they can still enjoy themselves even as a ghost. No wonder she had left 4 people alive, especially 2 men and 2 women. It turned out that she had other uses for them. At this moment, Yang Kai understood. He wasn't a stupid little brat, so although Yun Xian's words were vague, he understood what the charm monster wanted to do. The charm monster was surprised, seemingly not having expected this young man to be so open-minded, gently nodding her head. Seeing that you were so tactful, I can give you the right to choose. What right? Yang Kai looked up at the charm monster and smiled. Of these 2 women, you can choose one and spend the rest of your life with them. As soon as the charm monster's words fell, Yun Xian and Ruan Xian Yu's expressions changed greatly, both of them staring at Yang Kai vigilantly. Ruan Xian Yu even reached out and pinched her collar, a look of disdain appearing on her face as she glared at Yang Kai. Yun Xian's face also went ashen, her tender body trembling slightly. Although she had explained the characteristics of the charm monster to Yang Kai, when she really had to face this moment, she still couldn't accept it. Can I choose both? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Hee. The charm monster couldn't help giggling. She had never met such an interesting man, one who still had so many tricks up his sleeve before he died. Young man's appetite isn't small, but you can't eat them. You can only choose one. The one you choose will belong to that man. Saying so, she stretched out her jade finger and pointed at Zhou Luo. Yang Kai's expression was filled with disappointment as he glanced over at Ruan Xian Yu, his eyes suddenly becoming lustful. Being stared at by Yang Kai like this, Ruan Xian Yu couldn't help feeling as if all her clothes were being recorded, as if her entire body was being exposed in front of Yang Kai's eyes. Unable to conceal her beauty, she immediately flew into a rage. If you dare choose me, you're dead. I'm going to die anyway. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and curled his lips. But don't worry, I'm not familiar with you, so I have no interest in you. I prefer young women, mature and tasteful. Saying so, he turned his eyes to Yun Xian. Yun Xian's beautiful face paled as she shouted, You bastard! You know how I've treated you all this time. You still owe me a favor. Is this how you repay me? What can I do? Yang Kai shook his head helplessly. People under the eaves have no choice but to lower their heads. Even if I resist, I'm afraid I won't be able to. A wise choice. The charm monster gently clapped her hands. You humans are such an ugly race. In a situation where you can't even protect your own life, the evil hidden in your heart will erupt. I've seen this happen many times before. You speak as if you monster race are so virtuous, Yang Kai sneered. Better than you humans. The charm monster smiled contemptuously. As the 2 of them spoke, Yun Xian's towering chest heaved violently, her expression struggling for a moment before suddenly becoming resolute and coldly shouting, Even if I die, I won't let a heartless beast like you off so easily. Saying so, the yuan qi in her hand began pulsing, her aura becoming dangerous, apparently intending to end her own life. Yang Kai's expression changed, but before he had time to act, the charm monster sent a wisp of her spiritual energy into Yun Xian's mind. Yun Xian collapsed softly, her eyes blurring as she stared at Yang Kai, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes, a mixture of desire, panic, and resistance. In front of me, no one can commit suicide. The charm monster coldly snorted and stared at Yang Kai calmly. Good. Now that she's been poisoned by my divine sense, there is no woman who can resist my divine sense poison. To be able to enjoy such a woman, little brat, you've profited greatly. Don't make me wait too long. You can begin. Yang Kai chuckled awkwardly. Girl, can you help me with one more thing? The charm monster obviously became impatient and coldly shouted, What do you want to do? Someone's watching. I'm a bit embarrassed. Can you knock them out? Yang Kai pointed to the absent-minded Zhou Luo and the panic-stricken Ruan Xian Yu. The charm monster frowned and hesitated for a moment before nodding. As you wish. Saying so, she waved her hand and an invisible barrier separated Yang Kai and Yun Xian. Everything around them disappeared, leaving behind only him, Yun Xian, and the charm monster. Here, you don't have to worry about being seen. Also, can you shut up? The charm monster coldly snorted, sending out her spiritual energy into Yang Kai's mind. In the next moment, Yang Kai's knowledge sea began to churn as a strange energy began to infect his knowledge sea and consciousness, causing him to become extremely excited. His blood began to boil and his breathing became heavy, his desire for action becoming stronger than ever. Let's begin. Let me see what you've got. The charm monster giggled, her beautiful eyes widening as she stared down, her scarlet tongue licking her lips as she muttered, "The blood essence of a man and woman is very delicious." She laughed strangely as if she had gone mad. Her delicate and gentle temperament instantly disappeared. Yun Xin moaned, her face flushing red as her lower abdomen began to heat up, her slender legs clamped together tightly as she rolled around on the ground. Yang Kai also felt his whole body heat up. The mature aura exuding from Yun Xian's body had become a fatal temptation at this moment, making him unable to resist pouncing on her and pressing his hands all over her tender body, kissing her red lips. A seductive scene filled the air as an erotic aura filled the air. The charm monster's breathing gradually became heavy as she stared with her beautiful eyes, watching the battle below. Chapter 630. On the ground, Yang Kai and Yun Xian were entangled in a tangled mess, their clothes in disarray and their surroundings a complete mess. Both of them had been poisoned by the charm monster's divine sense. This kind of divine sense poison was countless times more potent than ordinary poisons, and even someone as strong as Yang Kai was unable to resist it, let alone Yun Xian. While entangled, Yun Xian's consciousness gradually returned, the heat and emptiness in her body making her crave for caressing and filling. Yang Kai, who exuded a manly aura, became her only hope, desperately clinging to him. However, when she saw Yang Kai's face, she struggled to push him away, but her body refused to listen to her. Seeing the charm monster's excited expression, Yun Xian couldn't help shedding tears of shame and indignation. This was an absurd and ridiculous scene. Yun Xian had never thought that she would one day be so close to a man she didn't even know. Although she had always dressed herself up, and her usual behavior was quite bold and unrestrained, she had never been naked with a man before. The suppressed desire in her heart grew stronger and stronger, but her resistance was still not extinguished. Yun Xian's reason told her that even if she had to die a clean death. Looking at her scattered clothes on the ground and feeling the coldness of her exposed body, Yun Xian stretched out her hand, wanting to slap Yang Kai, but before she could do so, she wrapped her arms around his neck and hugged him tightly. Her legs, which she had kicked out, also refused to listen to her and wrapped around his waist. Her hot and plump body was tightly pressed against Yang Kai's. The pleasure of her body and the trembling of her soul caused Yun Xian to feel a little lost, and she couldn't help moaning as a strange feeling spread throughout her body. Realizing this, Yun Xian's face became even redder. "Yang Kai," Yun Xian called out softly, even her voice changing slightly, making her want to find a hole to crawl into. Between her legs, there was a patch of mud and the surrounding grass was filled with dew, making her feel empty and lonely. Suddenly, something as hot as steel pressed against her, causing Yun Xian to cry out in alarm. Her tender body trembling as a layer of red light suddenly appeared on her white skin. She quickly realized what was about to happen to her. Unable to resist the charm monster's divine sense poison, Yun Xian slowly closed her eyes, giving up on the resistance in her heart and enjoying the throbbing of her body. A tearing pain came from her lower body, causing Yun Xian's eyes to bulge as she screamed out in pain, her hands gripping Yang Kai's back, her nails leaving deep marks in his flesh. The petals fell in profusion. The initial pain quickly disappeared and was replaced by endless pleasure. The man on top of her didn't have the slightest bit of compassion for the fairer sex, and in that fierce, beast-like thrusting, Yun Xian felt her consciousness fly up into the clouds, up and down, her whole body experiencing a kind of pleasure that she had never experienced before. Yun Xian's ruby-red lips were bitten to the point of bleeding, and as she groaned loudly, pain and pleasure intertwined. Tears continued to fall from the corners of her eyes, flowing down her cheeks and onto the ground, wetting the soil. Opening her eyes weakly, Yun Xian stared at the slightly young face on top of her, suddenly feeling that this face was so unfamiliar. This man seemed to have gone mad at this moment, his eyes red, his breathing heavy, the veins on his neck bulging. Like a wild beast, he raised his huge spear and launched another attack. Yun Xian's expression suddenly froze because she found that in the other party's red eyes, there seemed to be a trace of calmness that had yet to be extinguished. But before she could think about it, the pleasure of her body made her moan again. Very good. What a wonderful taste. At this moment, the charmed demon slowly floated down and saw the restlessness of the man and woman below. She also had a look of passion on her face, and her face was red. She slowly floated over to Yang Kai and Yun Xian's side. Standing there, stretching out her soft white hand and stroking Yang Kai's back, as if to encourage him, she whispered in Yang Kai's ear, "Harder, faster." Sure enough, Yang Kai's movements became more violent, causing the charm monster to giggle. As time passed, the desire to vent continued to climb, gradually reaching its peak. The charm monster's demeanor became more focused, as if she was waiting for something. But the moment before the peak arrived, the charm monster suddenly acted. Her seemingly soft and boneless hand suddenly pierced through Yang Kai's back like a hot knife through butter, directly opening a hole in Yang Kai's body. Not only that, but Yun Xian's lower abdomen, who was being pressed down by Yang Kai, was also torn apart. Yun Xian screamed miserably, her eyes red from crying, a look of relief flashing across her face. The blood of the man and woman that flowed out together exuded an aura that the charm monster enjoyed immensely. This is the smell. This is the smell. The succubus demon's delicate body trembled as if she had obtained great comfort and satisfaction at this moment. Her legs tightened, and from between her legs, there was some white liquid that flowed down her slender legs. Slowly closing her eyes, the charm monster basked in the pleasure she felt. The crimson color in Yang Kai's eyes suddenly disappeared. At this moment, he became more awake than ever. Bouncing off Yun Xian's body like a cannonball, Yang Kai tightly grasped the charm monster's hand that had pierced through his body and fiercely twisted it. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk the snow-white hand that seemed to be boneless was directly broken, exposing bone stubble to the air as green blood quickly flowed out from the charm monster's severed arm. With a pitiful cry, the charm monster's beautiful eyes widened as her tender face twisted, as if she had fallen from the clouds into the depths of hell. Staring at Yang Kai in front of her in disbelief, her figure flickering as she tried to pull her hand out of Yang Kai's body. Before she had time to stabilize herself, though, her vision blurred and the young man who had been enjoying the woman's body a moment ago suddenly appeared in front of her, stretching out his hand like an iron hoop and gripping her neck. "You finally took the bait." Yang Kai's expression was cold, his eyes cold, his voice like a cold wind blowing from the depths of hell, causing the charm monster to feel a chill from the bottom of her heart. Looking at him in horror, the charm monster discovered that his body had indeed been pierced through by him. Blood flowed out, dyeing him blood red, but his movements were extremely steady, without the slightest hint of panic. From his eyes, the charm monster could see a trace of ridicule and disdain. He immediately realized that this youth was not under his control from beginning to end. "Impossible!" The charm monster roared hysterically, like a madwoman. "It's impossible for you to resist my spiritual energy poison." "Why is it impossible?" Yang Kai sneered, increasing the strength of his hand as he slammed the charm monster to the ground. Asterisk Pong. Asterisk with a loud bang. The charm monster's delicate body felt a great pain that made it difficult for her to breathe. However, even if her body was being controlled, the charm monster didn't show the slightest fear, only endless resentment. A huge amount of spiritual energy burst out from her knowledge sea and instantly tore through the defenses of Yang Kai's knowledge sea, pouring in with a violent poison. She wanted to kill Yang Kai in a single blow to wash away the shame of having her arm destroyed. Yang Kai frowned and his body couldn't help trembling a few times, but soon he returned to normal. Conflagrated knowledge sea? Feeling the power erupting from Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the charm monster finally felt fear. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, there was actually a burning hot aura, the power of fire, enough to burn away her spiritual energy poison. So this is called conflagrated knowledge sea. Thank you very much for your guidance. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Since absorbing the power of the Jade True Spirit in the central capital, Yang Kai found that his spiritual energy had changed, becoming as hot as fire, somewhat similar to the attributes of true Yang Yuan Qi. And now, his entire knowledge sea was different from before. The flowing seawater in his knowledge sea was somewhat like a burning flame. This change made Yang Kai somewhat confused, and no one could tell him about it, so he still didn't understand what was going on with his spiritual energy until now. Listening to the charm monster's words, Yang Kai suddenly felt that this change was a good thing for him. The succubus's divine sense contained poison, while his divine sense contained the scorching power of fire. The power he could display was much stronger than before. "Don't kill me. I can recognize you as my master," the charm monster cried out in horror. Her body was not as strong as Yang Kai's, and the spiritual energy poison she was so proud of couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. The charm monster immediately understood that if she didn't beg for mercy, she would die immediately. "Recognize me as your master?" Yang Kai frowned. "Yes, the monster race is your human race's companion. As long as you nod, I can offer you my soul brand and obey your orders in the future." The charm monster nodded quickly. "No need. I have no interest in such a dangerous servant like you." Yang Kai's face was cold and ruthless, and as he spoke, the Yuan Qi on his fist burst forth and, under the horrified gaze of the charm monster, punched her delicate face. Perceiving the approaching crisis, the charm monster screamed and released her spiritual energy, fiercely attacking Yang Kai's knowledge sea in an attempt to find some way to survive. Yang Kai remained indifferent. Hong. Like a watermelon being split open, the charm monster's head suddenly shattered. Yang Kai was still a little worried and continued to attack until there was no trace of life left in her tender body. Her physical strength really wasn't that great, otherwise, with her transcendent realm cultivation, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to kill her so easily. The attractive force in Yang Kai's mind reappeared, and the charm monster's scattered spiritual energy was sucked into his knowledge sea. Although the charm monster's words made Yang Kai somewhat tempted, with his current means, he simply couldn't enslave such a master. The charm monster was different from the old demon. She was too dangerous, so Yang Kai didn't dare allow her to follow him around. Gently coughing a few times, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Yang Kai reached out and wiped the blood before taking out the myriad drug milk from the black book space and swallowing it. His body being pierced was not a light injury, but fortunately, at the critical moment, Yang Kai had stealthily avoided hitting any of his vitals, so it wasn't fatal. With the myriad drug milk, this kind of injury should be able to be healed in a few days. Wondering how Yun Xin was doing, Yang Kai's expression became somewhat complicated, hesitating for a moment before walking over to Yun Xin, who was lying in a pool of blood. Chapter 631. In this pool of blood, Yun Xian's eyes were wide open as she lay there lifelessly, her full body exposed to the air. Her flat abdomen had a deep wound from which blood was gushing out, dyeing her pure white body with a layer of enchanting beauty. She was still breathing and wasn't in any danger, but Yang Kai was keenly aware that she no longer had any desire to live. It seemed that what she had just experienced had given her the will to die. Supporting his extremely weak body, Yang Kai slowly walked towards her, picked up his trousers and put them on, then picked up his shirt and tore it in half. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai took out some myriad drug liquid and smeared it on the wound on Yun Xian's lower abdomen. As his fingers caressed her, Yun Xian's tender body trembled slightly and she finally recovered. After seeing the situation in front of her, her beautiful eyes filled with an extremely complex look. "I know what you want to say, but it's best if you don't speak now. Once you're alive, if you want to beat or scold me, I'll do whatever I want. But rest assured, I won't pester you, and I don't want you to pester me." Let's just treat this as a dream, and when everything is stable, we'll part ways. Yang Kai's expression was meticulous, as if he was talking to himself. Using half of his shirt to clean the wound on Yun Xian's lower abdomen, Yang Kai used the other half to bandage her wound. Yun Xian wanted to resist, but she couldn't muster the slightest strength. The lingering effects of her peak had made her body extremely sensitive, so when Yang Kai touched her, she couldn't help but feel an irrepressible sense of pleasure and pleasure. This feeling made her feel ashamed and unable to show her face, so she closed her beautiful eyes and wept. After gently helping her put on her clothes, Kai Yang gasped for breath and sat down on the ground. Ever since he began cultivating, he had never suffered such a serious injury. If he hadn't avoided the charm monster's attack at the critical moment, Yang Kai feared he would have lost his life. This time's plan was extremely risky, but after listening to Yun Xian's explanation, Yang Kai had a flash of inspiration in his mind and decided to wait for the charm monster to approach him and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. However, he didn't expect that the succubus would be so cautious that he had no choice but to brace himself and play the entire game. The place where the two of them were was still isolated by the succubus's technique. After the death of the charm monster, the surrounding barrier had become extremely weak, but Yang Kai was surprised to find that Ruan Xenyu and Zhou Luo, who were standing outside, had not moved at all. Forcefully releasing his Yuan Qi, Yang Kai broke through the barrier surrounding him, but when he saw the state of Ruan Xenyu and Zhou Luo, he suddenly relaxed. The succubus was probably afraid that the two of them would escape while she was sucking the blood, so she used some unknown method to knock them out. Let's rest for a while. They will probably wake up soon, Yang Kai advised. Yun Xian was still crying, tears falling down her cheeks, completely ignoring Yang Kai. Knowing that she was feeling a little uncomfortable, Yang Kai didn't say anything more. Silently, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged on the ground and began circulating his Yuan Qi to dissolve the medicinal efficacies of the myriad drug milk. Speaking of which, this was the first time Yang Kai had taken myriad drug milk. Although he had long known that this second-grade spirit medicine had a great effect on healing injuries, Yang Kai soon discovered that he had still underestimated its tyrannical effects. The pain in his lower abdomen quickly disappeared and was replaced by a slight numbness. The flesh there seemed to be wriggling and growing, repairing the wound. Taking advantage of this free time, Yang Kai sent his divine sense into his knowledge sea and began absorbing the spiritual energy left behind by the dead charm monster. Time passed slowly. Half a day later, Ruan Xinyu and Zhou Luo woke up one after another. As if they still hadn't figured out what was going on, the two of them glanced at each other after waking up, their eyes filled with confusion. After a moment, they finally remembered what had happened to them before they fell unconscious. Ruan Xinyu's complexion immediately changed greatly as she inspected her clothes, and after discovering that she was intact, she couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. Zhou Luo turned his head and looked around, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets, because he discovered that not far away, the charm monster who had easily killed more than a dozen disciples of Bold Independent Union and a transcendent realm master, had actually died a horrible death. Her tender body, which could make any man's heart tremble, was now in tatters and her head had been blown apart. Yun Xian sat to the side, her arms wrapped around her knees, a sad and helpless look on her face, her tears no longer falling, but her eyes were still red. She stared straight at Yang Kai, who was also meditating nearby, a complex look filling her beautiful eyes. Yun Xian, are you okay? Zhou Luo hurried over and asked politely. Yun Xian was in a daze and didn't respond. What happened? How did the charm monster die? Did some master pass by and save us? Zhou Luo asked a number of questions. He had thought he was dead this time, but now that he had survived, Zhou Luo was naturally excited. Don't talk. Ruan Xinyu's brow furrowed slightly as she suddenly realized that Yun Xian's mental state was a bit off at the moment. Quickly stepping forward, she squatted down in front of Yun Xian and bit her thin lip, her brow furrowing slightly as she asked softly, Yun Xian, can you tell me what happened? Yun Xian still didn't speak, simply staring at Yang Kai intently. This gaze caused Zhou Luo's expression to sink as he coldly glared towards Yang Kai. Ah, you're hurt. Ruan Xianyu finally noticed the wound on Yun Xian's lower abdomen. Although it had been applied with myriad drug liquid and bandaged, the red blood oozing from it was still obvious. Hurt? Let me see. Zhou Luo was shocked and quickly walked over to examine the wound. Ruan Xianyu turned her head and stared at him coldly, causing Zhou Luo to grin and stand in place. Stretching out her hand, Ruan Xianyu placed it on Yun Xian's pulse and examined it before whispering, "It's not a big problem. Although her aura is a bit weak, she should be fine after a few days of rest." "HM? What's that smell?" Ruan Xianyu's brow suddenly furrowed. She smelled something unusual from Yun Xian's body. It was a bit fishy and not like blood. Hearing what she said, Zhou Luo also smelled it. Smelling this extremely familiar scent, Zhou Luo's complexion changed dramatically. Looking at Yun Xian's current state, Yang Kai's naked upper body, and the charm monster beside him, Zhou Luo couldn't help but wonder. Zhou Luo suddenly understood what had happened here while he was unconscious. He was a veteran in the field of love and had countless women. Ruan Xianyu, a woman who had never experienced anything like this, didn't understand what this smell in the air meant, but he did. His expression suddenly became ferocious as his yuan qi began to fluctuate uncontrollably. "What are you doing?" Ruan Xianyu glanced over at Zhou Luo with some displeasure, not understanding why he had suddenly become angry. Zhou Luo let out a strange laugh as he stared at Yun Xian and asked, "Yun Xian, have you been defiled by that little brat?" Hearing this, Yun Xian, who had remained indifferent until now, suddenly trembled. Perceiving her abnormality, Ruan Xianyu immediately covered her mouth, thinking to herself that before she had fallen unconscious, Yun Xian and this boy named Yang Kai had already been controlled by the charm monster. With the charm monster's personality and methods, she would definitely have instigated something between them. However, the joy of surviving this calamity had made her forget about this aspect for a while. "Yun Xian, this isn't true, is it?" Ruan Xianyu's beautiful face paled as she asked softly. Although she had always been at odds with Yun Xian, in fact, she still somewhat admired her because Yun Xian's identity was somewhat different from hers. Tears fell from Yun Xian's eyes again as she buried her head between her knees and sobbed. Sure enough, Zhou Luo almost went crazy. He had pursued Yun Xian for a long time but had never been able to win her heart. Now, in this desolate place, this beautiful woman's body had actually been taken advantage of by some little brat who had come out of nowhere. A huge sense of shame inexplicably welled up in his heart, causing Zhou Luo's aura to become dangerous. Coldly glaring at Yang Kai, who was meditating nearby, Zhou Luo grinned and slowly walked towards him. "Zhou Luo, what are you doing?" Ruan Xianyu exclaimed. Zhou Luo sneered. "What am I doing? Haha, what else can I do? This little brat sullied Yun Xian's purity. What do you think I can do? I want him to pay with his life." Saying so, Zhou Luo quickly approached Yang Kai, his expression ferocious and terrifying. "Stop!" Ruan Xianyu abandoned Yun Xian and rushed up, pulling Zhou Luo back. "Don't do this." "You're still protecting him?" Zhou Luo looked at Ruan Xianyu sarcastically. "What's your relationship with this little brat? Why are you protecting him? We haven't figured out what happened yet. Killing him like this isn't right, don't you think? What else do we need to figure out? Yun Xian has already acquiesced." Zhou Luo roared. "What does that have to do with you?" Ruan Xianyu asked coldly, glaring at Zhou Luo contemptuously. "Who do you think you are to Yun Xian?" Scram! Zhou Luo was furious, his strength erupting as he swept Ruan Xianyu aside. "I'm not to Yun Xian, but I will never allow any man other than me to touch her. This little brat must die, otherwise my anger will never be appeased." Shouting, Zhou Luo's murderous intent soared as he hysterically threw a punch towards the defenseless Yang Kai's face. "Don't!" Yun Xian screamed in horror from behind. Hearing this voice, Zhou Luo's Wu Ming karmic fire burned even more fiercely, making him even more determined to kill Yang Kai. He showed no mercy. Ruan Xianyu, who had fallen to the side, turned her head away, unable to bear watching. Zhou Luo was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage cultivator. Attacking a defenseless Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage cultivator like this, it was easy to imagine what would happen to him. Just as the punch was about to hit Yang Kai's face, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and stretched out his hand in front of him, grabbing hold of Zhou Luo's fist. Zhou Luo's violent momentum was like a gale meeting a mountain and was instantly blocked. Yang Kai didn't move and instead stared coldly at Zhou Luo in front of him, grinning as he asked, "Friend, what are you doing?" Zhou Luo was obviously stunned. The blow he had painstakingly launched had been easily blocked by a boy 2 minor realms lower than him, making him somewhat unable to accept this. His expression fluctuating, Zhou Luo found that he couldn't understand this boy. Chapter 632. After hesitating for only a moment, Zhou Luo regained his composure and roared, "I'll kill you." Yang Kai sneered, "You want me to die? I'm afraid you don't have that ability." Shameless boasting. Zhou Luo leapt back 2 steps as a trident-shaped artifact suddenly appeared in his hand. As soon as this artifact appeared, a cold, murderous intent burst forth from it. As Zhou Luo poured his true essence into it, the trident began to emit a buzzing sound. With its might activated, Zhou Luo casually threw out the trident. The trident suddenly transformed into a majestic tiger, opened its bloody maw, and bit towards Yang Kai. He obviously didn't want to waste any more words with Yang Kai. All he wanted to do was kill him to vent the hatred in his heart. Yang Kai coldly snorted, his expression quickly becoming cold. Seeing his opponent attack him without hesitation, he was also enraged. His figure flickered as he dodged the trident's attack. Pouring all of his strength into his body, Yang Kai's momentum suddenly changed, and an aura that caused Zhou Luo to tremble uncontrollably filled Yang Kai's body. With Yang Kai as the center, an invisible wave of qi swept out, stirring up a strong wind. Yun Xian stopped crying and stared at Yang Kai in a daze, her face filled with shock. She was shocked by Yang Kai's sudden transformation, momentarily forgetting everything she had just experienced. Even Ruan Xian Yu couldn't help covering her mouth, dumbfounded. Hong Hong Hong. Yang Kai quickly stepped forward, his figure surging forward like a tidal wave, impossible to predict. In just a moment, he had rushed to Zhou Luo's side, and under the latter's stunned gaze, the violent Yuan Qi imprinted itself on his chest. A scream rang out as Zhou Luo was caught off guard and was sent flying like a kite, blood spurting out from his mouth, his appearance miserable. Kai Yang coldly watched, but didn't chase after him. Pong. Zhou Luo's body fell heavily to the ground, but he quickly got up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a cruel light flashing across his eyes. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? You really aren't a good thing. It wasn't until this moment that he clearly realized that Yang Kai's true strength was far more than the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage he had displayed. Being able to injure an Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage cultivator with a single blow was not something an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage cultivator could do. Xian Yu, come with me, kill him. After witnessing Yang Kai's strength, Zhou Luo didn't give up and instead wanted to drag Ruan Xian. In Yang Kai's mind, even if he wasn't Yang Kai's opponent by himself, with Ruan Xian Yu's help, how could they not be able to defeat him? Yang Kai's, Zhou Luo's uses, Yangs. A cold light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. The reason he hadn't killed Zhou Luo just now was because he had scruples about him being a disciple of Bold Independent Union. Yang Kai wasn't willing to provoke trouble right now, but he hadn't expected that his leniency would cause him to misunderstand. Turning his head, Yang Kai glanced over at Ruan Xian Yu. The latter hadn't yet recovered from her shock and was still wearing a dumbfounded expression. If this woman had agreed, Yang Kai wouldn't have minded slaughtering her here. Xian Yu, Zhou Luo shouted. Ruan Xian Yu finally reacted and frowned, shouting, "Are you crazy? Why would you want to kill him for no reason?" Zhou Luo's face went blue as he stared at Ruan Xian Yu bitterly. "Even you are siding with him? Could it be that when I was unconscious, you were also tainted by him?" These words immediately made Ruan Xian Yu furious, and she scolded, "Bullshit. Zhou Luo, wake up. Don't make trouble for no reason." "Haha, I'm making trouble for no reason?" Zhou Luo laughed maniacally. It seemed that because of this blow, he really had lost his mind. At that moment, Yun Xian slowly stood up, glanced over at Yang Kai faintly, brushed her damp hair behind her ear, and took a deep breath. Zhou Luo, stop. If you dare attack him again, don't blame me for being impolite. Zhou Luo's body suddenly staggered as he stared at Yun Xian in disbelief, shaking his head repeatedly. You really are a cheap slut. Even if he sullied your body, does that mean your heart is also his? Yun Xian became angry out of shame and coldly said, That's a different matter. I don't want to talk about this with you right now. You don't need to worry about my affairs. Just mind your own business. I'll mind my own business, huh? Zhou Luo sneered, a crazed look on his face. He had completely lost his mind. Zhou Luo's eyes gradually became filled with hatred, and when he turned to look at Yun Xian, his expression became one of pain and disdain, stretching out his hand and summoning the trident back to him, sneering, Since you say so, I won't be polite with you. Today, I must kill this little brat. Yun Xian slowly shook her head. You don't have the ability. Even you say that. Zhou Luo flew into a rage. Just now, Yang Kai had evaluated him in such a way, and now Yun Xian's words were almost exactly the same as Yang Kai's. Feeling humiliated, he grit his teeth and shouted, Then open your eyes wide and see if I, Zhou Luo, have the ability to do so. Saying so, his yuan qi surged violently, and a number of light balls the size of millstones suddenly rushed out from his body. Not good. Ruan Xian Yu's beautiful face paled. Zhou Luo has gone crazy. This was Zhou Luo's most powerful move, one he would never use on normal days. But at this moment, facing Yang Kai, he had actually used it. Obviously, he could no longer distinguish between good and evil and had been consumed by hatred and humiliation. Saying so, Ruan Xian Yu quickly retreated to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Before leaving, she didn't forget to pull Yun Xian along and hide as far away as possible. Yang Kai didn't say anything and simply watched coldly until the light balls from Zhou Luo's body surged out. Only then did his expression become slightly dignified. He could feel the tremendous killing intent contained in these light balls. But he wasn't afraid. These light balls suddenly flew out and mixed with Zhou Luo's trident, the two of them complementing each other, and their lethality was several times greater than before. This was the full strength of an Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Cultivator. Be careful. Yun Xian couldn't help but exclaim, her face turning red. She didn't know why she had reminded Yang Kai, but she felt that her relationship with him had become somewhat strange because of that moment just now. She hated this boy who had taken her virginity in a state of confusion, especially when he was at least 7 or 8 years younger than her. But she couldn't bring herself to kill him. If it had been someone else who had done this to her, Yun Xian was sure she would have tried to get rid of that man and then killed herself. Some strange and inexplicable emotions welled up in her heart, so when she saw Yang Kai in danger, she couldn't help reminding him. Ruan Xian Yu glanced at her strangely, and Yun Xian couldn't help wishing she could find a hole to crawl into and never see anyone again. Yu he. Ruan Xian Yu's gossipy heart was ignited. Don't ask me. Yun Xian's neck flushed red as she resisted in her heart. And Ruan Xian Yu immediately fell silent. Hong hong hong. Not far away. Zhou Luo's attack had already arrived, the burst of energy wrapping around Yang Kai, making it impossible for him to escape. The two women couldn't help covering their mouths as their beautiful eyes trembled. Pa pa pa. Another series of popping sounds rang out as the chaotic energy was annihilated one after another. Soon, Yang Kai's figure was revealed. He was completely unscathed. Only the wound on his abdomen, because of this action, had bled a lot more and his face was slightly pale. Zhou Luo couldn't help retreating a few steps as he stared at Yang Kai in horror, muttering, Impossible. His attack was invincible among all Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, so it was impossible for his opponent to resolve it so easily. There's nothing impossible about this. Yang Kai stepped forward step by step, his expression already quite impatient. He was already injured and should have been resting. Now that he had been forced to fight someone who had lost his mind, he naturally wanted to end this quickly. I didn't want to kill you, but now it seems leaving you alive won't do me any good. Saying so, Yang Kai's figure suddenly began to fade. Zhou Luo's eyes widened as he instinctively sensed a crisis approaching, but before he could take any defensive action, all the bones in his body seemed to be struck by a heavy blow. The sound of bones breaking rang out like beans being pelted. Yang Kai's figure appeared in front of him again, but Zhou Luo didn't have the strength to move. His bones were shattered, his 5 viscera and 6 organs were crushed, and his heart and veins were broken, causing him to fall limply to the ground like a boneless man. His vitality was instantly extinguished. Cough, cough. Yang Kai staggered 2 steps before finally stabilizing himself, covering his wound with his hand as blood flowed from his fingers. Glancing over at Yun Xian, Yang Kai found that this woman's expression was somewhat excited, but he didn't know why she was so happy. Helplessly shaking his head, Yang Kai ignored her and quickly sat down cross-legged to continue adjusting his breathing. Yun Xian. Ruan Xinyu stared at the scene in front of her and almost lost the ability to think, "What do we do?" "What do you mean, what do we do?" Yun Xian was also extremely weak, gently gasping for breath as she asked. "He killed Zhou Luo. Do you want to avenge Zhou Luo?" Yun Xian turned her head and glared at Ruan Xinyu coldly, the latter obviously noticing a trace of hostility and vigilance flashing across her beautiful eyes. "I have no such thoughts," Ruan Xinyu hurriedly said. "I don't like him, but after all, he was a captain of the Union, dying in front of us like this. Haven't enough people died this time? One more Zhou Luo isn't a big deal. Without this kind of person, we'll have some peace and quiet in the future. After returning to the Union, I'll report this to my superiors. You don't need to worry about it," Yun Xian said lightly. After this series of events, Yun Xian seemed to have stabilized her mind and thought through many things, no longer feeling as panicked and helpless as before. Instead, she seemed much calmer. You're really on his side." Ruan Xinyu's expression suddenly became ambiguous. "What's so good about him?" Yun Xian's face blushed as she angrily said, "Don't talk nonsense." Saying so, she glanced over at Yang Kai faintly before quickly turning her eyes away, her long eyelashes fluttering. "You rest. I'll take care of things here," Ruan Xinyu sighed. Looking around at the corpses and the chaotic scene, she rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Yun Xian nodded gently, thought about it for a moment, then sat down cross-legged and closed her eyes to adjust her breathing. Chapter 633. Inside the forest, Yun Xian and Ruan Xinyu both leaned against a big tree, both of them feeling weak. Yun Xian was seriously injured and Ruan Xinyu had been busy for a while now, so she was also deeply exhausted. Leaning against the tree, she rested for a long time before gradually recovering her strength. Ruan Xinyu had a huge question in her heart, that was, how could the charm monster, who could easily kill Sun Ying, suddenly die? At that time, she had been unconscious and Yang Kai and the others had been wrapped up in the barrier the charm monster had used, so they had no idea what had happened inside. After everything was settled, Ruan Xinyu asked Yun Xian about the doubt she had. Yun Xian hesitated for a moment before briefly recounting what had happened, causing Ruan Xinyu to be shocked. "He killed her?" Yun Xian nodded lightly as she stared at Yang Kai, who was meditating not far away, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. "That shouldn't be," Ruan Xinyu quickly realized. Ruan Xinyu quickly realized that something was wrong, even if the charm monster's physique wasn't that strong. Her spiritual energy was incomparable. If she had used her divine sense to attack him before she died, how could he have avoided such an attack? "I don't know," Yun Xian shook her head. "I only saw the scene where he killed the charm monster. I don't remember anything else." "Then you and him, don't ask." An embarrassed look appeared on Yun Xian's face. Although she couldn't remember exactly what had happened at that time, the blurry and chaotic images still flashed through her mind from time to time. Moreover, the feeling of her body couldn't be faked. Even now, there was still a tearing pain in her lower body. This feeling caused Yun Xian to blush slightly. What a strange person. Ruan Xinyu seemed to have become somewhat interested in Yang Kai. How could a trivial immortal ascension boundary 7th stage kill a charm monster? On top of that, even Zhou Luo couldn't resist a single blow from him. Zhou Luo was a captain of bold independent union. In terms of strength, Neither Ruan Xin Yu nor Yun Xian were his opponent. Yang Kai being able to easily kill Zhou Luo meant he had the ability to kill both of them. You've picked up a treasure. If you can pull him into the union. Ruan Xin Yu's beautiful eyes lit up as she thought of a good idea. So what if we roped him in? Ji Hong and the others are all dead. Yun Xian said sadly. She had spent at least 3 years with these team members, but now all of them had died inexplicably. Before they died, they didn't even get to see what their enemy looked like, causing her heart to ache. Also, I don't know if he was willing to join Bold Independent Union. If you don't try to rope him in, I'll make a move. Ruan Xin Yu was eager to try, a look of anticipation and excitement flashing across her face. Our team members are all dead. We need to replenish them. Don't you dare have any ideas about him. Yun Xian immediately became vigilant. TSK, you woman, are really interesting. You don't want to win him over, but you don't want to do it for me? What is this? In any case, it's not allowed. Yun Xian said with a straight face. Fine, I won't talk about this with you. You're injured right now. I can't afford to offend you, Ruan Xin Yu giggled. Although the two women had always been at odds with each other, after experiencing this crisis, the hatred between them seemed to have been resolved significantly, and their relationship had become much more harmonious. Just as they were talking, though, the sound of breathing suddenly rang out, causing the two women's spirits to rise. Turning their gazes towards Yang Kai, they saw him open his eyes. Although his injuries had not yet healed, his spirit was much better. As if he was aware of their gazes, Yang Kai raised his head and looked over. When his eyes met with Yun Xian's, Yang Kai's expression became slightly unnatural while Yun Xian quickly averted her gaze, her tender body trembling slightly. Thinking back to that ferocious collision again and again, her body couldn't help heating up. Ruan Xin Yu took in the expressions of the two women and smiled lightly, beckoning to Yang Kai. Little brother, come here. Yang Kai coughed dryly, stood up, walked over to the two women, and sat down, facing them calmly. Ruan Xin Yu's pair of beautiful eyes swept over Yang Kai's naked upper body, marveling to herself, thinking that she really hadn't expected this young man's physique to be so good. At first glance, his muscles were filled with explosive strength. No wonder he dared to approach lustful charm monster and wait for an opportunity to kill him. How are your injuries? Ruan Xin Yu asked. I won't die, Yang Kai grinned. Your body isn't bad, Ruan Xin Yu said, throwing him a flirtatious glance. This attitude seemed to make Yun Xian a little unhappy, and she gently pinched him. Yang Kai rubbed his nose awkwardly and said, Yesterday. Nothing happened yesterday. Yun Xian quickly interrupted him, trying to deceive herself. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before suddenly smiling. That's for the best. He had thought this woman would continue to pester him and cry, but she had actually acted so calmly and said she didn't want to mention yesterday's embarrassing incident again, which was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. Yesterday's scene was not something Yang Kai wanted to happen, but under the influence of the charm monster's soul poison, both of them had been unable to control themselves. In addition, Yang Kai had deliberately lured the charm monster to approach him, so he could only make the best of it. Dealing with an enemy like the charm monster, if he didn't allow her to approach him, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Hey. Ruan Xin Yu immediately became unhappy and glared at Yang Kai. What do you mean nothing happened? Do you want to eat and not admit it? Yun Xian can say that. After all, her skin is thin. How can you just let it go? Then what do you want? Yang Kai smiled. The parties involved had already said they didn't want to talk about it anymore, so this Ruan Xin Yu actually wanted to argue with him. Yang Kai was confused. Take responsibility. What else can I do? Ruan Xin Yu snorted. Yun Xian's virginity that she maintained for nearly 30 years was ruined by you. If you don't take responsibility, who will? Yang Kai frowned and stared at Ruan Xin Yu with interest. Didn't you have a bad relationship with her? How come you're standing on the same side now? Ruan Xin Yu sneered. My relationship with her is none of your business. Now that we're both women, it's only right for me to help her seek justice from you. You're also a virgin, aren't you? Yang Kai grinned wickedly. Ruan Xin Yu's face went stiff as she cursed. Bastard. Raising her hand, she sent a punch towards Yang Kai, but suddenly realizing she wasn't his opponent, she angrily withdrew her hand, grit her teeth, and blushed. "Enough," Yunxian shouted. "Exine you, this is my business. I'll solve it myself. You don't need to say anything." Ruan Exine Yu helplessly glared at Yang Kai before turning her head away in a fit of pique. Staring at Yang Kai, Yun Xian's beautiful eyes blinked, causing Yang Kai to feel somewhat embarrassed. After a long time, Yun Xian finally spoke. "I want to ask you a few things. For the sake of my suffering such a big loss, answer me honestly." "Go ahead, if I can answer. I won't hide anything." Yang Kai gently nodded, his expression honest. "Who are you? What kind of cultivation do you have?" Yun Xian's expression became serious, obviously wanting to know more about this man who had taken her virginity. "I'll tell you, I come from a very remote corner. I don't know where that place is, but as for my cultivation, you can already tell, I'm an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7-stage cultivator. I won't hide anything." Yang Kai told her the truth, pausing for a moment before continuing, "But my Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th-stage cultivation is different from the average cultivator. Among those in the Immortal Ascension Boundary, I'm a relatively invincible existence." Shameless boasting. Ruan Xian Yu curled her lips fiercely. Although she suspected he was boasting, based on his previous performance, it was clear he had some strength. "What's your relationship with Water Spirit Temple's Shui Ling? Why does she care so much about you?" Yun Xian asked again. "My relationship with her. It's not what you think. We can only be considered ordinary friends. She cares about me because I helped her. That's about it." Yun Xian gently nodded, expressing satisfaction, hesitating for a moment before continuing. "Then what is your purpose in coming here this time? Inside that mine, why didn't you tell us what kind of danger there was? Since you're so strong, when my bold independent union's disciple was in trouble, why didn't you take action immediately? Why wait until she exposed a flaw?" This time, Yun Xian asked more questions, her mood becoming slightly agitated. Yang Kai shook his head. "You're suspicious of me, aren't you? You're suspicious that I entered Bold Independent City and approached you for some special purpose. However, you can rest assured that everything you know is true. I haven't told you any lies. Coming here with you is just like I said before, to return a favor. You gave me a piece of sky cicada jade and I saved your life. So now it seems that we're even. Inside that mine, I tried to warn you, but you didn't trust me, so I couldn't provide any evidence. If I said anything more, it would only annoy you. So I might as well not say anything at all. Our relationship isn't that close. The life or death of your Bold Independent Union's disciple has nothing to do with me. Also, why wait for that charm monster to reveal a flaw? If she didn't reveal a flaw, how could I kill her? If we really fought, I wouldn't necessarily be her opponent. You've already experienced how powerful her spiritual energy is. Taking advantage of your innocence, although I had no other choice, is truly my fault. If you want to beat me or scold me, it's all up to you." Saying so, Yang Kai put on an expression of a dead pig not fearing boiling water. Ruan Xian Yu ground her teeth in anger, but after a moment of disdain, she secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, Yang Kai had chosen Yun Xian at that time. If he had chosen her, she would likely have suffered the same fate as Yun Xian. Thinking so, Ruan Xian Yu couldn't help feeling some lingering fear. Although she had high hopes for this boy, they had only known each other for less than a day. If such a thing had really happened, Ruan Xian Yu didn't know if she would have taken a knife and hacked him to death. In comparison, Yun Xian's magnanimity was much greater. Yun Xian was also quite angry. She had clearly suffered a loss, but now Yang Kai was acting like he had been wronged. Taking a deep breath and calming her excitement, Yun Xian opened her eyes, her expression indifferent. "Yang Kai," Yun Xian called out softly. Yang Kai replied softly. "You really are a beast." Yun Xian's voice was still gentle. And Yang Kai blushed. Chapter 634. Today's update. After experiencing such a huge change, no matter who it was, they were all somewhat exhausted. Although they knew that there were dozens of precious metal-devouring beasts buried in the collapsed mine and that they wouldn't die so easily, whether it was Yun Xian or Ruan Xian Yu, neither of them wanted to take any more metal-devouring beasts. On the other hand, Ruan Xian Yu took out a small universe bag and handed it to Yang Kai. What do you mean? Yang Kai was stunned. Your loot. Ruan Xian Yu smiled lightly. Ruan Xian Yu smiled lightly. When you were resting, I found them on that charm monster. Guess what's inside? Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before saying, it should be some refined ores. How do you know? Ruan Xian Yu asked curiously. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled. The charm monster revealed this information before. She said those metal-devouring beasts were hers, so if we think about it, these monster beasts must have been deliberately brought here by the charm demon to devour the sun tin ores and collect the refined ores. Moreover, when we explored the mine, we didn't find any trace of the refined ores excreted by the metal-devouring beasts. They should have been collected by the charm demon long ago and are now in this Chinkuan bag. Hearing his analysis, Yun Xian's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with brilliance. Ruan Xian Yu also seemed to look at him in a new light. You little brat, I didn't expect you to be so meticulous. Pursing her lips, Ruan Xian Yu smiled and said, there is a lot of refined sun tin ore in this bag. If you take it out, you can sell it for a lot of crystal stones. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before tossing the universe bag back. You've suffered such a big loss this time. When you go back, you should at least give Bold Independent Union an explanation. Take these things. Ruan Xian Yu smiled happily and quickly caught them. She had originally intended to do so, but because the charm monster was killed by Yang Kai, it wasn't appropriate for her to take his belongings. Yun Xian opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but no words came out. Let's go. Let's get out of here first. I'll send you to a nearby town. Yang Kai took the initiative to stand up, his words causing Yun Xian to become thoughtful as she stared at him suspiciously. This place was at the very edge of the territory controlled by Bold Independent Union. About 2 to 3 days' journey away from the forest, there was a large city. On the way here, Yang Kai's group had passed by this city. Half a day later, the trio left the forest and went to a nearby village. Yang Kai rented a carriage and let Yun Xian and Ruan Xian Yu sit inside while he acted as the driver and drove towards the town up ahead. This gentleness and thoughtfulness caused Ruan Xian Yu to look at him in a new light, and even Yun Xian couldn't help smiling. The two women chatted for a while before Yun Xian fell asleep. Ruan Xian Yu was bored and ran outside to sit next to Yang Kai, resting her chin in her hand and tilting her head, her beautiful eyes staring towards Yang Kai, who was concentrating on waving his whip. Why are you looking at me? Yang Kai felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by her. I'm wondering what kind of person you are. Ruan Xian Yu pursed her lips and smiled. You suffered such heavy injuries. How did you recover so quickly in just half a day? My restorative ability is better than ordinary people's. I can see that. Ruan Xian Yu gently nodded. It's good to be young. Are you that old? Yang Kai sneered, turning his head and glancing at her. Compared to you, I'm already half an old woman. Yun Xian and I are both almost 30 years old. Ruan Xian Yu laughed self-deprecatingly. What's going on between you and Yun Xian? Before you weren't on good terms with each other, now you're like family. Are all women so fickle? When Yang Kai asked this question, Ruan Xian Yu suddenly fell silent, a sad look appearing on her pretty face. Yang Kai also knew that he had asked something he shouldn't have and quickly shrugged. If you don't want to talk about it, just pretend you didn't hear me. Ruan Xian Yu shook her head and whispered, we should be family. Do you know what Yun Xian's identity is? I only know that her identity isn't simple, Yang Kai casually replied. Whether it was Grandmaster Ma of Artifact Hall or the Transcendent Realm Master Sun Ying, their attitude towards Yun Xian was relatively easygoing, even respectful. It was impossible for an ordinary Bold Independent Union disciple to act like this. She's not simple. Ruan Xian Yu quietly glanced back and found that Yun Xian was still sleeping, immediately saying, Yun Xian is actually the daughter of our Union Master. Yang Kai stared at her in amazement. I'm telling the truth. Her father is the Union Master of Bold Independent Union. Then why is she? With such an identity, Yun Xian shouldn't be doing everything herself and should instead be living like a princess, but looking at her usual demeanor, she didn't have the demeanor of a young lady. There's a reason. Ruan Xian Yu took a deep breath. I'm only telling you because it's you, don't spread it around. Do I look like that kind of person? Yang Kai rolled his eyes at her. Ruan Xian Yu looked at him seriously and nodded. Yun Xian originally had a little brother who had extraordinary aptitude and displayed extraordinary talent at a very young age. However, because of the special structure of our bold independent union, the union master intended for him to begin training from the bottom and perform missions with the rest of the union. His performance was also quite good, gradually rising from the most ordinary disciple to the position of team leader with his own abilities and gathering a number of team members under his command. Seemingly recalling the sweetness of the past, Ruan Xian Yu's face filled with a smile as she recounted a number of missions. These stories sounded extremely boring to Yang Kai, but he didn't interrupt. But if one often walks by the river, how can one's shoes not get wet? Ruan Xian Yu's voice suddenly became low. During one of these missions, the young lord unfortunately died and the rest of the team was almost wiped out, leaving only one person alive. The situation wasn't much different from this time. Yun Xian cared very much about her little brother. Because of his death, Yun Xian blamed the Union Master. If it weren't for the Union Master insisting that the young lord start training from the bottom, he wouldn't have suffered such a disaster. Since then, Yun Xian announced that she was no longer the first young lady and, like her little brother, entered bold independent union, starting from the bottom. Ruan Xian Yu's eyes became red and her voice gradually choked up. Yang Kai remained indifferent and didn't say anything. She did this obviously to protest against the Union Master and to continue what the young lord started. Ruan Xian Yu sighed faintly. Do you know why Yun Xian doesn't hate you for taking her body? She didn't even hold you accountable afterwards. Why? Because when her little brother died, he was 20 years old and an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator. Ruan Xian Yu smiled sadly and added, just like you, full of vitality, she couldn't hate you. Yang Kai took a deep breath and thought for a moment before suddenly asking, you were the only one in her little brother's team who survived, right? Ruan Xian Yu was stunned for a moment before nodding gently. Your head is really sharp. I was a member of the young lord's team at the time, and because the young lord saved my life, I was able to survive. It was because of this that I had a conflict with Yun Xian, but I know that she doesn't blame me, she just doesn't dare to face me. When she sees me, she thinks of that person. Do you like that person? Yang Kai grinned. Ruan Xian Yu's face blushed as she glared at him. Why are you asking this? It's all in the past. Then why are you telling me this? Yang Kai shook his head. You're so smart. Don't you know why I'm telling you this? Ruan Xian Yu glared hatefully at Yang Kai, secretly cursing this little bastard for pretending to be stupid. He obviously knew better than anyone else, yet he didn't show it on his face. Yang Kai's expression became serious, and after thinking for a long time, he shook his head and said, I won't join Bold Independent Union. You don't need to try to persuade me. Although I sympathize with Yun Xian's experience and admire her perseverance and hard work, I have my own things to do. You bastard! Ruan Xian Yu shouted. After taking such a big advantage, do you really want to just walk away like this? What kind of advantage did I take? You're still denying it? You took Yun Xian's that. What? You know in your heart. Ruan Xian Yu's tone wasn't light, thinking to herself, how could this little brat be so shameless? His ability to lie through his teeth was quite good. In any case, you have to take responsibility. Ruan Xian Yu immediately acted shamelessly. If you don't join Bold Independent Union, I'll report this matter and have everyone in the union hunt you down. Yang Kai glanced over at her and grinned wickedly. Ruan Xian Yu's hair stood on end and she couldn't help gripping her clothes tightly, trembling slightly as she asked, What do you mean? Yang Kai looked up at the sky and said in a low voice, The moon is dark and the wind is strong. It's a good night. Ruan Xian Yu couldn't help her beautiful face going pale as she suddenly remembered that with his ability, if he really wanted to deal with her, she wouldn't have the slightest ability to resist. In this wilderness, if he really did rape her then kill her, no one would notice. Just as she was feeling anxious, Yun Xian's weak voice suddenly called out from inside the carriage, You too! Stop messing around. Ruan Xian Yu was startled and spat out her tongue at Yang Kai before quickly getting back into the carriage. A moment later, she helped Yun Xian out and together they sat down in the front, and breathed in the clear night air. "Are you really going to leave?" Yun Xian looked at Yang Kai sadly and asked. Yang Kai nodded. "Good. Bold Independent Union is too small to accommodate someone like you. It's good for you to go out and see the world." Yun Xian tightened her clothes, feeling a little cold. "No matter what, I still have to thank you this time." "Are you stupid?" Ruan Xian Yu looked at her incredulously. "If it weren't for him, no one would have been able to avenge Uncle Sun and Ji Hong, and we would have all died there. So of course we have to thank him." Ruan Xian Yu frowned, thinking that if it weren't for Yang Kai, Bold Independent Union would have been completely wiped out this time. "No need. I just wanted to protect myself." Yang Kai shook his head. Yun Xian smiled bitterly and didn't say anything more. After a while, she whispered, "Xian Yu, help me back inside. It's a little cold outside." And Ruan Xian Yu nodded and helped Yun Xian back into the carriage. Soon, the sound of even breathing came from inside. Yang Kai looked back and saw the two women lying in each other's arms, their expressions peaceful. Chapter 635. 3 days later, the group of three arrived at Raging Flame City. Before they even reached the city, Yang Kai felt a scorching heat wash over him. Even the ground under his feet seemed to be scorching hot, causing his horse to sweat profusely. This kind of heat made Kai Yang very comfortable, and he couldn't help but feel a lot better. The special environment of Raging Flame City had also attracted a large number of cultivators who cultivated fire attribute secret arts and martial skills to be stationed here. No one knew why Raging Flame City had such an unusual environment, but any cultivator who cultivated fire attribute secret arts or martial skills could clearly feel that the speed of cultivation here was much faster than anywhere else. It seemed that even the air was filled with fire elemental spiritual energy, which was several grades higher than that of other places. Some people said that there was a huge amount of magma surging beneath Raging Flame City, creating this unique landform, but rumors were just rumors, and no one could confirm them. When Yang Kai arrived here, he released his divine sense and was indeed able to detect the flow of raging flame energy underground. His original intention was to escort Yun Xian and Ruan Xian Yu to Raging Flame City and then leave. After all, there was a branch of Bold Independent Union here. As long as they arrived at Raging Flame City, it was equivalent to them returning to Bold Independent Union. However, the two women insisted that he stay and rest for a few days before setting off. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment and agreed. His own injuries still needed to be healed. After entering Raging Flame City and reporting their identities, Raging Flame City's city lord, Ji Yin, quickly came out to greet them. Ji Yin was a first-order transcendent, the same level of cultivator as Sunning because he cultivated a fire attribute secret art. His strength was quite good, so he was appointed as the city lord of Raging Flame City. He was also one of Bold Independent Union's top forces. Ji Yin was a tall and sturdy man. Perhaps because he cultivated a fire attribute secret art, even his exposed skin had a dark red hue, giving him a bold and unrestrained appearance. He personally led a group of people to escort Yun Xian into the city lord's mansion and arranged for servants to take care of her. After learning about the experiences of the three teams from Bold Independent Union, while they were out on a mission, Ji Yin was also surprised and asked about it carefully. Ruan Xian Yu and Yun Xian also seemed to have reached a consensus and decided not to expose Yang Kai. They only said that a passing expert had helped them and killed the succubus, saving their lives. This explanation made Yang Kai very satisfied, and he looked at the two women gratefully. Yang Kai was quite worried that Yun Xian and Ruan Xian Yu would tell the truth. If that really happened, whether or not Ji Yin would believe him, Yang Kai would definitely not be able to leave Bold Independent Union. Fortunately, Yun Xian and Ruan Xian Yu had no intention of betraying Yang Kai. Their explanation was also quite reasonable, so Ji Yin inquired about the appearance of this mysterious master in detail. Yun Xian had already prepared a detailed description of this mysterious master, causing Ji Yin to sigh and express his desire to list this unknown master as the benefactor of Bold Independent Union. When they meet in the future, they must repay him. I have to report this matter to the General Alliance. Miss Yun has been frightened, so please rest in the city of Raging Fire for a few days and wait for her injuries to recover. I will personally escort you back to the General Alliance. Ji Yen said before hurriedly leaving. Bold Independent Union had lost nearly 20 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters and one Transcendent. Naturally, he had to report such a big event as soon as possible. Are you satisfied now? Ruan Xianyu snorted, directing a somewhat uncomfortable look towards Yang Kai. I'm satisfied, Yang Kai rubbed his nose. When my injuries are healed, I'll leave here. Scram as far away as possible. Ruan Xianyu completely disliked Yang Kai. Yun Xian helplessly shook her head and lay down on her bed without saying a word. After saying his goodbyes, Yang Kai returned to his room and sat down cross-legged, circulating his secret art to heal himself while also examining the benefits he had obtained from the succubus. The succubus's spiritual energy contained spiritual energy poison, but this poison had been purified by Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge C and the solitary golden eyes golden light, leaving behind only pure energy and the succubus's insights. After absorbing these insights, Yang Kai also gained some understanding of the changes to his soul. Only now did he realize that his soul was not without an attribute. After a cultivator reached the immortal ascension boundary, they would open up a knowledge sea in their mind and condense their divine sense. Most people's divine senses were roughly the same, belonging to a chaotic divine sense with no attribute, but some people, because of various opportunities, were able to mutate their divine sense. For example, Yang Kai had absorbed the energy of the Jade True Spirit, and his divine sense had become as hot as fire. There were also some people whose divine senses were as cold as ice, as fast as lightning, or as swift as the wind. Different divine senses could play different roles. Moreover, this kind of mutated divine sense was several levels more destructive and lethality than an ordinary cultivator's divine sense. Yang Kai even wondered if his conflagrated knowledge C would have some kind of miraculous effect if he used it in alchemy. From the true alchemic way, Yang Kai had glimpsed the insights and experiences of many alchemy grandmasters, but none of these alchemists had a conflagrated knowledge C, so there were no precedents for him to refer to. However, Yang Kai faintly felt that using his conflagrated knowledge C for alchemy might be more effective and convenient than using his Yuan Qi. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai gave up on this idea. After all, he had only just begun his journey in alchemy, and there was still much to learn. In the future, when he had some accomplishments in alchemy, it would be more realistic to consider such things. Time passed quickly, and the wound on Yang Kai's lower abdomen healed at an extremely fast rate. The medicinal efficacies of the myriad drug milk were extraordinary. 2 or 3 days later, at night, Yun Xian stood outside Yang Kai's door, her jade white hand raised, but hesitating, unable to make up her mind to knock on the door and enter. Ruan Xianyu appeared beside her like a ghost, laughing strangely. You scared me to death, you naughty girl. Yun Xian blushed and patted her towering chest, glaring at her. What do you want to do? Ruan Xianyu asked ambiguously, do you want to attack him at night? Don't talk nonsense. Yun Xian's face became even redder, involuntarily recalling the scene a few days ago, her heart trembling. Ruan Xianyu snorted disdainfully. After so many years of keeping yourself pure, now that you've broken that taboo, you can't help yourself, right? How could that be? Yun Xian whispered. He'll probably leave tomorrow. I just wanted to. Don't even think about it. A moment of spring is worth 1,000 gold. In any case, you've already taken advantage of him once. Doing it again won't be a big deal. Maybe he'll become infatuated with you and stay in the union forever. Ruan Xianyu pointed out Yun Xian's thoughts. Yun Xian really did think so. Although she said that Yang Kai could leave or stay. For this man who had violently taken her virginity, Yun Xian naturally hoped he would stay with her. After so many years, Yun Xian was tired and wanted to find someone to rely on, but no one had ever been able to enter her eyes. Tonight, she had only come here to try one last time. But now that she had run into Ruan Xianyu, she was suddenly at a loss. Ruan Xianyu carefully examined the room and found that Yang Kai's aura was stable. Obviously, he was meditating. So she quickly signaled to Yun Xian, indicating that now was the best time to attack. Yun Xian was like a frightened rabbit, constantly shaking her head, her face filled with panic. She also couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. Obviously, she had been defiled unwillingly, but after the incident, She couldn't feel the slightest bit of resentment and instead felt somewhat attached to him. This made Yun Xian feel a little cheap. If you don't try tonight, I'm afraid you'll regret it for the rest of your life, Ruan Xian Yu sighed. Even if you don't think about your own future, you should think about the union. This man has great potential and may become a pillar of our union in the future. Saying so, Ruan Xian Yu also became excited and grit her teeth. Are you going in or not? If you're not going in, I'm going in. What are you going in for? Yun Xian stared at her. Humph. Ruan Xian Yu played with a strand of hair behind her ear and said softly, he's not bad looking. If you don't want such a good helper, I want one. For my future, what's the big deal? In any case, I'm going to find a man to marry in the future. He's a good choice, although he's a little young. He's very mature. Yun Xian covered her mouth, dumbfounded, whispering softly, you're such a slut? Ruan Xian Yu blushed slightly. So what? Then are you going in or not? Yun Xian bit her thin lip, hesitating for a moment. Being bewitched by Ruan Xian Yu's soft and hard methods, she also began to waver. After thinking about it for a long time, she finally nodded gently, pushed open the door, and walked in. Humph, if I didn't force you, you wouldn't have been able to make up your mind, Ruan Xian Yu said triumphantly, quickly restraining her aura and perking up her ears to listen to the movements coming from inside the room. Inside the room, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and awoke from his meditation. Reaching out, he grabbed the person who had walked up to him and threw her onto the bed, his finger poking her chest as he stared at her coldly. He thought someone had come to attack him, but after seeing the face of the person beneath him, Yang Kai couldn't help being stunned. Why is it you? Yun Xian pretended to be calm, but her neck was flushed red. Not daring to look into Yang Kai's eyes, she simply turned her head away and bit her red lips, not saying a word, her eyes filled with lust and seduction. Yang Kai was stunned and thought for a moment before asking in shock, are you serious? Yun Xian, not resisting at all, allowing him to do whatever he wanted, made Yang Kai quickly realize the seriousness of the situation. So what if I am? Yun Xian suddenly became bold, flipping over and pressing down on Yang Kai, placing her hands on his chest and sitting on top of him, her beautiful face flushed red, her breathing rapid as she grit her teeth and said, last time I was affected by the charm monster's divine sense and didn't feel anything, but this time. Halfway through her sentence, she couldn't continue and covered her face with her hands. Yang Kai stared at her passionately and couldn't help gulping, his breathing gradually becoming heavier. But, your injuries, I'm almost healed. I don't know what happened, but this time my recovery was particularly fast, Yun Xian explained. As she spoke, she lifted her clothes and shyly said, if you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. A breathtaking snowy white dress appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. Whatever! You delivered yourself to me, Yang Kai roared angrily, flipping over and pressing Yun Xian down again. Chapter 636. For 2 consecutive afternoons, the internet was cut off. Fortunately, there was no power outage, so there was still one more. Inside the house, the light was endless, but outside, Ruan Xian Yu's face was flushed red as she listened to the strange whispers and moans, her body going numb as she fidgeted. After a while, she realized that it was wrong to eavesdrop like this and sighed angrily. Young people really can't resist temptation. Saying so, she hurried back to her room, plugged her ears, and held her breath. The night passed quickly, and Ruan Xian Yu, who lived next door to Yang Kai, was also ravaged. This night, the ground shook, making it impossible for her to rest easy. When it was almost dawn, the movement next door gradually subsided. Ruan Xian Yu couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, and was just about to get some rest when the ground suddenly shook again. Is there no end to this? Ruan Xian Yu wanted to cry but had no tears. She really hadn't expected that the dog couple next door would be so energetic, but just as she spoke these words, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. That was because the tremors this time were very different from the ones before. Accompanying the tremors was a hair-raising feeling that was rapidly approaching from afar. Ruan Xian Yu's expression immediately changed and she rushed out. The door next door also opened with a creak and Yang Kai, and Yun Xian appeared at the same time. The former's expression was dignified while the latter's face was filled with satisfaction, like a flower that had been moistened by rain and dew, appearing even more beautiful than before. Ruan Xianyu glanced over at her and couldn't help feeling a little surprised, but she didn't say anything, instead turning her head again and staring towards the distant horizon. Over there, the entire sky was blood-red. It was as if the blue dome of heaven had been splashed with blood. It was terrifying, and that blood-red color was spreading at an extremely fast speed towards this side. All of Raging Flame City was buzzing as countless cultivators who felt something was wrong all stood up to investigate, each of their expressions changing greatly. What's going on? Ruan Xianyu frowned. Something is coming this way. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Under the investigation of his powerful divine sense, he noticed a very dangerous and violent aura. This aura was so strong that he couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. What could have such an imposing aura? Yun Xian was startled. I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. Inside the city lord's mansion, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard. Obviously, Ji Yin had already led the experts of the city lord's mansion and was rushing over to investigate. I'll go take a look. You guys stay here. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment and was about to rush out when Yun Xian pulled him back. Let's go together. We can look after each other. Yang Kai frowned but didn't say anything. He let them follow behind him. The three of them followed closely behind Ji Yan's group and flew out. Soon, they arrived outside the city. At this moment, many cultivators had gathered outside the city of Raging Fire. These cultivators were either in groups of 3 or 5, or in groups of a dozen. They all stopped outside the city and occupied the commanding heights, looking around and trying to figure out what was going on over there. Among these cultivators, some were disciples of Bold Independent Union, while many were cultivators from other great forces. For various reasons, they had all stayed in Raging Fire City and just happened to catch up with today's excitement. Everyone was whispering to each other, pointing towards the distant sky, trying to guess what was going on, but no one was able to figure it out. Among those present, Ji Yin, who had a transcendent realm cultivation, was undoubtedly the strongest, but at this moment, his brow was furrowed as he sent his divine sense back and forth, probing for information in the distance. A moment later, his expression suddenly changed. City Lord Ji, what's going on over there? Someone asked Ji Yin. Ji Yin shook his head. I don't know, but there is definitely some danger here. If you value your life, you should leave this place quickly. Hearing him say this, some people immediately used their movement skills to flee, but most chose to stay behind. Many times, danger represented opportunity. This time's situation was inexplicable, but perhaps they could obtain some kind of benefits. Those with ulterior motives naturally wouldn't be scared off by Ji Yan's words. What's more, with so many people waiting here, if there really was danger, they might be able to escape. Seeing that his persuasion didn't have any effect, Ji Yin no longer said anything and simply waited quietly. While observing the situation, Ji Yin suddenly spotted Yun Xian's group of 3 and quickly waved to them. Yun Xian smiled lightly and said a few words to Yang Kai and Ruan Xianyu before flying over to join up with the masters from Ji Yan's mansion. Sister Yun, your injuries haven't healed yet. It's best you don't come out, Ji Yin said worriedly. I'm almost healed. Many thanks for Uncle Ji's concern, Yun Xian smiled. And, looking at your complexion, it's really much better than it was a few days ago. You've even gained a bit of radiance. Ji Yin smiled and nodded. Haha. Yun Xian couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed and quickly explained. It's all because Xianyu took good care of me. Ruan Xianyu curled her lips as she quietly glared at Yang Kai. Is this one of your team members? Ji Yin glanced over at Yang Kai and nodded. Young man, do your best. If you follow Sister Yun, you'll definitely achieve great things in the future. Don't fail to live up to Sister Yun's expectations of you. Yang Kai didn't comment. Yun Xian was afraid that Yang Kai would say something he shouldn't, so she quickly changed the subject and asked, Uncle Ji, what's going on? Ji Yin turned his head and looked around before lowering his voice and saying, I don't know the specific situation, but from the looks of it, there is a certain level of danger. However, I also feel that there are many masters flying this way, tailing behind that evil aura. It was precisely because he sensed the auras of these people that Ji Yin was so calm. If it was just that evil aura, Ji Yin would have already begun evacuating the people of Raging Flame City, because this aura was so strong that even he feared it. Tailing behind? Yun Xian was surprised. Ji Yin gently nodded. But what makes me feel strange is that the two sides haven't started fighting. The people behind seem to be waiting for something, and the owner of that evil aura doesn't seem to have any intention of taking action. Saying so, Ji Yin shook his head helplessly. Yun Xian and Ruan Xianyu glanced at each other, also feeling a bit strange. Yang Kai's expression was calm, his expression still as calm as ever, which caused Ji Yin to look at him in a slightly different light, secretly thinking that Yun Xian's teammate's mental fortitude wasn't bad. He was a good seedling. As time passed, the blood-stained color began to slowly erode the sky above Raging Flame City, and the aura that caused everyone's heart to palpitate was getting closer and closer. Soon, a small black dot appeared in everyone's field of vision. "What's that?" someone exclaimed. "It seems to be a person?" Everyone stared at the black dot, but since the sky was still dark and the light wasn't good, and the distance was too far, no one was able to see what kind of person it was. All they could see was that behind this black dot, there were several dozen masters, many of whom exuded transcendent realm auras. Jian's expression became more and more dignified. After waiting for a while, the black dot in the sky finally became clear. After seeing its appearance, Ji Yan's eyes couldn't help narrowing as he exclaimed, "The coffin-carrying man?" When these three words came out of Ji Yan's mouth, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that the surrounding cultivators were all showing extremely excited expressions, all of them eager to try, greedily staring at the so-called coffin-carrying man in the sky. Yun Xian was also surprised and hurriedly asked, "Uncle Ji, is that the legendary coffin-carrying man?" Ruan Xianyu also couldn't help curling her lips, seemingly never having thought that one day she would actually be able to see such a legendary character. "It should be." Ji Yan's expression was very ugly, forming a stark contrast with the surrounding cultivator. "This aura, this strength, only he can possess it. I never expected the coffin-carrying man to appear again." Yang Kai listened to the conversation of these people while also looking up at the coffin-carrying man in the sky, suddenly understanding why he had such a strange name. That was because he was carrying a coffin on his back. It was a huge, blood-red coffin. It was so strange that it made people's hair stand on end. Waves of corpse-like aura were emitted from the coffin-carrying man. As for the coffin-carrying man himself, he had a bear-like waist and a tiger-like back. His physique was several times larger than anyone Yang Kai had ever seen. He didn't seem to belong to a human, as he was more than 20 meters tall and his muscles were bulging. However, his body was covered with many pustules and sarcomas, giving him a terrifying appearance. His face was ferocious and his mouth was wide open, revealing jagged fangs that were arranged irregularly as he panted heavily. His movements were very sluggish, each step seeming to take a long time to prepare, but each of his steps seemed to contain a very profound aura, so even though his movements were sluggish, his speed was extremely fast. Yang Kai secretly observed the coffin-carrying man's steps, but after a few glances, he suddenly felt dizzy. Ji Yin coldly shouted, "Don't try to comprehend his martial Tao. It's not something you can understand." Yang Kai's heart clenched as he nodded lightly. Turning around, he quietly asked Yun Xian, "Is the coffin-carrying man very famous?" Yun Xian stared at him blankly for a moment before suddenly remembering that this person didn't seem to know much about the outside world, so she quickly explained carefully, "He is a legend. Basically, his name has spread throughout Tongxian realm. No one knows what his origins are or why he carries a blood-red coffin, but because of his appearance, the world calls him the coffin-carrying man. This is also the first time I've seen him, but I heard that every 10 years, the coffin-carrying man will appear in a different place, leaving his footprints all over the world. But if it's him, there's no need to worry too much." "Why?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. "Because although the coffin-carrying man's strength is tyrannical and his appearance is terrifying, he never takes action against others." "Never takes action?" Yang Kai was surprised. "It's very strange. I don't know what kind of rules bind him, but no one has ever seen him take action. Not only that, when the coffin-carrying man appears, it brings some unexpected benefits. What kind of benefits? Yang Kai's interest was piqued. The coffin-carrying man will randomly choose a place to rest, and when he stops, if he is forced into a corner, he will throw out a lot of artifacts, martial skills, secret arts, pills, and so on. These are all good things that Cultivator will compete for. Chapter 637. Outside Raging Flame City, the coffin-carrying man was slowly approaching, followed by several dozen masters. All of the cultivators in Raging Flame City were also waiting. Yang Kai listened to Yun Xian's description of the coffin-carrying man and asked curiously, "Why is he doing this?" "It's probably compensation." Ji Yin interjected with a gloomy expression. "Compensation? What kind of compensation?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "Compensation for the damage he caused to the places he stopped by." Ji Yin took a deep breath, a look of worry and dread appearing on his face. Every time the coffin-carrying man stops by, that place will become a barren wasteland. Within a radius of 100 kilometers, there won't be any signs of life for at least 10 years. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling aghast. Ji Yin rubbed his forehead. "I hope he's just passing by and doesn't want to stay in my Raging Flame City." If the coffin-carrying man stayed in Raging Flame City, everything within a 100-kilometer radius would be destroyed. Yang Kai finally understood why the nearby cultivator looked so excited while Ji Yin looked so worried. Because he was the city lord of Raging Flame City, naturally he didn't want the city he was guarding to be destroyed. As the three of them were talking, a voice suddenly called out, "He stopped! He stopped!" Ji Yin's body trembled as his face went pale. What he was worried about had happened. He didn't know where this coffin-carrying man had come from, nor where he was going, but he had chosen to stop near Raging Flame City. Beside Ji Yin, the expressions of the bold Independent Union disciples also changed greatly. "Uncle Ji," Yun Xian called out softly. Ji Yan's eyes were fixed on the coffin-carrying man's back, but he did not respond, a look of hesitation and struggle on his face. After a while, he shouted, "You all return to the city and evacuate. Inform everyone to take their valuables and leave quickly. City Lord, if we're too late, it'll be too late. Go. I'll delay him for a while." Saying so, Ji Yin flew out and joined the several dozen people following behind the coffin-carrying man. Yun Xian also wore a bitter and helpless expression. Since the coffin-carrying man had stopped, it meant that in the near future, Raging Flame City would become a dead territory, a huge loss for bold Independent Union. Yang Kai had been observing the strange man with the blood-red coffin on his back. Using his divine sense, he discovered that this person was covered in death chi and corpse chi. Moreover, judging from the countless sarcomas and pustules on his body, he should not have any life force left. In other words, he should have been dead a long time ago. However, the enormous power hidden within his body was enough to make anyone tremble with fear. As Ji Yin flew towards the dozens of people, the coffin-carrying man's pair of terrifying bronze bell-like eyes looked down and seemed to be satisfied with the location. Then, just like that, he began to descend. Boom! The earth trembled violently, and a series of spiderweb-like cracks quickly appeared on the ground. The coffin-carrying man fell to the ground and stood there quietly, motionless, his eyes closed, as if he was meditating. Many of the cultivators were eager to act, a look of greed appearing on their faces as they secretly condensed their true chi. However, due to the identity and status of the several dozen people following the coffin-carrying man, even if they were tempted, they didn't dare act rashly. Ji Yin had already met up with the dozens of people and seemed to know each other, greeting each other as they began discussing. "Who are those people?" Yang Kai asked. "They're all masters from nearby forces. Bright Thunder Spirit Religion Su Qi, a second-order transcendent, Profound Heaven Alliances Wuxing, a third-order transcendent, War Spirit Temples Yao Di, a third-order transcendent." Yun Xian motioned to these people with her eyes and explained the backgrounds of several of them. "I don't know much about the others, but I'm sure they aren't unknown masters." Yun Xian took a deep breath. They should have heard about the appearance of the coffin-carrying man and followed him here. Are they also interested in the compensation offered by the coffin-carrying man? Yang Kai was stunned. Several of these people were third-order transcendent masters, possessing extraordinary strength and status, so Yang Kai didn't think they would care about such trivial benefits. They really aren't interested in the compensation offered by the coffin-carrying man. But the coffin-carrying man himself is a huge secret. Everyone wants to uncover his origins and mysteries, so what they're interested in is the coffin-carrying man himself. Yang Kai nodded lightly, somewhat understanding. Ji Yin was still discussing with these people, his attitude respectful. Although he was the city lord of Raging Flame City Underbold Independent Union, he was only a first-order transcendent, so in front of these masters, he was still a little cautious. After a long discussion, Zhuoxing of Profound Heaven Alliance nodded. Since that's the case, we'll wait an hour. City Lord Ji, please make good use of this time. War Spirit Temple's Yao Di also laughed strangely. The heavens are kind. Naturally, we won't go too far. City Lord Ji, you may go. Many thanks. Ji Yin was extremely grateful, quickly flying back and rushing into the city to make arrangements. There were many cultivators in Raging Flame City, most of whom weren't very strong. So once something happened here, they wouldn't be able to escape in time. After explaining the pros and cons of this situation, those who were willing to leave immediately left. Those who weren't, Ji Yin couldn't do anything about it. Although he was the city lord, he couldn't order those who didn't belong to Bold Independent Union to do anything. An hour passed by quickly. With the coffin-carrying man at the center, the sky and the ground were surrounded by 3 layers of people. Everyone who stayed behind stared at the coffin-carrying man with burning eyes, as if he was a hot piece of meat in high demand. Ji Yin returned with a worried look on his face, but after glancing around at the situation, he could only sigh helplessly and shake his head. He had done everything he could, so those who remained here definitely wouldn't leave, so there was nothing Ji Yin could do. Sister Yun, don't stray too far from me. Although the coffin-carrying man won't attack anyone, as long as he appears, there will be great danger, Ji Yin said solemnly. Yun Xian nodded solemnly. Among the several dozen masters, Zhuoxing suddenly stepped forward and stared at the coffin-carrying man, loudly declaring, "You've probably all heard of the legend of the coffin-carrying man, right? Haha, today's opportunity is right in front of you, you can't miss it. If you want benefits, you can act now, this old master and the others will support you." This Zhuoxing of Profound Heaven Alliance had instigated the nearby martial practitioners to attack as soon as he came up. He obviously didn't have good intentions. Most people were well aware of this, but when they recalled the legends they had heard, there were still people who couldn't hold themselves back and casually attacked with their own martial skills and secret treasures. More than a dozen streaks of light, containing powerful attacks, slammed into the coffin-carrying man who was meditating with his eyes closed. All of these attacks contained at least the full strength of an immortal ascension boundary master, but they were like pebbles sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace after hitting the coffin-carrying man. However, the coffin-carrying man didn't react in the slightest, withstanding all of these attacks with his body alone, his expression completely indifferent as he continued to meditate with his eyes closed. The dozen or so people who had attacked retreated a few steps, remaining vigilant for a long time, but seeing no reaction from the coffin-carrying man, they were overjoyed, knowing that the rumors were true. No matter how others attacked, the coffin-carrying man wouldn't attack. Soon, more and more attacks were launched, bombarding the abnormally large coffin-carrying man from all directions. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a fierce roar resounded from the ground as a series of deep ravines tore open. The ground around the coffin-carrying man instantly shattered, the chaotic energy raging around him, creating an unimaginable destructive force. The coffin-carrying man still didn't move. All of the spectating cultivators took action, attacking with all their strength. Finally, the coffin-carrying man slowly opened his eyes, waves of air visible to the naked eye gushing out from his nostrils as he gasped for breath. As he did so, the surrounding air seemed to stagnate. Everyone who had attacked couldn't help slowing down their attacks, fearing that the coffin-carrying man would counterattack. What made them feel relieved, though, was that even though he was being attacked like this, the coffin-carrying man still didn't fight back, simply standing there, staring blankly at everything in front of him, as if he still didn't understand what was happening. Yang Kai was stunned, only now realizing the true horror of the coffin-carrying man. Is he a Saint Realm Master? Yang Kai turned to look at Yun Xian. And Yun Xian nodded. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. A Saint Realm Master had actually fallen to such a state. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering what kind of changes had happened to him in his life. Life was truly unpredictable. Why haven't those people attacked yet? Ruan Xian Yu looked towards the group of people from Bright Thunder Spirit Religion and Profound Heaven Alliance and asked softly. They're waiting. Ji Yin sighed. The defense of a Saint Realm Master is something even they need a lot of strength to break through. Now that they have so many free helpers, they're naturally happy to be idle. However, they should be taking action soon. At that moment, the several dozen people who had followed the coffin-carrying man finally made a move. War Spirit Temple's Yao Di observed for a while before saying, "It's about time we put in some effort, otherwise, when more and more people hear about this, things will become more difficult to handle." Good. Suchi nodded lightly. The sooner we finish this, the sooner we can return. After following him for a month, these old bones are a little tired. Then let's do it. Zhuoxing also nodded in agreement. Since these three had reached a consensus, the others naturally didn't say anything else and summoned their artifacts one after another. A powerful aura suddenly burst forth as numerous artifacts and martial skills fell like stars towards the coffin-carrying man compared to the previous attacks of those idlers. These attacks were countless times more ferocious. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk the earth cracked and the mountains within 100-kilometer radius began to shake violently. This kind of offensive finally caused the coffin-carrying man to react. Many wounds appeared on his body, and the tumors and pustules on his body burst open in an instant, releasing a rich green gas from his body. As soon as this gas appeared, everyone felt the smell of death wash over them. Asterisk ci la. Asterisk wherever the dark green gas passed, the earth would become devoid of life. In an instant, it was dyed green. It was extremely shocking. Moreover, the speed at which this gas spread was extremely fast, like an explosion, expanding fiercely. Some of the cultivator who were relatively close didn't have time to dodge and were directly swallowed up by this gas, not even able to utter a sound before their bodies were reduced to a puddle of blood, not even bones remaining. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.